Okay, I think it's time. Time to start the monumental day, I suppose, to some degree. It's going to be pretty crazy because this day has been over a year in the making. It's the final ever, well, unless things go horribly wrong anyway, final ever Hall of Fame Pokemon stream. Started out as a run over a year ago in September last year, where we decided to try and complete the game for all of the different types in the game, doing 18 monotype runs, and that eventually extended out into the Hall of Fame, of course. Oh, that's randomly come on again. I'm not complaining. All right, we got a great piece of music coming on again. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting time. It's going to be quite a sad day today, I think, because it's going to be the last one ever, the last Hall of Fame. Such a long process we've been through getting here, and it's going to be wild to finally cap it off. So I'm glad you guys are here with me to experience the last little bit. And a massive welcome in to you guys. Of course, Keena and Shags. I hope you guys are doing good. And, yeah. I'm excited about today, but also kind of sad, because it's been such a long time that we've been doing this run, and it's sad that it's going to be over. I also have a predicament as well. Bit of a predicament. I'm interested to see what some of you guys' takes on it are. It's about the TCG. I'd be interested to see what you guys think. So, I'm gonna ask it. I'm gonna say it. Obviously, we needed to get the 2 Paradox Rift boxes and the Stellar Crown box, right? And the problem was that they were all out of stock. Now, the issue is, both of those boxes have come back into stock at the card shop where I normally get the stuff from, like yesterday and today. But Black Friday isn't for another, like, 2 weeks. So it's like, do I just play it safe and get them now and get them at a normal price, or do I roll the dice, wait 2 weeks and try and get them cheaper? Because I suppose that the fallback is that if I try and get them cheaper and it doesn't work out, they all get sold out, I can probably just go and get them from somewhere else. However, I'll probably have to pay more money overall. So I either roll the dice, it doesn't work, and I pay extra for them, pay an extra high price, or I get them now when it's normal. I don't know what to do, you know? I don't know what the right call is on it, because I'm just like, the whole time I've been like, yeah, Black Friday, but now the closer I am to it, I'm just like, maybe I should just get it over with and get it done. You know, get them while I have the chance. I don't know. Oh, it just feels so conflicting. I feel like realistically the best thing to do is to chance my arm, because if we can pull it off and get them at the better price, that's just better. Because it just means we'll potentially get bonus stuff for that stream as well, where we'll have like extra freed up stuff in the stream's budget to pay for something else to open on stream as well. So I don't know. I really don't know. Welcome in, Bruised. How's it going? Hello, hello. It is an interesting predicament, isn't it? Because it's like, well, I could guarantee lock it in. But also, if I don't, we might miss out. And if I lock it in now, we might well come out in a couple of days and go, oh yeah, it's actually on sale now, and I could have saved myself 30, 40 quid maybe on these booster boxes. You don't know. It's so horrible. We've already beaten Ortega, which is nice, so I guess we're going to just get straight into the level grind for today, because we need to get everybody up to level 60. Is it 60 we normally hit at, or is it 60? Yeah, it's 60, isn't it? Yeah. Everybody's already level 50, so... I guess we'll just start leveling people. Bring, like... Rotom in? It is a tricky one, isn't it, Bruised? It's a difficult situation, because it's like... either way, it works out, because you have like the benefit of, alright, I get them at the slightly higher price than I would get them on sale, right? but I get them guaranteed now, or I wait. But if I wait, I might get a great deal on them, and also there'll be other deals on Black Friday, so you never know, I might be able to snipe some other stuff. So it's like, horrible, isn't it? It's such a difficult choice, I don't know. In an ideal world, I'd just go, fuck it, and just buy all of it now, but of course we can't do that, because we don't live in an ideal world. But yeah, it's a difficult choice. It is a game of luck after all. It is, Shags. Maybe you're right. We should sort of take from the roots of what it traditionally is, which is IRL gacha. And we should open... You know, we should take the sort of the meaning of the thing being like a gacha system and opening stuff and seeing what we get, and effectively just roll the dice and see. Try our luck, you know. Can I either keep an eye on it, and if the stock gets too low? Well, this is the thing, is I don't think they show the stock numbers on the website. You know? And it's one of those ones as well where it's a bit... It's real 50-50, because if you look at it, the two sets that we're trying to get, right, which is Stellar Crown and Paradox Rift, neither of them are particularly, like, highly thought of, right? They're both kind of like what most people would describe as, like, fairly mid. They're not... In the Pokemon, like, TCG community, neither of them are like, oh my god, they're amazing. You know, they're both kind of ones that people are like, yeah, they're okay. So it's not like people are rushing out to get them. And so it kind of like opens the door to you going, well, actually, maybe we could wait a few weeks. But then at the same time, I'm like, well, I don't know. It's so, I don't know, it's so like 50-50. It's scary. Yeah, Clodsire will be fine for doing this. It'll be slightly slower, though. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like for now, I'll keep an eye on it and see what happens. Hopefully they start the Black Friday stuff early. That would be nice. And then we go from there. I think the thing we've got to look at is we've got to remember that when it came to the pre-orders of Surging Sparks, we were able to get one of those still. They didn't run out of stock. So we've tried our luck once already and it worked out. Just a question of will it work out again? So, I don't know. We'll see. But it's exciting stuff, though. Wait for the sale, and if that doesn't work, we can always blame the next person who types. Exactly. Exactly, yeah. I'll just complain about Royal Mail or something. We'll blame them. It'll be their fault. Official Royal Mail Twitch account enters the chat. Can you imagine? Brit, let's go. Yeah, Clodsire's getting off to a good start today. Getting some one-shots, critical hits. Looking solid. We like it. We like it. I suppose the benefit as well is... maybe, and it's not exactly a thing, but it's not a guarantee. In the event that we wait for Black Friday, there is also the potential possibility that other places also run good Black Friday deals, and so you may find that we can actually get other stuff as well. So, or not other, but like other places as well, right? So we can hit like more places than just where I was originally going and still getting a deal. So you never know. I like your idea though, Bruce. Blame whoever, whoever's next in chat. Even the Noxcat as well. Consider grabbing boxes on sale and having them for future streams. I have, Shags. There is only one problem with that. The only issue with that is there's two things to consider. The first being that at least the pattern we've started following more recently is via opening the new set when it comes out. So obviously it would be difficult to do that because the new set hasn't come out yet. So of course they wouldn't be in the sales anyway. But if you want to like split hairs on it, technically I do that anyway. Because when I pre-order the sets, you get them at a fairly steep discount because you're buying them ahead of time. So Yeah, the booster boxes I normally get per pre-order are usually less than 100 a box. Which, keep in mind that a booster box on average retail should be like 154. And I'm getting them for, like, you know, 99 or less. Depending on the set. Some of them have been slightly more expensive. I think Twilight Masquerade was a couple of quid more than Stellar Crown when it first pre-ordered. What else? I mean, the ETBs and all that are slightly cheaper as well. But then the only other problem, which is like the biggest issue with it, is just... I would love to do that. I would love to go in and go, let's just buy like 5 boxes now and just do it for the sake of it. But the issue being that it costs a lot. And so I don't like... Pretty much the only reason we've been able to do this one at Christmas is because of you guys being insanely wild about it. You know? If it was down to just me, we maybe could have done what, like, the new stuff at Christmas, the Surging Sparks. That would have been it, probably. Unless we did the sponsor anyway, of course. Which, that's how we did it last year, is we did the big sponsor and then did it like that. So, yeah. So, it's a fine balance. Pretty good deal. It is. It is a really good deal. I mean, the ETB... So, the way that... when I normally get it, the place that I get it from does a bundle deal. Where you can get a booster box and an ETB together. So you pre-order both of them at the same time, right? Now, usually that order comes out to something like £130. Now, keep in mind, the booster box on its own is 154 retail, but no one sells it at that. Unless they're like big box stores that don't know any better. And then the ETB is retail for 50. So if you combine the two, obviously we're looking at 206, and I'm paying maybe 130, maybe 135. Kind of a no-brainer, isn't it, for realizing that in those cases, actually pre-ordering that stuff is good. The only issue is that you run into with Pokemon pre-orders. Obviously, it's all stock allocation, right? So they basically take the pre-orders before they have any of the stock. So it's they then order the amount they want from the distributors based on how many pre-orders they have, right? Roughly how it works. And the issue with that is, because there's no physical stuff and they don't know how many they want, they probably only have a certain amount they can get anyway. So what you'll see is, and this has happened already with the new one that comes out in January or whatever, or February, Prismatic Evolutions, it's already completely sold out effectively on every pre-order. And I'm assuming it's because people were so, like, quick to jump on it that all of the people are probably hitting their stock allocations already for how much they're allowed, so no one can actually put any more pre-orders in anymore. So the new stuff for coming out after Christmas is already completely, like, swallowed up. You can't get any of it anymore. Now, keep in mind, when it came to, like, Surging Sparks and things like that, where it wasn't necessarily, like, going off like a rocket... I was able to wait a month, maybe, before I pre-ordered it, and it was still up for sale. Versus now, the Prismatic Evolutions one has been, what, 2 weeks since it was announced, maybe, and it's already completely gone everywhere. And it doesn't come out for another 2 months. Crazy, isn't it? So, I don't know. Pokemon's wild, though, when it comes to stuff like that. Like, when it comes to pre-orders and... things like that, though. Like, some of them can sell out incredibly quickly. And then some of them take forever to sell out, and then they become goated over time, but... yeah, it's kind of weird. Kinda weird. That was a weak poison jab. Ah. The first soft boiler of the day. Always has to be one, doesn't there? Always got to be one. Frickin' Blissies, man. So it seems we're in agreement here in chat. I'm surprised that you guys went for this, though, to be fair. But it seems we're in agreement here in chat, then, that the best thing for us to do for this other one is to chance our arm and roll the dice. That seems like our verdict is roll the dice on it, which I'm not... I'm not against. Not against at all. I am kind of surprised you guys went for that, though. I thought you'd have said just play it safe and secure it, not go for the risky play. But, you know, I respect it. And as I say, we do have a few things going for us, like the fact that, you know, Stellar Crown, Paradox Rift aren't the most popular. So realistically, if you're going to get other stuff that's going to sell out, it will be the other sets first. So it probably buys us a little bit of time. So we got some things in hand, really. We're not completely under the pump. Yeah, I am surprised you guys went for the roll the dice option, though. I thought you'd have been like safe, secure. No, let's just sort it now. Make sure we get it, so we're guaranteed to do it. No, you're like, yeah, fuck it. Let's just go for it and see what happens. What's the worst that could happen, right? I respect that. We want Dragon Pulse on our Lucario. Do you know what? Yes, I think we do. I don't think we're going to use Swords Dance. I don't think we're going to get use out of it. So I'm going to switch it for Dragon Pulse. It just gives us a bit more utility. Gives us an option against, obviously, dragon types. And, you know, there is a Dragon Elite Four member. So it is quite useful. His team is fairly decent. And Lucario being decently resistant to a lot of his moves as well is good. Sponsor deadline was too late this year. Was indeed, unfortunately. Maybe doing a month-long one next year could be a way to secure the next card stream. Potentially, yeah. The nice thing as well is because of, as I say, with the next set being a special set, so that one that's already sold out, I tend to skip the special sets when it comes to Pokemon, mainly just because they're a bit annoying to... I've explained it many times. The way Pokemon does it is it's about 1 in every 3 is considered a special set, 1 in every 4, right? Something like that. So the way that it works when it comes to Pokemon physical TCG is a special set you can only get in special products, right? The regular booster box you'll get, and an ETB and all that stuff, you'll get in the regular ones that comes in just straight packs, right? When it comes to the special sets, you can only get them in smaller boxes that cost more. There's no booster box. The most amount of packs you can usually get in any one thing is an ETB, which is £50 and gives you 9 packs. The best you can get. Which usually means they're a lot more scarce. Usually they're more valuable and they're a lot harder to get, right? That's the issue. So the special sets are just more annoying to get. And as I say, the value you get from each of the products is usually horrific. And they're designed pretty much to be like moneymaker sets for the rest of it, right? Where some of them will be the shiny sets, some of them will be like a legendaries-based set, or the EVs one, or whatever, right? It is really cool, though, because one thing they usually do, and they do this most generations, is they'll do like a final set at the end of the era. So say like when Generation 10 is about to come out, right, and the Scarlet and Violet TCG era is over, they'll probably run a special set that will be called, I don't know what it'll be called, something, right? Whatever name it'll be called. And it'll be like a kind of celebration set of all of the best parts about the Scarlet and Violet era. So in some cases you'll see like some reprints of the older cards, but you'll also see like a lot of just cool parts celebrating the generation, which is really cool. That's just about the only special set I really look at and go, yeah, alright, fair enough. The rest of them, normally, I kind of go, bit much. But yeah, you're right, Shags, in the way that you say about maybe doing the sponsor stuff. And to be, like, to be straight up about it, I actually had plans to do more this year. So originally, at the start of the year, because, I mean, obviously, you know, I have to think about these things. But at the start of the year in 2024, I decided I wanted to try and hit 4 sponsors for the entire year. We only did 2. So I had plans actually to do another 2 more than we did, which never happened. Mainly just because there was that sudden switch up to the 1-month ones, which kind of changed things a little bit. And it was kind of difficult to get ones that I wanted. Because, I mean, the ones that I tended to do on stream were usually the mobile game ones, just because they're a lot more accessible and a lot easier to do. However, what ended up happening was I was basically just being inundated with PC-only ones, which made it more difficult. So I was actually planning on doing another 2 this year, which never got done. So from that side of things, I guess we lost out quite heavily on that. And I mean, maybe if we had been able to do those, we would have already effectively had next year's Pokemon streams funded already, but, you know, it's the way it is. I need to clear my throat. I keep, like, coughing up a storm. 1 second. Owning streams is something you want to do more regularly. Scheduling sponsors ahead might help. Yeah, this is true. There's a few things with the sponsors though that do create issues, right? And it's nothing about the sponsor itself. It's just the only things with them is I tend to spread them out and pick and choose a little more only for this reason. Pretty much because once they're gone, they're gone. So in that sense, it's like with, like, say, Ant Legion. That's a good example of one we've done. We can only do Ant Legion once because by the time we finished Ant Legion, the majority of people in stream will have downloaded it and can never complete it again for anyone else, right? So it's like, it's a kind of one and done deal when it comes to those. We can never repeat the same one. So we have to make sure that we kind of like do it at a good time and also get the best deal we can on them. Otherwise, we'll kind of end up doing one and we won't really kind of benefit a huge amount from it, right? And at the end of the day, when it comes to this stream specifically, I would say that probably a significant amount of the funding for stuff we've done on the stream comes from the sponsors. Because, like, you know, I'm not going to go into the specifics of it because, you know, we just don't really do that. But if it came to, like, the amount that we generate from doing one sponsor and you compare that to 1 month's revenue that we would make otherwise on the channel, it's probably at least 10 times higher. Pretty much, I would say if you probably 10x most of the channel's revenue for the month, we probably get that much in 1 week's worth of sponsor. Which is why it's such a big deal and we have to kind of like lock in when we do it. Right? Because it's just one of those things where it's a massive opportunity to kind of like boost those things. It just requires us to put a bit of work in the week to actually get it to happen, right? So they're kind of like golden opportunities, but I have to pick and choose them to make sure that they get done at the right time, you know? And then recently they just haven't offered me any really good ones. I get a lot of repeat ones, so I can't really do those, of course, because if repeat ones, we've already done them, it doesn't count, so... Yeah, it's a bit annoying, but... it is what it is, you know, at the end of the day. But, no matter what, my rule will always stay the same when it comes to sponsors, is that no matter what we do for sponsors is probably 75% or above of the revenue generated from sponsors goes directly back into stream, whether that be via straight away doing stuff for stream, like the Pokemon streams, or putting it in a fund that I use for future assets and things, right? So say like I finally want to do some overlays and custom animations and emotes and shit. All of that would already effectively be paid for via a sponsor money pot that I just leave collecting interest, you know? Yeah, exactly, Shags. It's also that, isn't it? I don't want to... I'm not just blatantly going for it and going, oh, let's just do this one because, you know, it's the best one. A lot of them I'll look at and I'll go, is this one actually going to be interesting? You know? Is the theme of it kind of interesting, or is the gameplay of it kind of interesting? Because that's part of it as well. You want to find one that's good. It's like decent and fits well with whatever. You're right, yeah. Fun for when you decide to hire a VTuber artist that advertised in chat. Exactly, Shags. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. When I decide to It's the fun for when I finally decide to hit up the offer from bigfollows.com. I mean, what? I like that, Shags. That's a good little meme. But yeah, it's yeah, I mean that's you know, pretty much what it is. It's a fund that I have. It's like a completely separate account that I have that I just use purely for the purpose of accruing stuff for the benefit of stream in the future. It's been there for, it's pretty much, I haven't taken anything out of it. Well, no, I have actually, technically, but the only thing that's come out of it in the last year was for last year's Christmas Pokemon stream, where we pretty much did, the reason I say, like, it's kind of like debatable whether we took anything out is pretty much by, we nothing, it didn't actually get paid into that, because the money that we got to do that one pretty much was, it came straight into my account. I just bought the Pokemon stuff straight away, so it never went into the, like, special stream account. So yeah, it kind of, like, just bypassed that part of it. But yeah, other than that, I haven't taken anything out of there for a very long time. So, well, pretty much since I opened the account. It just sits there and accrues interest. Yeah, that's the other part of it, Shags, as well, is it's like a kind of emergency thing. And I mean, you know, just say down the line things changed and I decided I wanted to do, I don't know, something that cost, you know, for stream that ended up costing something. Or, as you say, I wanted to or needed to upgrade PC parts and things. It's stuff like that, where it's kind of like the general fund for stuff we need for stream. So yeah, it's kind of like a little stream-specific fund that I've had. And, yeah. Every time we do a sponsor, the first thing I do is take the vast majority of any funds created via it and dump them straight into that account. So, yeah, straight away it's the first thing I do before anything else. And then I'll split the rest of it if I need it for, like, other stuff. Some of it obviously goes back into things like living. And then the rest of it will just be for whatever, you know. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's a fine balance sometimes with those to make them go through and work properly and get the maximum benefit out of them that we can, you know. Because as you know, Shags, we always try and max out when we can on the odd sponsor stuff, just because it's like we pick and choose when we want to do it and go in for a crazy, a big haul when we try and do it, because we don't do them all that often. We do maybe 2 a year, maybe 3 a year, and yeah. But in terms of, like, for the long run, yeah, the plan was for this year to do 4. I only managed to do 2. The 2 that we did were actually very successful, but I would, you know, if we'd have done 4, it would have obviously changed things fairly decently. Noxious account in the Bahamas. Yeah. The Swiss bank account we have. That one, yeah. But it also makes up for other things, right, as well. So, like, say, you know, I was talking about this the other day where I said about, like, 2025, if I was able to do it, what I would like to do at some point is take, like, a week or 2 away from stream in the summer and actually just, like, get away from everything for a few weeks, you know? Just, like, take a trip somewhere and just go and disappear for 2 weeks. And just kind of, like, fully go and, you know, step away from everything internet for a couple of weeks, just so I could kind of do that. Because I haven't actually done that for a very long time. Don't know when the last time I was truly, fully away from everything was. For more than maybe a day. And so I was like, well, part of it is looking at that, right? I think about, say, 2025. I go, well, realistically, if I'm going to be gone for 2 weeks, I lose half a month, right? Which is a decent amount of time to be gone for. So it's like, it helps with things like that as well, where obviously it isn't as much of a hit, because if I'm gone for a couple of weeks, that's a fairly big loss of time and streaming stuff, right? So it helps to like mitigate the impact of being gone for a period of time as well, doing a sponsor and things like that, because then we're, you know, not sitting here running out of cash constantly. By no means am I, when I say this as well, by no means when I do one of these sponsors am I making like huge bucks, right? I'm very much not rich at all, you know? When it comes to me as a person, I pretty much make like probably less than I need to actually survive, but I make it work, right? So like it's not one of those situations where when I say this I'm like, oh yes, we make 10 grand from... No, we don't get anywhere near that. But yeah, it's just like one of those things where it helps to at least mitigate some of the drop from not being around for a few weeks and things like that. So it helps to kind of lighten the blow of stuff like that. Because realistically, if I decided to not stream for a few weeks, the lost stuff would probably be pretty bad. So. Yeah, exactly, Shags. Yeah, take a trip, visit Oreo. I've talked about that in the past, to be fair. I've talked about it. You never know. You never know. Has been a previous thing that has come up. Nice. This fucking soft boil's coming out now, really annoying, because it's grinding everything to a slow pace. Very annoying. I'm a paid vacation means you got saved for the end. Yeah, exactly, you know. And it's one of those things as well where I also look at it from this perspective, right? Which is when we do special streams or like the Pokemon stream or things like that, I would rather that the way it be is that we do things like that using something from a sponsor because we're using some random company's money rather than someone effectively like pay for it out of pocket via one way or another, right? Because like if you look at it with say this Christmas one, if you had the option, would I rather have, if it was possible, obviously it wasn't in the circumstances, but would I rather have run a sponsor and made it so that Onyx didn't have to you know, go on Throne at all? Yes. Like, I would rather do that, because it's just a better situation having it in like that, you know? It's not having it be you guys doing things rather than having the whoever funding things, you know? It just works out better. It's just a better idea. It's one of those things, I suppose. It's just not always going to work out that way when we need it to, so it is what it is. I try and make it work as best as I can. When it comes to that, I'm very strategic about my deployment of stream funding. You know? I can relate, but on the other hand, people do that gladly. They do, that is true. They do. Which is fair enough, and I'm incredibly grateful for all the people that have helped out with things like this stream this year, because, as I say, if realistically, if it wasn't for that, and, you know, circumstances were the same, I hadn't been able to do the sponsor, would we have been able to do Pokemon stream? No, I probably wouldn't have even considered the possibility of it. Because it would have just been too far. It would have been too far of a reach. But, you know, I'm incredibly lucky that there's some insane individuals around this stream who are able to, or willing to, you know, help out with things like that. And it's, you know, very lucky. But you're right, though, I suppose, Shags, you know, that people do it willingly as well. So, but yeah, in an ideal world, no one would ever have to get involved in anything like that. It would just be involved with, you know, whoever else doing it. Chinese mobile game company paying for it. That's the end game. Hey, Frigibax is evolving to... Oh, no. Arctobax is evolving to Baxcalibur. Let's go. That's pretty useful. Pretty tidy right there. Bit of Baxcalibur. Yeah, I don't know. 2025, though, I mean, I said yesterday we're not really planning anything for 2025 because we don't really know what's going to happen yet. But, will I try and hit the 4 sponsor target next year? Probably. Probably be a good thing. And, you know, I do have a... I've talked about it a few years. I've said about the stream fund, right, for future projects. I've been talking about that for a couple of years now since I first came up with it, or last year or whenever it was. And I do have one big end game plan with it that I want to do. Like, I have an idea. That was the reason it was originally created, is I have an end game that I want to create. And I don't know if 2025 is the year, but it could be the year when I'm finally able to actually pull the trigger on that. And it's not going to be something that I'm going to kind of like announce and kind of make a big deal of. It's probably going to be one of those things that's going to come out of nowhere and everyone will be like, whoa! Because I'm not going to, you know, I'm going to keep you guys on your toes. But there potentially could be something very cool in 2025 that happens. It just depends on whether things happen or not. And other things, you know. It's a little bit RNG, if you will, as to whether it happens. But if it does, it'll be incredibly cool. I like to think it's not that much like a donation, more of a Renaissance-type patron. Very eloquent way of saying it, I suppose, Shags. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. When I mean, to some degree as well, I suppose it's one of those things where it's sort of on behalf of stream as well, isn't it? You know, where it's like it's for the betterment of stream overall. So it's kind of like a another evolution? No, but it's kind of like a good cause as well, if you will, you know, because it's like for the betterment of stream for everybody in some cases. If you think about like the Pokemon stream, everybody loves the Pokemon streams. The Scarlet and Violet opening streams, don't they? Everybody loves the opening streams. So it's kind of like one of those ones where we almost everybody benefits because we all get to witness it now. So yeah, no, I see what you mean. I can understand what you're getting at with it. I suppose for me, it's just always been one of those weird things, though, where, you know, I've said before that I'm just not one of those people who is very good at accepting stuff when people do things for me. Or things that benefit me in any way. I just find it always really strange. And hard to kind of just, you know, get over and accept and whatnot. But, at the end of the day, what I do know is, end of the year, we're rolling the dice, Shags. And then, you know what's going to happen, Shags? If we don't get it on Black Friday, we miss the boxes, I'm just going to go to Discord and be like, well, Bruised and Shags were wrong. They told me to roll the dice. You can blame them. No, I wouldn't do that. If we miss it, I'll just pay through the nose for the extra prices on the boxes. It'll be fine. I'm sure I could get a deal somewhere. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do, Shake. I'll just come up with a brilliant idea. What I'll do is I'll go and hit up one of the places. You know, go and speak to one of the places selling the cards on Black Friday. And I'll be like, listen here. And they'll be like, all right. I'll go, all right, give me these boxes at a 25% discount. And I'll give you a personal invite to the stream. Give them the stream link, right? Hit them with the link and I'll be like, you can watch the box get open on stream. In there. We're in. Free content right there. Be like, you can post clips of anything we pull on your website. There you go. That's a brilliant idea, isn't it? We've cracked it. We've solved it right there. I just go and speak to them and just hit them up with that. I mean, they couldn't refuse that offer, surely. Surely not. Blame us. No, I wouldn't blame you guys. Not favourite to an individual, it's more like an incentive towards what. Yeah, I suppose, yeah. Get more than 25%, that's gold. Yeah, exactly. We'll haggle with them. I'll go and haggle with the card shop. Obviously, everyone would tell me to go and fuck myself, because, like, let's be honest, no one would accept a deal like that. But it'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it, just to do that? You imagine if you actually managed to pull that off. You went, can I buy these boxes at a discount? But instead I'll make videos for you. How about that? I'll make 5 YouTube shorts for your official channel. And you can use any of the pulls we get for material for your own means. Be a great idea. But yeah. So the verdict then, as we've had some time to settle on it, is I'm going to wait till Black Friday now. And if it turns out to be a bad move, it turns out to be a bad move. But we're waiting for Black Friday and we're going to roll the dice. I like that, though. You know, sometimes you need to deploy an element of risk things. Hey, Plumefee, how's it going? It's nice to see you. I saw the top secret thing that you did yesterday, or that you sent yesterday as well, by the way. We're not allowed to talk about it, of course, but the top secret thing that you showed off yesterday, I saw that. I was very impressed, I've got to say. I'm not going to mention it, but I was very glad to see what you'd been cooking up yesterday, or recently. You didn't do it all yesterday, of course. That would be crazy if you managed to do all that in one day. But how's it going, though? I hope you're doing well. I'm doing decently. We're having a good time today doing one of our last... Well, this is the end of a long one-year kind of series of Pokemon stuff we've been doing. So, kind of a bit of a weird day today. Bit of a sad day, but also kind of a cool day, you know? So we're doing alright. We're doing alright. The stealth Pokemon, Dragapult. Yeah. We pulled a Dragapult EX when we did Twilight Masquerade. Good card, that. Very good card. We'll also have to mess with its moveset, because it's going to be absolutely disastrous until we teach it some moves. So Dragapult's basically going to be crap until we mess with them. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, though, as well, Plumpy. Always nice to see you here. A pleasure to have you here in stream with us. And if you've never... seen Plumefi's stuff before, go on Twitter and have a look, because there's some great stuff. Not sure if comms are open at the minute, actually. They could still be. If they are, keep an eye out. I'm sure there'll be some Christmas Your Character Here's, just like, and this is a perfect segue that I just realized, the Nox Gingy PNG, which is going to be making its triumphant return at the start of December, which was made by Plumefee, of course. So, there you go. Perfect little segue there as well. If you want to get yourself your own Gingy this year, perhaps, or maybe another Your Character Here, I don't know. Keep an eye out, because Plumefee might be opening them up again soon. You never know. Nitty as well. Hello, my dude. Welcome in. And thank you so much for the 80 stream streak. Holy! 80 streams in a row. And damn. I really can't get over this. I know I say it like every time. I really can't get over the amount of stream streaks that some of you guys actually have. Like, I think it feels weirder to put it into put a number on it, you know? Because you'll be used to going like, oh, you know, I've seen Nitty at every stream for like 2 months or something. I don't know. Or I remember talking to Nitty every stream in the last 2 months. But it's really weird when you actually see it and someone goes, yeah, that's 90 streams in a row. And you're like... You what? 90 streams? Jesus. Without missing a single one. It's crazy, dude. Really is. Yeah, it's really like weird for me to think about like that, you know? How you doing though, Nitty? Thank you so much for the cheeky 80. How are you? I hope you're doing very well. Nice to see you as always. Well, I hope you're doing good after yesterday, of course. Hope you're feeling a little better, because I know you've been a little bit sick. Crazy, but honestly, huge milestone it is. Yeah, we started a year ago, over a year ago. It was September last year. We started with the idea of the original Monotype series. Monotype, to explain for everybody, is a series where you play through the game with only one type of Pokemon. So, for example, you look at Dragapult here, and we'll show his thing there. He's Dragon and Ghost, right? So it would be, say, you could only use Dragon types. So you only have one team full of Dragon types, so maybe you get... I don't know. Well, you get a decent amount of Pokemon, but like maybe you only get like 12 Pokemon you can use for the entire playthrough. And we did that, and we went through and did it for every type in the game, which there's 18. So 18 playthroughs using single type runs. They were all randomized, so the way we would do it, so there was no bias, is we would spin a wheel at the end of each time we finished one, and that would determine what the next type would be. So we did that for about, that was something like 11 months that took to finish all of them. Once we'd finished every single run, with the last one ever being Dragon, funnily enough, and first one ever being Flying, we then decided to do what we called the Hall of Fame. So when you complete a Pokemon game, if you don't know, usually when you defeat the final fights, you'll get like a special thing come up, and you'll get a badge for defeating the Elite Four, or a medal, the final 4 trainers in the region. And then your Pokemon will get put into the Hall of Fame for successfully winning the challenge, right? And completing the gyms and that. And I thought, well, why not in this game? There isn't that Hall of Fame mechanic. I was like, wouldn't it be an interesting idea if we just effectively made it up ourselves? And every Pokemon that made it to the end of the monotypes as a Hall of Fame contender, we brought back for one last victory lap via the form of another playthrough where they're all fused into a team together. Hence the Hall of Fame, as Shags has done there, ! Hoff. So it's basically all of the top 6 Pokemon from each of the monotypes came back for one last ride. And this is the last one. So as you know, there's 6 Pokemon in a team. So there were 6 runs. So this is Hall of Fame number 6 of 6. It's the final one, the final team. And after this, we have plans for one more Pokemon run ever before a bit of a hiatus from Pokemon on stream. So the end is looming. So we're going to make the most of today. Because it's going to be sad seeing it go, I think, after today. Dude, when we get to the credits today, it's gonna kick in. It's gonna be sad. Oh, can we kill with first impression? Yes, we can. Very nice. It's been a bit. It's been a fair old whack of time then. 2 years, 6 months. That's crazy, man. 2 years and 6 months. I remember as well, Nitty. You, I think the first. I'm not sure if it was when you followed or the first time you came. Yeah, no, I guess it would have been. Yeah, looking at the rough time, was on my birthday stream. I remember. I did my birthday stream, and we did all kinds of craziness. That was the first stream. You came in on the birthday. Because I remember that one year, I'd started my birthday stream and I was doing like a few things with people throughout the stream. And I think Elise added her whole server and put me in like the stream announcement section or something. I felt really awkward. I was like, oh shit. Everyone in the server getting added because I've started my birthday stream. I was like, oh Jesus. Yeah, and then you, and the rest was history after that, Nitty, after you came in, of course. We haven't been able to get rid of you since. Honestly, I've been trying really hard, but it just hasn't worked, you know? Nah, we would never want to get rid of you, Nitty. You are a legend and an MVP of the stream at this point. It'd be wrong if, you know, Nitty wasn't part of things anymore. It would feel wrong. Today's been a bit of a mess, to say the least, but ending it with a Nog stream. Couldn't ask for a better way to end the day. Aww. I can't agree, but aww. As long as it's not like yesterday's stream anyway, because fuck me, that was a disaster. God, War Thunder was brutal. I will say, though, for anyone who didn't make it to the end for various reasons of going off to bed or whatever, it did get slightly better at the end, I will say. Jags can attest to this. The end of the stream yesterday wasn't quite as much of a disaster as the rest of it, because for the last, like, maybe 4 games, other than one, which was just a bit... I was kind of, like, all over the place. We had one game that was terrible at the end, but most of the games towards the end, we went on a good little streak of 3 or 4 games that were actually really good. I think it was just one of those things where I just settled down a little bit. I settled down and calmed down a bit, and I wasn't super frustrated. So I was just able to play a bit more patient and a bit more, you know... what's the word? A bit more composed, and then started snapping kills out of nowhere and getting away with stuff again, you know? Like that time when I accidentally drove around the corner and then there was like 4 people staring at me. That was great. And I somehow survived. I just pulled around the corner, just slammed on the brakes, and I was like, oh shit! There's just 4 people looking right at me. And I just backed up very quickly. It was great. Yeah, it ended well, if nothing else. One last shot of glory, exactly. Exactly, Shags. I'm a little behind on chat, actually. Let me catch up real quick. Hang on. I have to work extra hard for that? Yeah, apparently, yeah. Even though you did get banned once. Oh, yeah, no, a few people have accidentally been banned once. Socially as well was the first one ever. That's the most famous one, of course, that I always talk about is Socially accidentally getting banned. Poor Socially, man. The first time he ever came into stream, he never showed up in chat for me when he spoke, so I effectively ignored him. This was years ago. And he still stuck around after that, and then he got accidentally banned once as well, and he's still here. Crazy, isn't it? He's an absolute trooper, is Socially. A legend. Hey, welcome in. Wow. Actually, here in stream, would you like me to call you Delta or Pocky? Because I know you've had 2 different names, of course, since I've known you. So, do you prefer Delta or Pocky now for your name? I need to ask for stream purposes. But welcome in, though. How's it going, my guy? Hope it's going good. After our chaotic little D&D intro yesterday that you were also part of course, my my party mate, Delta/Pocky, had to contend with the antics of Nigel Mead Drinker as part of the party. It was an interesting time. We both nearly died. Me to being killed by a bandit, Pocky to a potion. It was interesting, let me tell you that much. Fucking carnage. It was funny, though. Yeah, it was carnage. War Thunder is always a disaster till the least amount of people are looking. Honestly, though. Yesterday was just one of those days where I couldn't peek anything without there being 15,000 people staring at me. And, like, every hit that got me killed a gunner or killed a driver or did whatever, and it was just unlucky. Then eventually it all just kind of came out of nowhere and we were fine. It was great. But yeah, it did get better at the end. It was just a little bit rough for a while there, though, I will say. Round in which you just survived against all odds. Oh, yeah, you mean on Poland, Shags, when I tried to cross the lake right at the start. And someone set fire to me in the first, like, 10 seconds. And I was just tracked. I think that's the one you're on about. That one, the fact we survived that one and actually got away, and then I think, didn't I kill it? Was that the one where I didn't do anything for the whole time? I just spent the whole time repairing, and then I killed, like, 3 people at the end or something. Or I got some assists at the end and killed a person. It was awful until, like, the last 2 minutes of that game, and then all of a sudden it just came alive. It was great. Yeah, we never should have survived that round. We should have absolutely got destroyed, but the fact we even lived there was just ridiculous. Glitch of the warning systems, yeah. I didn't think the system was okay and totally not broken. Yeah, I don't understand that at all. I guess Twitch QC never bothered checking that properly, so I don't know. Delta to avoid confusion, apart from counter, so not very great memories. Oh, okay, that's fair. Alright, I'll go with Delta. It's easy for me to remember as well, because it's your current in-Twitch name. Also, just a heads up for everybody, the hourly break is coming up in about a minute 30, minute 40, so just a heads up for everyone, alright? In about a minute and a half's time, I'll be stepping away from keyboard for a minute to go grab a drink and things. So, just over a minute. So, as always, we'll pause up. I'm not going to be here, obviously, for that time. So, we'll pause up. The game won't be playing in the background. No one misses anything, all right? Starting off the campaign was wild. It was something. Yeah, the mosquito. We both lost 2 HP each to a mosquito. Where it was basically like one of those things where we were walking down the street and it was like, oh, you get hit by something in the back and then you take like some damage. And I think between us we did like 4 perception checks to try and look around and see what it was. Of which it turned out to be a mosquito that was on one of our backs. Which, interestingly, I asked about this afterwards because I was talking to Oreo yesterday, who was DMing it for us. I asked her yesterday and I said, out of interest, what was the role we needed to find the mosquito? And it would have literally been impossible. Neither of us could have gotten it. Because the roll we needed to get the mosquito was 24. And I was the one with the higher perception. With the higher perception bonus at +3. So the max I could have got was 23. If I max rolled, I still couldn't have got it. Well, I think when I think she said though that if one of us had rolled a 20, she would have actually given it to us. But I was like, that's fucking outrageous. That is. Would have been impossible for us to find the pissing mosquito. Yeah, we failed all 4 of them. But I feel better about it knowing that it was basically impossible though. At least, you know. That break's right about to start as well. Don't have a bonus to my perception? Exactly. You have none and I had +3 and we both would have failed. It was impossible for us to get it. Alright, it looks like the break's just started, so I'm going to switch screens. I'm going to pause up, okay? We'll be back in just a minute, as you know. And, okay, we'll carry on where we left off in just a minute, okay? BRB, everybody, back in just a sec. Okay, I'm back. Welcome back, everybody. Let's go grab a little drink. Now we can keep going. Let's keep going. Thank you for the welcome back, Nate. Yeah, man, those rolls were awful on those dice. It was terrible. Perception attribute, smooth brain. Not wrong though, Shags. We were having a torrid time with that one. My charisma and strength that I specialize in, not looking at things. Mine's supposed to be decent, my perception stuff, but it didn't matter because I still didn't get any of it. My dice rolls were terrible, just in general. They were awful. Other than that one time where I got an actual 20 and then I got a 1 straight after. Item description: no ridges or lumps, no valley or bumps. All ideas slide right off, like a water slide. Smooth brain. Yep. Indeed. The smoothness. Down with the smoothness. Really weird to think, though, that this is the final Blissey grind for Hall of Fame we're ever doing. The Blissey grind in the next playthroughs, the Tauros one, it's going to be so easy. Because it's 4... We literally only have 4 mons to level. It's going to be so, like, quick compared to this. But at the same time, I'm also terrified of the next challenge run. Because I actually think... I'm not just saying this. I genuinely think that the Tauros only challenge run, I might be wrong, is going to be as difficult as Mono Rock was. Because of the amount of limited Pokemon we get. We have 4 in total. Now, Tauros is pretty decent, but none of them are incredible, you know? So I don't know what we're going to do about that. There's also an interesting thing about, like, rules, whether we want to have any different rule sets. Like, for example, if we allow ourselves to use Terra or anything. Because I suppose there's always an argument to be made that in the case of only having 4 mons as a disadvantage, we also allow ourselves to be able to Terra just to the same type to be able to boost or something. Just to increase our power. Because 4 Pokemon trying to beat the entire game is going to be fairly interesting. Mono Tauros. Yeah, Mono Tauros. Or as Bevan described it the other day, which I think might be the name we call it, the Bullshit Run. Mono Bullshit. Mono Tauros, though. I like that. It's a good name, isn't it? I think it's actually going to be a really interesting one. Because if you look at it, people will sometimes say that a really common core for teams is fire, water, grass. We're going to have fire and water. We're not going to have any grass. We're going to have fire and water. And then we're going to have a fighting type and a normal type. So, like... I don't want to bag on normal Tauros, but normal Tauros is definitely the weakest out of those 4 that we have access to. Because it's normal type. That's pretty much the only reason why. It's a normal type, so it's just not that great in the situation, in the circumstances, right? Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I don't know. It's just going to be... It's going to be hard. It really is going to be hard, that run. I might be very wrong. I don't know. It could be easy. I mean, at least you look at it and you go, well, the first part of it, the first 2 gyms, both easily beaten by fire. So Fire Tauros is going to be big there. And because you can breed them, we can get baby Fire Tauros. So we'll have... All of them will start at level 1. That's what we'll do. We'll give all of our Pokemon level 1 and we'll breed them all and get them as hatched babies, right? They'll all be level 1 babies. But it's like, oh, I don't know. It's just... Are we going to have the power to do stuff? I don't know. We've got to beat Iono, who's going to be a bit annoying. We've got to beat, you know, Eri at the end of the game. We've got to beat Larry. I actually think the hardest fight of the entire game is going to be Larry. Larry in the Elite Four, I think, will be the hardest fight in the game. Yeah, the only reason I say that, and actually there's 2. Larry and Rhyme are going to be particularly difficult. Because if you look at the 2 of them, Larry and Rhyme, Rhyme is Ghost, so we'll have literally nothing super effective to use, you know, with stab or anything like that, like an actual just regular typing we can use against anything she has, really. And it'll be bad. Fighting Ghost. But then Larry, with his Elite Four flying type team, it's just going to be torturous. We got to beat a team of what, 6 flying types, 5 flying types, with 3 fighting types and a normal type. it's not exactly like, you know, sort of set in stone, is it? We're not looking at it going, you know what? Yeah, that team, it'll be great. It's gonna be rough. It really is. And I don't know what to expect, and I don't think it's gonna be super easy. Yeah, and overgrazing. Yeah, that's why there's no grass Tauros. But I'm quite excited about it because I think it will be very interesting as a run. But I'm also kind of a little apprehensive because I know how annoying some of these limited Pokemon challenges are. And it does just kind of make me think, what am I getting myself into with this Tauros run? And is it... We've talked about it for so long as going, that would be really cool. Is it actually going to turn out to be a good one? Or is it going to be a run that I regret doing and think, Jesus, man, what have I done? Trying to do this, you know? Is it going to be one that we regret in the long run? I don't know. It's going to be interesting, though. If nothing else. It's going to be an interesting experiment to see if Tauros is powerful enough to win the entire region and game on its own. Do I think it will be? I don't know, is the answer. I really don't know. Potentially. At least we have good matchups against a few things. We'll be getting this Ice and Dark. That'll be good. Not much else really great to bring up about it, but Ice and Dark, that'll be solid. Let's grab the rest of our team out as well. So we're going to go and start on things now because we're in a position to do that. So we're definitely bringing low kicks because it's just insanely good. We're going to be fighting Tatsugiri Dondozo. So we've got you to bring, I think realistically... Bisharp is good here. Rotom is good here. Lucario is good here, just purely from the fact that it can block dragons quite well. And Grimmsnarl is also fairly decent, so I think we'll bring them as our group. Dragapult as well. I am going to change its moves up real quickly, because it needs it. What have we got here? U-turn, yes. Definitely U-turn. Here's Clear Body, which actually is quite nice because Clear Body just stops us from getting bullied by stat droppers. So actually it is good. We have a plus speed nature, so we have nearly 200 speed. So it's definitely interesting. The real question will come down to later on when we do it. Does Dragapult have the power to beat Fluttermane in the final fight? Because I think if Dragapult is faster than Fluttermane and has the power to beat it, Dragapult could well be a sweeper for the final fight against the Professor. I could see Dragapult sweeping with Dragon Dance. But it's all going to come down to whether it can one-shot it with Phantom Force. If it can't, we're in trouble. But if it can with a Dragon Dance and we can set up on Slitherwing, we're in. And Dragapult will just wreak havoc on everything. So, in this episode of Mythbusters, yeah. Can Tauros beat the entire game on its own? That's the myth we're trying to bust. Not that anyone knows if you actually can or not, because I don't think anyone has actually tried it before. As far as I know, I don't think I've ever known of anyone specifically trying to beat the game with only Tauros, but we're going to be the first, maybe, to do it. Or one of them. Okay. I am a little sad about one thing. Now, it is one thing you can't really complain about, but I will say, I am a little sad we haven't found a shiny in the final final run. It would have been a nice way to cap off. I mean, there's still time, but it would have been a nice way to cap off the run, wouldn't it? The series, if we'd have found a shiny on the final final run. Would have been nice. Especially in some we found like triple shinies, so. But it is what it is. Not that big. It's going to drag us anyway, so we may as well just drop in the lake. There we go. Pokemon's so different than I remember. I didn't even know Tauros had different types. So they are, they're new, or I say new. I guess the game came out in 2022 now, so they're not new anymore. They're in the newest game, the new Tauros types. So they started doing a mechanic called regional variants, where they would basically take Pokemon that pre-existed and give them kind of like new versions for different games. So for the example of Tauros, being that normal Tauros, right, is, you know, just sort of, he's, well, you know what normal Tauros looks like. He just looks like a sort of brown bull. Versus then the Tauros in this game is black. And in this case, this one in particular is a fire-type version, hence the red flecks in the mane. So you can get a fire and a water version of Tauros in this game as well, which is the regional variant for this region, which is Paldea. With the logical reason for why it's a variant in this game being that this region is based on Spain, and obviously Spain is kind of famous for having the bull running and stuff like that, so it kind of fits. So they decided to give Tauros a special form. There's one in this game as well. Oh, it's gonna... Okay, no, we're good. For Wooper. Makes him a brown Wooper instead, so people lovingly refer to him as Pooper. So he evolves then into this little guy. Where is he? Clodsire. So this is basically like the alt version of Quagsire. I don't think we have any others on our team, do we? Any alt version? Special version Pokemon? No, we don't. What shiny would you want? That's a good question. What would I randomly want if I could get any shiny in the game right now? I would say, maybe, there's Sushi Boy, Tatsugiri. I would say that it would be cool to get a... Someone we've used in the runs. Clorf, who is a Pokemon in this game, maybe who's a crab. That would be an interesting one to get. Get the crab. Have I gone too far? Which island am I? Oh, no, I think it's this one. Clorf would be interesting. There's a lot of Pokemon we've used during these challenge runs we've been doing that I think would be really cool. Scizor would be kind of cool. Flamigo, who you've got right there, would be cool, because we have a legendary one we've used. Not literally a legendary, but his reputation, I mean. During some of these challenge runs we've done called Jerry. Jerry the Flamigo, who's been a legend, really, for us in the playthroughs he's been in, so... Jerry would be one that would be up there. Yeah, there's a lot of... Pokemon I think would be cool to get as shinies. Just so we constantly have a reminder of what they did in these last year's worth of Pokemon runs. Last game I played was Sun and Moon, which are the Alolan variants, but my main game was Black and White. Oh yeah, so okay, so you've seen the regionals before, yeah. So the Alola was the original, and then they've kind of built on it a little bit and done more in the other games. So they did them in Sword and Shield, and then they've done them as well in Scarlet and Violet here, so... Yeah, they have done that. I guess they did it in Legends Arceus as well, the spin-off. They also did variants, being the starters. And a couple of other Pokemon, but... Yeah, so it's become a kind of a more consistent thing where they've started doing the regional variants now. I think it's a cool mechanic. It's a new way of kind of bringing old stuff back into the meta a little bit as well, and giving some of them an interesting, you know, alternate form. I don't... dislike it. I'm sure there's someone out there who hates it as an idea, but I think most people generally quite like the idea of having the regional forms. Black and White, though, is a great game, I will say. And Black and White 2. When I first started, I was a Diamond and Pearl kid. That was my era of playing the game. So Diamond and Pearl was always my my top choice. Black and White was the... I want to say actually was probably the third game I ever played. I played Ruby and Sapphire as well. This was years ago now. I remember when Diamond and Pearl had been out for a while, and I remember I'd played them quite a lot. This was when I was at school, when I was young. And there was someone I knew who couldn't... I think they never picked up the TM for Flash, so they tried to go through Mount Coronet in Gen 4. blind because they had no they had to do it with like the full dark screen where you can only see like the one square that you stood on. You can't see anything else. And I ended up going and like I went over, there was one day I went over to their house for something, and they ended up asking me if I would like do it for them because I knew what I was doing and I knew where Flash was. So I went and did it for them. I got Flash, sent them up Mount Coronet, and then left them off there. And then as a result of it, they literally just gave me the cartridge for Pokemon Ruby that they had lying around. And that's how I ended up getting it. And then I played it loads and loads of times since. I go back every now and then and I'll play it again on an old DS that I have with one screen that doesn't work. So it kind of works perfectly because it's the bottom screen doesn't work. So it's just completely black. So I can still use the top screen like I would on a normal Game Boy Advance game. It's great. Yeah, those were the days. Pokemon Ruby. For Black and White, though, I have played a couple of times of Black and White. I have enjoyed my playthroughs of them over the years. I do still have a copy of Black... I can't remember which one it is. Black 2 or White 2. One of the two. I still have one of them somewhere. Because I know they became quite valuable after a while, didn't they? The Black 2, White 2. So weird to me seeing Pokemon from a third-person perspective and seeing the Pokemon just chilling around. Yeah, the open world stuff is very new. It's beneficial and also has its drawbacks, I would say. From a perspective, it's kind of nice to be able to hunt specifically what you want, and you can find them easier, and shinies are effectively easier to hunt and stuff like that. So it's like... I don't think it's a bad thing. But there are certainly parts about the open world that make it not as easy to do certain things. Like if you're doing a Nuzlocke challenge and stuff, quite difficult because you can't necessarily randomize just super easily what you're going to catch. You basically have to use like a complete randomizer online to find out what Pokemon spawn in a certain area and then roll the dice between that. And then you've got to find them, and some of them have set spawns, and some of them are random spawns. It's a bit annoying. But you do have, like, the other side of it again, where I say you get shinies that spawn in the overworld and things like that, so you can just see a shiny when it spawns. And because you maybe get clusters of, like, 5 Pokemon that spawn instead, your chances of actually finding a shiny effectively are slightly higher. Because you're not encountering 1 Pokemon at a time anymore, you're encountering 5. So it's all kind of, like... benefits and also things that aren't as good about it. I like the open world stuff. I'm sure the next game will probably have another open world as well, probably in the same way. I just hope that they do a slightly better job of that one than they did of this one. Not that this one's bad, it's just it could have done with a lot more work, I think. So, we'll see. But there's a lot of potential upside that they could have from making... the next gen also open world, and also just doing a better job on it. Guaranteed crit on Flower Trick. Ooh, big damage. I didn't think it was going to do that much. Damn. Went back and played the originals on an emulator. My DS is broken, so I couldn't just buy them. Yeah, it is a pain. That and the OG games as well. Any of them now, from the Game Boy early like versions up to the Game Boy Advance stuff. They're actually quite hard to come by as well. And they're quite expensive now, a lot of them. And then even you go, okay, well, I'll play one of the remakes. I'll get, like, Heart Gold, Soul Silver. That ain't gonna happen either, because those are really expensive, too. It's like, you're kind of just screwed. And the fakes market is huge when it comes to Pokemon cartridges. A lot of fakes out there. Black and White was my first, and Omega Ruby, the actual DS games, though. I never played the remakes of Generation 3, actually. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. I never played those. I skipped on them. I think it's because I didn't have a 3DS at the time, maybe. And so I kind of just, like, went... That was during the period of time where I kind of stopped playing Pokemon a bit as well. I want to say. Yeah, no, I think it was. Because I never played Sun and Moon. That's the only generation I've never touched any of the games for. So I didn't play any Sun and Moon at all. And then the remakes of Gen 3 came out, and I never played them either. So afterwards, I went back and I played X and Y. I just never did Alpha Sapphire and those ones. Which nowadays, it would have actually been better if I did, because I could have got frickin' Deoxys. Because we tried to do a living dex, 100% living dex for the remakes of Diamond and Pearl. And Deoxys was one of the few Pokemon that are basically impossible to get at this point without using another game. Because you can only really get it from like Pokemon Go or from Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire. It's like the only two places you can actually get a Deoxys from pretty much these days. The other impossible Pokemon was Celebi, I think. Those were the two that were like nigh on impossible for us to get. Definitely a cool concept. It reminds me of when I watch Pixelmon on YouTube. Yeah, it you know, it has its benefits and it has its drawbacks. I mean, the one problem you have with the open world in this game is graphically it's not that impressive. I mean, as you can just see there, a lot of stuff in the background is quite low res, right? It doesn't look that crazy good. But also, the other problem is performance is quite poor. I'm not sure if that's down to, like, the Switch itself, and the game's just kind of, like, too big for the Switch to run, and it causes performance problems. I don't know. Because I'm not sure what Breath of the Wild's like in that regard. Because if Breath of the Wild is fine, then I guess it would make sense for it to be fine on this game as well. But yeah, there's significant performance issues. A lot of lag. A lot of stuttering. If the weather starts up in this game and it starts raining, the lag is outrageous. The lake that we were just on here is really notorious for being laggy as well. There's an area on the map called Tag Tree Thicket that, because of how many trees there are, the game lags, especially if it's raining. So people call it Lag Tree Thicket instead. It's got like the nickname Lag Tree Thicket instead of Tag Tree. So yeah, there's a lot of bad performance issues with the game. And keep in mind, this game came out in November of 2022. Probably, I don't know when exactly it released, but it might be almost 2 years to the day, something like that. Yeah, a lot of the performance problems have just gone unfixed. They didn't bother ever patching them or fixing them, or trying to change anything about them. They just kind of left it. But of course, it did prompt a larger refocus from the Pokemon Company to say, okay, we've heard what you've said about how bad the performance and things are. We're not going to pump out this next game that we come up with in the same way we have the previous couple. We're actually going to take our time. We're going to take a couple of years on it. We're going to make sure it comes out in a lot better state than Scarlet and Violet did. And yeah, it seems like for now they've given no information out about Generation 10 yet, which is nice. And it's been 2 years since the release of this one, which is good. A lot of people are complaining because there's no information, but I think that's a good thing. Because it means they're actually fulfilling what they said. Pokemon Company aren't just, you know, spewing out another game after 2 years. They're actually taking their time, which is good. But yeah, who knows? Gen 10 might be a lot better version of what Scarlet and Violet might have walked, so Gen 10 could run, you know? Might be one of those situations. Scarlet and Violet struggled, so Generation 10 could be even better. Yeah, Zekrom and Reshiram are really cool. I do like Reshiram and Zekrom. They're both pretty interesting mons. Funnily enough, I actually saw this the other day because I saw it as a thumbnail artwork for someone. But I think the new TCG set, Surging Sparks, actually has a Kyurem, the like white Kyurem EX in. So like the fused forms of Zekrom and Reshiram with Kyurem. I think they're like EXs in the new set because I saw a full art like Kyurem. I can't remember if it's Kyurem White or Kyurem Black, but whichever one. But there was like a full art of one of them, which I thought was kind of cool. But you never know. In Surging Sparks, there might well be a couple of them. There might be some of the fused forms in the new TCG set. That'd be kind of cool. I don't think it's anything more than a full art. I don't think there's any special illustrations of them or anything, but I think there's a full art of them. Love the Mega Ruby. Getting a Groudon in 3D model was so cool. The 3D models are really nice. I know people bashed them a little bit for a while where they said they didn't look that good, but I just kind of like the idea of them being 3D. One of the things they did in this game that I will give them props for, which I thought was a nice touch, is they kind of textured the surfaces better. I'll see if I can show it on any of the mons we have. Well, you can kind of see it a little on Mabostiff there, can't you? Well, like you see Mabostiff next to Arven, they've almost like textured the 3D model to make it look like fur. You see it a lot on the dragon types where they've almost kind of like textured the like skins on them to make them look a little bit scaly. It's quite a nice touch. It's like one of the few model updates they've actually done for the 3D models for a while. Do we have anyone who actually shows this off very well? Like Bishop or anyone on that? Yeah, like you see sort of Lucario's like legs down there. They look kind of like vaguely fluffy. Vaguely kind of furry. You can see that it looks kind of like fur as opposed to... same with Grimmsnarl. It almost looks sort of hairy. Kind of works. Thank you for the lurk as well. I appreciate it. Yeah, the weather's a bit of a disaster in this game, admittedly. Pokemon deserves to have their games be as beautiful and stunning as people demand from the AAA icon. Yeah, exactly. I mean... Pokemon's a AAA, effectively, and, you know, I mean, they put a lot of money into them. It's a big company. They've let people down recently a little bit with some of the games stuff they've done with, you know, releasing things unfinished and that. And I hope that they come out with a really... I hope Generation 10 is a great game. I don't know if it's ever going to be one of the ones... It's hard to say whether they'll ever make a game that will be better than some of the best of the best, because... You know, people have nostalgia for other games as well. So it's always kind of, like, difficult to, you know... it's always difficult to look at and view it like that, because it's, you know, it's nostalgia versus performance and new games and stuff. But do I think they have the potential, if they spend a bit of time, to actually make something that people could think is the best Pokemon game they've ever made? Potentially, yes. They have to deliver, though. If they take all the parts that were good about Scarlet and Violet, improve on them, and nail everything, there's no reason that Generation 10 couldn't be the best game they've ever made. It surely has got a bigger scope than any game they've ever made before, and if they spend the appropriate time and attention to it, there's no reason it couldn't be incredible. We'll see. Do I think they will do that? I don't know. On recent performance, it's hard to say whether Pokemon will nail everything about it. I do not know. I would like to hope they would, though. We'll see. Also, supposedly the Switch 2 is coming out sometime next year when Gen 10 is coming out. Yeah, the next game is not going to come out... It'll come out on Switch as well, or it'll be playable on Switch, but it's not going to come out before the next console. I very much doubt. The Switch 2 has been rumored for a while. There's a lot of stuff. Supposedly there was like an internal leak of it, of all of its parts that it was going to have. So I would be surprised... I don't think Pokemon Generation 10 will come out next year. I think it'll be 2026, personally. Don't have the funds to get Pokemon cards again. You won't be able to get the new ones anyway, actually, because Surging Sparks is, like, really hard to get. It only came out 6 days ago. Came out on the 8th of November, and it is sold out everywhere. It's boomed in popularity, and it's become really expensive and really hard to get. Either the Hydrate, Nitty, and the Spinal. I was just drinking the rest of my belter of a coffee there. Welcome in, Cinderfay, as well. Do you have a lot of it on steel types? Yeah, the steel Pokemon do look a little more metallic than they used to. Do we have... I mean, we only have the one, don't we, here? Would be Sharp. Oh, Bronzong. Well, Bronzong probably won't, because he's not quite the same. But let's have a look at Bronzong. I suppose he's got a little bit of shine to him. You got Garganical. He doesn't really look that stone-like, does he? Probably a good one will be... Skuntank might work well. Yeah, you can really see it on Skuntank, can't you? The sort of like hair texture. Honchkrow with its like mane around its neck is another one. So the texturing on the models that they did is actually really cool. I quite like it, I gotta say. Shiny Rellor is a nice example too with the gold ball. I actually have a shiny Rellor on my main, funnily enough. That was the first shiny I ever found. Grimmsnarl is kind of interesting as a Pokemon as well. Came out in Gen 7. It's actually quite good. It's a fairy dark type, so it's a bit of a weird typing, but good nostalgia factor. Nothing is going to beat my Pokemon White, so I get what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. It's like, you have like the nostalgia games that people have like previous appreciation for, so it's always difficult to beat something that people kind of like previously like, you know, isn't it? It'd be like if someone came out tomorrow with a new drink that was kind of like Coke, right? Or like, you know, just for the purposes of it, if you're all Coke people, right? Let's say, because some of you, I'm sure, will go, I prefer Pepsi. But just for the purposes of this, imagine you're all people who love Coke, right? And then someone comes out tomorrow with a new version of Coke, like a new concept for Coke that's basically better than Coke. And you all go, oh, I quite like it. But at the same time, you're also going to have that thing of going, but it's not Coke though, is it? Because you like Coke that much. Regardless of how good the other thing is, there's always that element of, it's not quite though. Not quite, you know, the one. Actually, you know what? Let's not bring low kicks. I'm gonna bring Pelipper. Yeah, Pelipper. I think Pelipper is a good choice here. And I'm going to bring it with Wise Glasses. Yes. Yeah, we're going to go fight Eri. I already know what we're doing. I've already got a strat set up. We're using Pelipper. And we're going to dominate the entire team. So let's head over there now, shall we? I guess we'll go to the Glisado gym and then we'll head across. Right. 8 leaks, they're messy. I don't mind. It depends what the leaks are. Leaking things in general is okay. Oh, we actually won there. It's kind of like... I mean, it depends. Leaking stuff's a bit of a grey area. So it depends what it is. Sometimes if it's minor things that aren't really that interesting, then leaking it is okay. But like leaking entire games is a bit much. But sort of like small things I don't necessarily mind. And actually some of it can be quite good. So it's pretty much been revealed now at this point. So I can talk about it without it being considered a leak anymore. But if you look at R6 with Blackbeard, they've just done a big rework of one of the characters in game. And they've effectively turned him into like the nightmare of everybody now. Because they've taken a concept of shield. People with riot shields that everybody hates. And they've gone, you know what? Let's make Blackbeard a new thing. What should we do? Let's give him a shield. Because Ubisoft are absolute geniuses, and they've gone, yeah, what does everybody hate and we're nerfing next season? Shields. Let's give Blackbeard a shield. That sounds like a great idea. So it's like, in that case, it's good that they leaked that early, because now people know that Blackbeard's basically going to be ridiculously stupid next season, and he's basically already going to be either nerfed, probably, or people are going to immediately just know what's coming and target it as a ban, and get rid of him from being able to be played. The things like that, I don't mind. But say, like, someone came out and leaked the entire of Generation 10's Pokemon game. Yeah, I'd be a little, like... I would just avoid it. You can't stop people doing it, because every time these days, people just want to do it. They want to, you know, get the leaks of games. But I would just completely avoid it. The same way that I did with the starters for this generation. I just dodged them all when they got leaked. Don't like leaks. They taste odd. Don't play too many Nintendo games, so I didn't see use in getting one. But I would be able to... if I would be able to all the Pokemon games on one, I'd save up for it. Yeah, we were talking about this in stream the other day. Pokemon is really reluctant to do something, and it annoys me that they do it. They're very reluctant to put the old games on the Switch store. I don't really know why, because it kind of just encourages people to use emulators. So I don't understand why someone at Nintendo hasn't gone, let's just re-release the old versions of the Game Boy Advance and the Nintendo, you know, the older games on Switch. But I'm sure they have a reason for why they haven't. It's probably not a very good one, but I'm sure they have a reason. It's just a stupid thing. If they did that, I think the sales of the Switch would probably might even go up, especially in time for like Christmas. But also, a lot of people would spend a lot of money on buying the old versions of games, even if they were like, I don't know, $5 each for all the GBA versions and all that. People would pay quite a lot buying a lot of those old DS and GBA games, I think. That's kind of sad they haven't ported them over. But like the Bronzong and edge highlights on the edge of the plates. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? A lot of that stuff is really good. There's a lot of problems with Scarlet and Violet, but there also are a few things they did very well. And I think in some cases, people don't necessarily praise them enough for the things they actually did do well in this game. Because all people really want to do is just go, oh, terrible, you know, terrible performance, terrible game. And it's just one of those things. It's like with all games. People can't... It's one of two things. So me saying that and just going, yeah, and you saying you think they did a good job with the Edge highlights. Immediately, if I said that on Twitter, I'd be called a shill for Nintendo. Just funny, really, isn't it? You can't say anything positive about any games without being considered a shill, even though I rightly criticize many of the big things that they do blaringly wrong in this game. But at the same time, do I think Scarlet and Violet's as much of a train wreck as people make it out to be? No, not by a long way. Is it a fun game? Yes. That's all you need to know. It's a pretty fun game. It has its flaws in the performance department and some of the other things. Some of the mechanical stuff is a little weird, but, you know, I don't have a problem with it really very much. But some people really, like, get torn up about it. I think it's, like, the worst game that anyone's ever made. Pokemon White ROM, AOL. Grimstar come out in Gen 8. Yeah, it's Sword and Shield, yeah. Behold the next... I'm really far behind in chat as well. Actually, I'm not that far behind. Never mind. The next big thing, her best thing to Coke. I'm John Nitty. I'm not going there. I'm not going there. Coke without the E. Lawyers have advised me not to finish this joke. That's Blackbeard has an actual shield now. So it's a rework they're doing for him that comes out next season. They haven't officially announced it, but they've put all their like teaser preview stuff out and the images of him, the preview images. I mean, I'm gonna... Screw it, I'll talk about it at this point because it doesn't matter. Essentially what they've done with Blackbeard is they've fused multiple operators into Blackbeard on attack. He essentially now has a Monty shield with a glass piece at the top that he can see and shoot over, so it's like a 3/4 body shield, of which, with that shield, he can sprint through walls and basically do what Sledge does. So he can bash walls down with his shield. And then he can put the shield down and shoot over the top of it. That's essentially what Blackbeard is going to probably be, from what it looks like. Again, this is all based off of Ubisoft's previously uploaded screenshots and things like that. It's pure speculation and definitely not leaks that I've seen from places. That's essentially what he's going to be. He's going to be able to blast through soft walls and then can place his shield down, which is bulletproof. And then he can shoot over the top of it with his rifle. He loses his face shield that he normally gets, so it effectively gets, like, attached to the top of his main, like, now body shield that he'll have, where it'll be kind of just on the top. I don't think it'll be breakable. I don't know. This is all, like, the small things people don't know yet. Maybe the glass on his shield will be breakable. I don't know. But the other thing is he's also anti-utility, so he can run through soft walls, but he can also break castle barricades, deployable shields, and pretty much like any util that people have. So he can like sprint through shit and break gadgets as well. Essentially. So yeah, they're gonna essentially buff Blackbeard quite significantly, which is more of an issue because if you look at the general meta of Siege today rather than what they've done with Blackbeard. So yeah. Will he be as OP as launch Blackbeard? I don't know, but he's certainly going to get way stronger on attack. Warhammer Mini Painter, I can definitely appreciate a well-textured and well-painted model. Yeah, I agree as well. I just like it when they do good jobs of stuff like that. We should probably get King Gambit, actually, shouldn't we, while we're here? I just realised. We do need to do that, don't we? So I need to level up. Unless we just stick with... Oh, no, it's supposed to be King Gambit, isn't it? Not Bisharp. Nitty, can you remember specifically what the evolution method is for Bisharp to King Gambit? Is it I have to knock out 5 Bisharps that have a leader's crest, don't I? With Bisharp to evolve it to King Gambit? So I basically have to find one that has the group with them, the group of like the baby Pawniards, and then knock out 5. And then that allows me to get King Gambit, I think, once I level it up. I don't have to have the crest myself. I'll have to have a look at that. Consider reinstalling Siege. I'm now not touching it with a 10-foot pole. He's a Monty Oryx fusion. It can shoot over his shield. Yeah, no thanks. Pretty much, yeah. So, as someone who hasn't played for a while, I'm guessing, Delta, you don't know about the current meta, correct? Of Siege right now? Or have you been keeping up with it and you know roughly what's kind of like good and what's not good right now? Because that'll determine what I kind of like, you know, what if you know why Blackbeard's going to be nasty or not. If you know the meta, you'll know why it's a horrific idea. Stop playing with Flora Scout. Okay. That makes this easier then. So, essentially what happened is, at the start of this year of Siege, so in year 9, which we're in now, Blackbeard, shields were buffed. What they did was they made it so shields now they couldn't shoot behind the shield anymore, so they can't hip fire. However, they can do everything else while in the cover of their shield. They can reload, they can throw smokes, they can throw drones, while having the shield in front of them so they don't make themselves vulnerable. Okay? They also changed it so that in the case of Blitz, he can sprint faster, and he can look to the left. And so Monty and Blitz can also look left and right behind their shields. They don't have to physically turn anymore, okay? On paper, it doesn't sound that bad. They also changed it so that melees from a shield now, instead of knifing someone, knocks people over, as if you'd just been run into by Oryx. So you get thrown backwards onto the floor, and then the second melee will kill. So it's a lethal melee afterwards, but the first one will be non-lethal. It will just push you back. Now, on paper, that sounds kind of like, oh, that's a bit annoying, but it doesn't sound too bad. Let me tell you, playing against it for the last 6 months, shields have become one of the most oppressive attacking metas the game has ever seen. Because people just run Blitz, Monty, and Fuse Shield on attack, and they're nigh on unkillable most of the time. Because they nerfed the damage that impact grenades did to shields. They changed it, of course, so that they can just basically sit immune behind the shield without having to drop the stuff to shoot. They can now sprint up to you and punch you in the face with basically full immunity, and then kill you with a second knife. Yeah. They're pretty ridiculous right now, as shields in general. And they're being nerfed, apparently, next season, but that's why it makes it even worse that they're now adding Blackbeard as a new shield, because they've just done supposedly a nerf coming up. And also you've got... Well, actually, that's confirmed by Ubisoft now. There is a nerf coming up for shields. They just haven't said what it is. But you've got this big issue with shields where everybody currently hates playing against them, except, you guessed it, the shield players. Everybody hates them. Nobody's enjoying playing against or with shields. And then Ubi goes, you know what? Blackbeard, let's give him a shield. They're just kind of stupid at the minute. One of the other things as well they changed, which was apparently a bug, but I don't know if it was, is when you crouch with a shield now, your entire body is fully covered. So they had it originally where it was like the old shields, where your feet would be stuck out from underneath the shield. But now if you crouch with the shield, your feet are fully tucked in underneath it and it touches the floor. So if you're crouching with a shield... the only part of you that can be shot is a tiny little pixel of your shoulder. And if someone doesn't shoot that the way it is now, especially against Blitz, it's pretty much Blitz runs up, flashes you from 5-10 meters away, and then sprints up to you and punches you in the face and you're dead. And then Monty is more of a... He just walks around completely immune, because if he doesn't drop his shield, then you can't do anything to him anyway, because it's not like you can impact nade him or anything. And then he just walks into the site, does what he needs to do, and then pretty much will drop his shield to punch someone in a 1v1 and kill them anyway. Because you just can't really fight him. Now keep in mind, I'm someone who ranks up in Platinum Emerald every season and has done since about year 5 of the game. In that kind of like above average range of ranked. And shields are a problem up there with people spamming them, and also players of that level and higher really hate playing shields as well because of how oppressive they are. So it's not like a situation of like, oh, well, shields are just really good against noobs and that's it. It's like shields are really good against anyone. And you'll get people out there who will go, oh, people are just bad, they can't deal with shields. But those are the people who are the shield players who say that, because when they play against shields, they're the first people to bitch and moan about them. So... yeah, the shield players are an interesting group of individuals. Yeah, they did give Bishop an evolution as well in this game called King Gambit. Fully, like, plays into the full samurai theme. Someone who used to play Blitz for a while, I can imagine how much easier my life would be nowadays. Oh, it's very easy. Blitz these days is very easy. Blitz and Monty are probably two of the... Arguably, you could say... It's all like, you know, how you view it in metas and stuff. You could say, arguably, that Monty and Blitz are the two strongest attackers in the game right now. By a long way. The only other, like, person you had, really, who kind of contended that was Dokkaebi for a while. But she got nerfed in the last patch, but she was really strong as well. But yeah, those shields are particularly oppressive at the moment, and they're just not very nice. Sounds boring. It is, yeah. It's, from what I've heard from people who are much better at the game than me, who've talked about it, it's very boring to play. It's very boring to play against. That's their opinion as well, not just mine. They think it's very boring. Like, professional players hate it and think it's very boring. People in ranked think it's very boring, and it's just kind of like... It's become one of those situations where you've basically forced ranked into a position where, maybe with a few exceptions, emphasis on a few, genuinely, Monty and Blitz are probably banned. I would say Monty and Blitz aren't banned. Maybe 1 in every 5 games, one of them isn't banned. Pretty much they're almost guaranteed banned every game now because of how strong they are. So people will just... They don't want to deal with them, so they'll just ban the shields now. And the shields, even if you ban 2 of them, there's still a third because people will play Fuse with a shield. Or whoever gets not banned, of course. It's pretty much the way it is right now with Siege's meta, is shields are kind of king until next season. Who knows if the nerf that they're apparently going to do for them will actually change them in a way that makes them worse and people actually, you know, will have a good chance fighting them or not. Who knows? We'll see, I guess. Only time will tell. Welcome in, Spartan. How's it going? Blitz was always a run-in, smack the shit out of people, but there was a risk that you could actually have to... Yeah, exactly. Now it's pretty much like Blitz can... Like... Blitz now is kind of just easy mode when it comes to kills. If you're a good Blitz, anyway. Because realistically, now, when you knock someone on the floor in the same way that you knock someone with, like, the Oryx dash, right? They don't immediately get their gun up. They're knocked down and they can't do anything for a minute. So they're just kind of stuck there on the floor. So when you're the Blitz now, you run in, knock someone on the ground... and then immediately switch to your gun, and then pew 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 on the ground, and they can't really kill you. Especially if you crouch, because now you crouched, you've got the shield to block your feet while they're knocked on the ground, if they even get their gun up fast enough. And then, you know, Blitz just kills them. So, yeah, a bit of a pain. Let's just keep Dragon Darting. We might as well, and then bank on the fact that a special attacker can win this at the end. I don't know. Because very annoyingly, the stamina on this means only special attacks will kill this thing, and it's doing a lot of damage to us, so hopefully it dropping its speed down is good for us. We can take 1 more hit, so I'm actually tempted to go for, well, no, let's just go for another Dragon Darts. Even though we're doing very little damage at this point, it's still worthwhile doing the damage, I think. One of your favorites, isn't it, Spartan Dragapult? Was Dragapult in the Twilight Masquerade Pokemon TCG set, which we did pull 1 of. Actually, no, we pulled 2. We got 2 Dragapults, if I remember rightly. I think we got the, I just realised Salamence has got Fly, hasn't it? It's not a special move. I guess we'll have to use Flamethrower. Yeah, the Dragapult Terra EX is actually quite good. Value was fairly good for a while, because it was decently playable. And I was lucky that I got 1 in an ETB, and I got 1 in the booster box. Now we win this easily enough. We are slightly over-leveled, of course, but that doesn't really matter in the case of this fight. Nice. This sets us up nicely to start the Elite Four very soon. So that is very, very nice. I think what we'll do now is we'll try and get the King Gambit very quickly if we can. And then we go from there. I'll need to check that method real quick of getting King Gambit. As I say, I can't remember if we have to have the Leader's Crest or if we have to knock out Pokemon with the Leader's Crest. Okay, we have to defeat 3 that are holding the Leader's Crest. Simple. That's easy enough. Okay. Yeah, Blitz and Monty now, if you ask me, are just kind of a bit low skill. Obviously, really good people with shields are just kind of obnoxious to fight against, like they kind of always have been. Because if they're really good with a shield, you kind of like, at least before when they weren't that great, you kind of had to like accept that someone just kind of absolutely wrecked you if they were really, really good with a shield. But now it's kind of like any odd noob pretty much will just slap it on. And you'll see it very frequently where it's like, oh, we're losing 3-0 after defense, just slap Blitz and Monty on and then they'll win 3 attack rounds. Or rushing has become such a common thing now. Hyper-aggressive rush strats with shields. Blitz just sprints in the first 20 seconds, kills 2 or 3 people, and then that's it. Round's broken open, you know? So, yeah, Blitz Monty have become very oppressive, and I don't like playing against them at all. There's a number of things imbalance-wise in Siege at the minute which are a bit wonky. I think Vigil's a bit crazy. Well, not Vigil specifically, but the Boss G shotgun is a bit too good on defense at the minute, and well, actually on offense as well. It's too strong at the minute because it's like a one-shot body shot kill with no, or one-shot body shot down with no damage fall off. You can just snap people across the map with a not even particularly well-aimed shot and knock them down, and then finish them up with the second shot straight away after. So, kind of silly that a slug shotgun has no damage fall off, but there you go. That's Ubisoft for you. And that's the last of those we have to do as well. Right, let's go grab King Gambit, or Bisharp even real quick. Switch him out for Pelipper quickly. Looking through my cards now. Yo. What we love to see. That's got to be a Leader's Crest. Come on, give me the Bisharp. There we go. Heads up for everybody as well. In about 2 minutes 40, there is a break coming up. And then we'll continue on after that, alright? But there is a break coming up in a little bit. I wish we had low kick now on our thing. Oh no. Iron defense. Ugh. That's just gonna... If he keeps iron defensing, it's just gonna mitigate all the attack increases we get on our Furika. So dumb. Alright, well this time we will actually do more damage if we hit. Critical hit from Retaliate. So glad we only have to fight 3 of these as well, these Bisharps. He actually hit, what, 5 Fury Cutters in a row as well? Kind of nasty right there. That should be number 1. So, yeah, the Bisharps with the Leader's Crest, which is the item we need to... they need to be holding when we knock them out, are basically just Bisharps surrounded by a group of Pawniards. So as you can see, this one is on his own, so that's not one we want to fight. We've got to leave that one alone. We just want to fight ones that are with the group of the babies. Those are the ones we want. We actually might teach it a new move here as well to speed this up. Teach it a fighting move real quick. Rainbow Metagross GX. Ayo. Yeah, when it came to TCG, I actually only got back into it probably in the last couple of years since the Scarlet Violet era started, when I kind of got back into Pokemon in a big way. So I don't have any of the Sun and Moon cards, unfortunately. So I missed out on that whole era. However, though, this might interest you, Delta. At the end of the year, in the final week leading up till Christmas, we are doing some special TCG streams, where we are going to be opening, across 4 days, 9 booster boxes. Starting with Scarlet and Violet base set and going all the way through every single main set of Scarlet and Violet's current release. 2 a day, roughly. Or 3 on one of the days where we have the double Paradox Rift. But yeah, so we're going to be opening that many booster boxes across a week on stream. Become kind of like a bit of a famous stream that we do every now and then when the new sets come out, that we sometimes open the booster box of the new set on stream. And in this case, with the end of year one, we're doing one of everything, as well as just other stuff I get my hands on. So we're going to be doing quite the opening over the week. So there you go. If you're interested in having a look at some of the new stuff and seeing if we get that Kyurem Black or Kyurem White, whichever one it was, from Surging Sparks, the new set, then there you go. 17th of December is the first day we're going. Also, today with the break is about to start in like 30 seconds, so just keep in mind, okay? Break's about to start really soon. Yeah, 9 booster boxes is a bit of a triumph, you know. Like to collect Lucario, Greninja, and Garchomp. I remember you saying, but you're a big fan of those 3, and you look to get all the cards for them. It's a pretty cool little endeavor. Certainly a cheaper way of doing it as well, rather than completing sets and things, just going for the cards and the Pokemon you like. So it's a more efficient way of collecting, and you got to respect it, really. Surging Sparks has low pull rates. I've heard the pull rates aren't great, but then again, the pull rates of none of the Pokemon sets recently released have been that good. Even that being said, though, I've still pulled decently from all the sets I've opened, so I don't know. Like, for me, while the sets apparently have had terrible pull rates, I've still gone quite well from them, as we're going to switch to the screen there real quick. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll only know when we open them, I suppose, won't we? I've got the booster box sat on the side staring at me, so we'll only know when we open it. But for now, I'm going to go for my BRB. I'm going to go refill my water and go for a stretch. I'll be back in a second, okay? Okay. Let's get back into it again, now that we're done with that real quick. What's the music? Got the snake. Let's go. What type of snake is the snake? What type of snake is it? Bash my mic there. I think now if we level up Bisharp, it should evolve into Kingambit. Oh, okay, that's handy. We can literally do that. No, one more. One more. Yay. There we go. You're about to see Kingambit for the first time there, Delta. Here you go. Yeah, Bisharp did get an evolution in this generation, and here it is. Kingambit. Really went in on the kind of samurai vibe for him. The Big Blade Pokemon. He also does get access to a move, which I think he'll try and learn, called Kowtow Cleave, which is actually really, it's pretty decent. Never misses. 85 base power. It's pretty strong. I'll switch it in for Night Slash. Probably a better move. And we have, I'm pretty sure, an attack bonus, don't we, on our nature. So Kingambit is going to be quite strong. Oh, it's minus attack. Never mind. Ignore me. Right, that's that done. Let's head to the Elite Four, shall we? Because we need to go and crush their hopes and dreams real quick. Now that we've done all that, let's go in and get ready. Need for the Silent Lurk. Only master set I'd look to get is Crown Zenith. I got the Giratina and Dialga V-Star. I remember you saying, Spartan, you told me on Sunday, I think, all about your Crown Zenith collecting and how it had been going and whatnot. And I remember saying that I've never actually opened any Crown Zenith before. I thought it was quite a cool set. I actually was talking about it earlier in stream, how I quite like the idea of the way that they do that final set for some of the generations. You know, where they make like the sort of the special commemorative set for each generation, like they did with Crown Zenith. I thought it was quite cool, and I can't wait to see the Scarlet and Violet one, really, where they do like the commemoration set. I think it'll be really cool. But time will tell. Who knows? Mango is just a corn snake, a very friendly one that loves the attention that since humans are warm. He just hides in our clothing. Aw, that's cute though. I like snakes. I think snakes are really cool. What we love to see. Samurai and a half. Yeah, he's got a very large moustache made of blades, isn't he, as well? He's certainly the right time of year for it. You know that Kingambit's been having a go at Movember, hasn't he? Been on the Movember grind. Sword Stance, Iron Head, Kowtow Cleave, and Sucker Punch. Yeah, it's a fairly common set that people do run on it. In my case, I don't feel the need to run Sword Stance for this, because I don't think we really need it for the purposes of beating the game. But in, like, comp, yeah, people sometimes do it. Eevee set will be insane. It's gonna be cool. I mean, the only thing I would say is, this is just a personal preference thing, I'm not a fan of Eevee and the Evolutions. I don't like the Evolutions. Personally, I think they're overhyped and not that interesting. I know people disagree with me on that, because some people really, really like them. But when it comes to me and my personal preference, I just don't really like them that much. So, like, for me, it's just kind of like a bit of a take it or leave it set. Like, it's kind of cool. I always like seeing the new ones. I like the concept of some of the things they've added. I think that's kind of interesting. But am I that interested in the set itself? Not really. Not any more than any of the others, to be honest. But that's just me. I know some people are going crazy for it, like they did with Evolving Skies in Sword and Shield. So, yeah, who knows? We'll see, I guess. Only time will tell. Love how smooth their scales are. It tickles that part of me that loves and hates different textures. I don't think I've ever held a snake before, you know? I've never really been a huge one for having any pets or anything, even though I quite like them. I've never really been a huge person for having pets and things. So you never know. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll get a snake. Who knows? Gen 4 and 5 cards are not insanely priced compared to modern cards. Depends which ones, I think. Some of them are, but it's the difference is it's more few and far between rather than like all of them being very expensive. Like there's the odd one in the new like older sets that are really high priced, but then they were also way rarer to get back then. But it makes sense that some of them were more expensive. Things like I can't remember which set specifically it's in. I want to say it's like Mysterious Treasures or something from Diamond and Pearl, but there's a secret rare shiny Charizard that's worth like a Charizard level X or something. Really expensive. There's a few that are really, really high price. But yeah. Compared to modern cards, it's probably easier for modern cards to go higher. A lot of that will just be because of artwork and stuff. I mean, if you ask me, personally, one of the few cards that I do know about in Surging Sparks being the, what's it called? The Pikachu. Not really that huge of a fan of the Pikachu from Surging Sparks, but it's really, really popular right now. It's just come out and it's quite expensive. Do I understand why it's so expensive? Not really. But there you go. So should. When I was a kid, I went to a jungle-themed soft play a lot. Hey, yo. A soft play. God, those are the best when we were kids. The best part is, even though it's one of those things that's very much like kid-oriented, I bet half of us could go to us, like, without it being weird, right? Not in like a... I don't mean this in a weird way, but like, if you made like an adult-themed soft play, right? It was just for adults. How many people would go there and have a great time? How many of us as like adults now would go to an adult soft play, an all-adult soft play thing? It'd be amazing. It'd be incredible. It'd be great, wouldn't it? It's just like a bit of that untouched piece of sort of pure childhood back from when you were a kid that you just sort of, you know, get to re-experience again. It'd just be really cool. None of the gyms were a challenge, so let's just say Cascarafa. Why not? None of them were a challenge. So. We used to go to the soft play a lot, and every so often, a guy with a bunch of animals would come in. He brought a giant snake, 8-hole, which expand the whole edge of the room. Instantly hooked on snakes. That's really cool, though. I like that. Yeah, I never, I was never too much of an animal person when I was younger. I always liked the idea of pets and things, but never really too crazy about animals. But as I've got older, I do quite like animals now. Yeah, man, adults only. That's such a great idea we've just come up with there. We need to make this happen. That's a $1 million pound idea, million currency idea right there. People would love that. Tell me that wouldn't be absolutely goated. I think that'd be an insanely good idea. All of Legends singles are not insane compared to buying a booster box. That's good. I'm glad. Especially if you have ones from that set that you're trying to get, it makes it a lot easier to get them. Would be the best. I want one, I need it. Plus, there's a lot less nastiness going on with kids, of course. Hygienic, it certainly would be a bit better on the hygiene scale. Question, do we involve drink? That would be an interesting one, wouldn't it? Because it would both be... From the logical perspective, it would be a bit of a laugh, wouldn't it, if you could have a few drinks. But also, from the other perspective, you think, from the realism side of it, it would actually probably make it more difficult because you'd have to get extra licensing and things like that. And I don't know. I don't know if you'd have to have, like, different things changed about it to make it past, like, safety precautions. Be funny, though. The idea of, like, a adult soft play center, though, just sounds great. Like it's one of those things that just when you're a kid, everyone used to love going to those places, and you feel like if you had the opportunity to go in one now, just for a bit of a meme, you'd do it, wouldn't you? It's like sometimes you'll see it where you'll have like parents of little kids who will go into like the play area with the kid because they sort of can't, they're sort of like too young to be able to go off on their own at that point, so they'll go in with them. You can tell that the adult's doing that for themselves as well. They are. They're loving it when they get to do that. The parent who gets to go into the soft play center with their kid because they're too young to be able to do anything is having a whale of a time. It's as much for them as it is for the child. They're just like having an absolute ball doing it. They are. Greninja Zoroark tag team is my Sun and Moon chase card. Sounds like a good chase card to go for. I've never seen it, so I can't comment on it myself, but it sounds like a reasonable card to go for. I need to get my game face on. I get focused on the job now. Get focused on that. Battle ahead. Not that it's really going to be much of a challenge, but still. Absolutely, I would. If I have kids, I'm so going to be going in there. Yeah, it's just one of those things, isn't it? I think it'd be a great idea. Just having it as a thing where you could go to as an adult. I feel like most people right here in this stream right now would go, you know what, that's a good idea. I have that feeling in it. Wouldn't surprise me if someone's made one of those before, though. God, there's no way that no one's done that before, surely. Someone must have. Got it, haven't they? Surely. Oh, I forgot about Cam. I always forget Camerupt exists in this particular fight. Well, he's going to go Eruption, so I could actually switch. Let's make the save switch into Pelipper, and then we probably need Surf on Pelipper, actually, but fine. One in Newcastle? Ayo. Up with the Geordies. Long way away for me. I don't know if I could justify going all the way up to Newcastle for it, but hey, it'd be a laugh if nothing else. Road trip. Take a road trip to Newcastle to go to a adult soft play centre. Couple of pints. Great. Do I? Well, no, he's going to use Stone Edge, isn't he? Probably. Could switch to Swordsbuck. Let's switch back to Meowscarada. That's probably the best idea here. Just play it fairly safe and fairly controlled. Nothing really crazy we need to do here. Just play it nice and simple, Nice and simple, nice and easy, chilled, relaxed, laid back, whatever you want to call it. Just play it a bit like that. Don't need to go crazy. Go for the flower trick. It's going to one-shot. We already know that. Almost guaranteed at this point. Ooh, oh, yeah, sturdy, doesn't he? Shit. I always forget about that. Okay, Poison Jam's going to hurt, but... Damn. Alright, never mind. Never mind. Let me just wheel back everything I just said there. Although we can use Swordsbuck instead, so it works. But... Swordsbuck's still fine here. Live near Newcastle, I'm a northerner through and through. Force Cal to take a trip over and make it a day of it. Because there's drinking involved. I knew yesterday from the second I joined that VC that you were a northerner. I heard it. I was like, I didn't know what to expect because I didn't know exactly where you were from. I knew you were from over here, but I didn't know where you were from. And then when I got hit with that northern accent, I was like, my enemy, the northerner. Nah, I don't really care. I always I make a lot of jokes about the north versus the south on stream, but I don't actually care. Don't let the northerners know that, though, or the other southern people. They'll be angry at me if they find that out. I don't actually care. Hey, welcome back, Shags. How have we been hopping or coughing? It's been going well. We've beaten Eri. We've beaten Tatsugiri. I think you were there for that one. We've done good. We've done good. We're making progress. We're Yeah. We're doing stuff. We're in the Elite Four. It's going smoothly. I would say it's going smoothly. True enemy are the Scots, yeah. The true Northerners. Even further north than the Northerners, the Scots. There are some good Scots out there, I'll give them that, though. There's a few good Scots out there. Only a couple, though. I don't want to give them too much credit, Scottish, but there's a few good Scots out there. Mortal rivals, we should just make that a running... Yeah, that would be a good idea, wouldn't it? Make it so that, like, one of us is supposed to be from the north and one of us is supposed to be from the south. We'll have, like, an ongoing north versus south rivalry going on. I like that. It'll just be rivals, yeah. Every Englishman is contractually obligated to hate the Scottish from birth. Yeah, exactly. It's like the French as well, in the same way that, like, every person in England has just an automatic inbuilt rivalry with the French. Just the way it is. Remember signing the contract. I love it. Yeah, no, the French are an interesting one. And the thing I've tended to find about France over the years is that when it comes to that, big cities in France, if you go to, like, the touristy parts of France, like Paris and things like that, everyone always talks about how they hate everybody who's foreign. Which is, from my experience, it's fairly true that if you go to any part of France, like one of the really big cities, they aren't exactly the keenest on foreign people. Because those areas are just a little bit... I don't know, there's something about it. I guess all the French people who live there just hate tourists. In some cases, justifiably so, because some tourists are just obnoxious. But, yeah, they're not a big fan of tourism, of course, in France, in certain parts. Most parts of France are fine, but some of them, they absolutely hate people who aren't from France. Or if, for example, you don't know how to speak French, you're like public enemy number one. Thankfully, I've been able to do a little bit when I've been there before of speaking French, which helped me out a bit, but yeah, it's a rough old time in France sometimes. Some parts of it, though, are great. As I say, some parts of France not quite as nice to people who aren't from France, but it is what it is, I guess, at the end of the day. Let's do that with low kicks, why not? That works. Okay. This fight should be fairly simple as well. I know it sounds weird that I've got a rock type for a fight against a steel type, but don't worry about it. He has a reason for being there. It's fine. I know what I'm doing, you know. I'm locked in on this one. I got an idea. Trust me, bro. Hating people all the time has to be exhausting. It depends, I guess. I don't know. I mean, they probably don't really put much mind to it. They just kind of aren't the biggest fan of people who aren't French in those parts of the country. As I say, it's not all parts of France. It's just some parts they are very, like, anti-non-French people. Most of it's fine, but there are those few parts kind of, like, spoil it a little bit. I expect it's the same place over here, though. You know? Or it's the same situation over here. Like, there's probably parts of the country you could come to over here in England where people will look at you funny if you're not from England. But, I don't know. This is an interesting little test here to see as well how good Tauros is against this fight. Because remember, if we're doing mono Tauros, we've got to figure out how good Tauros is going to be fighting the entire game. And this will be a fight for Fire Tauros, so... Not quite powerful enough to win outright, which is concerning. Although we are outspeeding with Raging Bull and one Flame Charge, so if we can get a second one up... I was hoping we'd kill there, but that's fine. We're at +2 speed, which isn't bad. Well, we're dead. Oh, we lived. Okay, that's alright. We didn't have to waste another turn. That's not the worst in the world. Although we are pretty much in a bad situation against Bronzong and Magnezone. Yeah, we're in trouble here. I don't think we one-shot Bronzong. He's too bulky. Oh, we did. Well, Magnezone... Oh, it was a crit. That's why. Magnezone, we're guaranteed not to be able to one-shot just because he is sturdy. So it's really going to come down to whether he decides to put screens up. From my previous experience of playing this, Magnezone does tend to go for screens turn 1. However, he may also get very aggressive and go for the kill, knowing that I'm 35 HP. So we'll just go for it anyway. We'll go in Raging Bull, but I think there's a chance Magnezone just knocks us out here. We didn't actually do enough damage. There you go, Flash Cannon. The double resist, I think there, isn't it? Because we're fighting fire, but oh well. Nah. Well, actually, no, I'm not going to do low kicks. Do Skuntank, why not? You posted the thing in that chat, I love it. Yeah, we'll be the only two that'll understand, I think, for now. Until our compatriot sees it. That was good, though. Tinkaton coming in is one of the best options for us to use for our Skuntank against it, just because it negates the ability of Play Rough, or the power of Play Rough. So Skuntank is pretty decent here. Flamethrower is a good move. It's going to go Terra Steel, so it loses its Fairy typing, and obviously becomes immune to 2 of our moves in Venoshock and Toxic, so we can just power with Flamethrower. Worst comes to the worst, I'll switch to Garganical, and I'll use Salt Cure and knock it out. It'll be fine. The reason I brought the Rock type as well, if you don't know anything about Garganical, because it is a new mon, other than looking like a pyramid made out of Minecraft blocks. Garganical is kind of interesting, because it does get a move called Salt Cure. Salt Cure basically has a special interaction with both water and steel types, because of course steel, you know, rusts and kind of can be eroded by things like salt. As well as obviously oxidation and things, but obviously salt like speeds up the process and, like, you know, gets in the metal, depending on what it is anyway, of course. And then the same thing with water being especially affected by Garganical as well, with its specific move Salt Cure. It's a damage over time tick move. I'll use it here, you'll see it. The damage over time tick move that won't do a huge amount of damage on initial contact, but it basically is kind of like Leech Seed in the way it deals damage at the end of each turn. As you'll see from its description, it deals increased damage basically to steel and water type. So if we live this Gigaton Hammer, which I think we will. Let's see. No, we didn't. Nice. I was hoping we'd live the one hit, but we didn't get a chance to do the one thing Garg was there for. That sucks. Yeah, we were going to use it to basically knock this thing out. It does quite a lot of damage. I don't know if there's an exact percentage, but I'd say I have seen it go up to probably 25% of an HP bar knocked out in one hit from Salt Cure on the tick damage, so it is very, like, beefy as a move. It does a lot of damage. Gigaton Hammer against Lucario seems a bit of a waste, but especially considering I feel like this Tinkaton has Brick Break. I might be wrong on that, but I thought this Tinkaton had Brick Break in its moveset. Unless it's just Play Rough, Gigaton Hammer, and... No, it's just... No, it must do. Yeah, why did it use... That's weird. Why would it use Gigaton Hammer and not Brick Break? That's an odd choice. Don't understand the AI there. That's a bit of a weird one for me. But, okay. We'll take it. That's Elite Four number 2 done. Ideally, we'd like to have beaten the champion in the next 29 minutes. Which would be nice. We'll see. I would like to have done it in the next little bit, though. Because then if we beat the Elite Four, then that gives us 2 hours to finish all of the rival fights and then beat the Professor for the finishing flourish. So yeah. We probably went a little over-aggressive in that fight there, though, and sacked a few more things than we needed, but it's fine. Not a big deal. Welcome in, Valaris. How's it going? Welcome to stream. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing good. This is my first run. It is not. It's, I believe, my... Can I get the number right? 27th playthrough. That's not an exaggeration either. That's a genuine... No, it's 26 or 27. One of the two. There's a reason for it. It's because we've been doing a series of challenge runs for about a year. And this is kind of one of the final little bonus ones we tacked on top, so... Yeah, 27 completions through the game we've done. How long is the DLC completion? Which one? And do you mean just the story? Actually, Clodsire is probably good in this fight. Tauros is not. We want to bring Tauros out. Wait. Am I being stupid? Oh, no. No, never mind. Ignore me. Baxcalibur is good here. Rotom is good here. I guess we'll bring Bronzong, and I think we'll bring... Dragapult? As backup? Yeah, why not? Let's try that on Rotom, I guess. Let's run Baxcalibur at the front, I guess. Have we not got Icicle Crash yet? Guess we haven't learnt it yet. Huh. I guess we'll get Ice Fang then, that works. In hours? Which DLC? Or both of them? I don't know which ones you mean, or what specifically you're asking for the you know which bit you mean. You mean everything combined? Just the story? I mean, I've only played through the DLC once, so I would say probably a good 12 hours, maybe. 10, 12 hours if you take your time. And kind of explore and stuff while you're doing things, rather than just beeline it through the story. But I mean, it adds a huge roster of Pokemon, so it takes a long time to catch everything. There's probably, I suspect if you look up on, like, how long to beat, or one of those, like, game completion type things, you can probably find a better idea of how long it takes. Good opener there with a crit as well, we'll take that. I don't know, from my experience, I'd say, like, 10, 12 hours, maybe, depending on how fast you choose to go through it. I'm not sure. Gonna go close combat, I think. That would be an interesting choice to switch into our boy. I think I'm going to switch to Rotom because it's less risk. I'd rather keep Dragapult back for the end if I need it because it's faster. Yep. Gonna go Brave Bird then. So I mean, it's almost guaranteed to knock out probably on Rotom. Go for the discharge. I went Thief. Interesting. And it critted. That's not very nice. Wise Glasses is gone. That's a bit frustrating. Oh, never mind. It didn't matter. Didn't even need the Wise Glasses. We get the one shot from Rotom. Regular base Rotom as well. We weren't allowed any of the alt forms because we've used them in previous runs. So they're considered not available for this one. Pretty much. We outspeed here, surely. You know, we'll go for the free Thunder Wave, because we're going to lose. Like, Altaria's going to knock us out, it's fine. We'll switch back to Baxcalibur and one-shot with Ice Fang. Hopefully I was able to answer your question though, Valaris, in a sufficient manner. I'd say, I don't know, if you need any more information about that stuff, best place to do it is just Google it, honestly. It's always going to give better information than me just trying to remember it off the top of my head, you know? I'd always say it's the best point of, like, port of call is to hit up the Google first. And then if you can't find it, ask someone. Because my information's never guaranteed to be correct. Right, Flamigo is... I mean, we could bait it here again if I want to. It's almost certainly going to go close combat. Question is, can Max Caliber live a hit from close combat? And if he can... Joe, I'm just going to... Why not? Let's roll the dice. Let's roll the dice. Let's just go for it. I think we can probably have a crack and see what happens. I don't know. Let's roll the dice on it. What's the worst that can happen, right? Okay, we did get out. Oh, he lived! I'm actually surprised Max Caliber lived that. Genuinely quite surprised that he didn't get one-shotted. Oh, yes, and a nasty Ice Fang. Retribution. With the minus defense. Perfect. That's what we love to see. Nice. That was easier than expected. I didn't think Max Caliber was going to win that on its own. Leaves us with one final fight in the Elite Four before we face the weakest champion probably ever. It's going to be great. Assel the banana. His hair looks like a peeled banana. It does. Just wait until he comes out. His hair looks like a peeled banana. Just facing upside down. Think of it like that. You'll know it when you see it. We see him from the back. Just looks a bit like a peeled banana. Doesn't it? I don't know. Something about it. Alright, against him and the dragon types, it should be more of an interesting fight, actually. Probably for that, we've got to change up our team a little here. Obviously, we're not going to bring Clod, nor are we going to bring Rotom. We're definitely bringing Salamence. We're going to bring Lucario. Really, the last option is kind of a free pick. Grimmsnarl's not a terrible idea. Meowscarada is a good idea as well because of speed. I think we'll bring Meowscarada. I'm actually going to bring Bronzong just because it's, you know, bulky. The bulky boy, he's pretty decent for just kind of sitting in there and being annoying more than anything else, so I think that's what we'll run with there. Real question is, who do we run up front? I'm going to say probably the front here is going to be Dragapult. And we might well run the Muscle Band on it to try and boost out as much as we can from Dragon Darts. But part of me thinks we can probably knock out everything with one Dragon Dart, so let's see. We can definitely outspeed everyone. Let's see how we go. Diantha would like a word about the weakest champ. I don't know. I mean, Diantha wasn't great, but I would say that I think personally Geeta's just pathetically weak. Very rarely do you have a situation against Geeta where things really get out of hand. Most of the time, it's just quite simple. Her team's just not really well built at all. The order of them's completely messed up as well. Like, if you ran... If you literally just changed it where King Gambit was an ace at the back of the party, and you had Glamora up front as the lead, it would be a significantly harder fight just from that one change. I think. Nice, he didn't go for Super Fang. Yeah, this is done. This fight's over already. Need to change up Gita's team. They did in the DLC, in fairness. They actually made it a little more competitive by... I think they just changed the order and things, but they made it a better unit overall. Have a good one, Nitty. Take it easy, my dude, and we'll see you when we see you, okay? Have a good one, dude. We'll see you around. Poor Fruit Boy having to get executed here as well. It's very sad. Knocking out our boy. Always a sad time when we have to knock out our lad, Lapple, or Appleton. I don't think anything here is well, I could be wrong. I don't think anything's really going to live a Dragon Darts. Nope. Yeah, I mean... Dragapult is pretty good. Thank you, Nitty, for the hydrate. I appreciate it, man. And the spinal. I remember when I was doing Mono Dragon, actually. I did the full Dragon type run, and someone was... I disagreed with this at the time. Someone was talking to me about it in stream. I can't remember who it was, but someone was saying to me that they didn't think Dragapult could sweep the entire fight against Hassel because his attack wasn't high enough. And that Dragon Darts wouldn't be able to sweep the whole fight. Which I remember thinking at the time sounded a bit questionable to me, because from my experience of using Dragapult, its speed is so high and its attack is actually pretty decent in the first place that it's actually almost capable of sweeping most things right off the rip with no boosts. And I think they said to me that like the only way I could make it work is with a Dragon Dance to like sweep the whole fight, and I don't know. I don't agree with that. I think it's just one of those things where it's a difference in opinion between me and whoever it was who said that. I can't remember, as I say, but someone was convinced that it wouldn't have been able to do the job. And, well... The only Pokemon we haven't one-shotted is Baxcalibur. So we're going to get nuked here. I mean, we're going to get one-shotted minus a save from Friendship, but... Yeah. It is what it is. He did what he needed to do. I would say what we do here is we run Bronzong and we go Gyro Ball. What we do now. I could see us... Actually, no, Gyro Ball doesn't hit super effectively, does it? Actually, I think it's probably... It might still be worth it. Let's go Extra Sensory. Why not? Play safe. Yeah, not bad. And he's probably gonna... I think he loses to this. Yep. Crit, we didn't even need it, but if you didn't know, Glaive Rush basically makes you vulnerable to more damage on the next turn. That's just the way it works. Once you've used it, it makes you more vulnerable to the damage that comes after it. Yeah, Dragapult's really good. With various items and setups, it can be quite versatile, I think. So, yeah, I agree that it's quite an easy slot in on most situations. It's a very easy Pokemon to slot into a team. Where's Ledian? Welcome back, Bem. Or welcome in. Is it welcome in? I can't remember if I've seen you yet or not. I don't think I have. Welcome in, though, Bevan. Where's Ledian? Ledian is too good. It would be overpowered if I put Ledian in the team. It would be unfair to use it in one of these runs, Bevan. You know the rules. It's considered a legendary, so we're not allowed to use it, you know? It would be too OP. If we were going to do Ledian, it would be Ledian only run. And it would be, you know, how easily can Ledian beat the entire region? Because we could do it with one Ledian and complete the entire game with just Ledian. That's it. All we need. Hacked-mon Ledian that we can get at level 1 as well. Okay. Let's have a quick think here. What's the best situation we can come up with for the next fight? So we're fighting Gita, who always leads Espathra. I need to quickly check what Espathra's moveset is, because I don't remember off the top of my head what it has. I know it has one fairy move. It has the psychic move that's really annoying. Lumina Crash. Reflect and... Okay. I think probably I might lead with King Gambit in this one. If I lead King Gambit, you got Go-Go in there. I mean, let's just take everything out for now and kind of pick from there. I think that's a good idea. Take everybody out of the team. We got Go-Go, who is obviously is a grass type. He's quite easily beaten by Baxcalibur, but he does have a fairy move. So Pelipper's actually quite good for knocking him out. Pelipper's also quite good against Glamora, but it's a bit of a risk. I guess we could use Honchkrow. Too, we bring low kicks for that. Low kicks can be our counter for that one, really. Veluza, I mean, Veluza's kind of shit, so I mean, it doesn't really matter. Both of these two are dark types. They can kill Veluza easily enough. Avalugg. Yeah, Avalugg. Ario with Aura Sphere. King Gambit, Glamora. Well, Lucario is also good for King Gambit. We could bring Tauros as a potential backup for a couple of positions as well, maybe. And then Glamora. Bronzong. Clodsire is also really good for Glamora, isn't it? No, it's not because of Earth Power. Let's go. It's too much of a risk going Baxcalibur, isn't it? Let's just bring Dragapult then, I guess, because of the just general utility stuff that it brings. Yeah. Okay. Then let's go that on there to avoid getting hit too hard at the start. And we'll run that on you. That works. Right, I can open chat again now. Okay, I'm back. I have my chat window open again so I can see you all again now. Let's crack on, shall we? Go and face Geeta, the final test of right now. Of course, not the end of the run, not the final part of the run either, because, you know, the final section is Area 0. We consider the run finished after we've defeated Professor Sada or Toro, depending on which game you're playing. But for the purposes of our challenge, where we're doing Scarlet, we need to beat Professor Sada. And then the run is considered finished, so... Still got a couple of fights to go yet. Do it. Crank the music up, shall we, as well? Why not? Just a smidge. Go for the old Counter Cleave as well and see how much we do with this. Felt like it's going to do fairly good. There's that Assault Vest working perfectly as well. 30 damage. And a one-shot to start things up with... Oh, boy, King Gambit. Let's go. That's a beautiful start right there from the King Gambit. Alright, we'll take it. We'll take that. We'll take that. Avalugg coming in second. Gives us a free switch if we need it into someone. I mean, I think he has Body Press. He'll probably use that here, actually. Or Earthquake. Either way, it's not great for Lucario to switch into. So... Do I switch into Bronzong? No, I don't think I should. I think it's not a good idea. Maybe I should just stay in with the King Gambit then and just face him. Go for the low kick and see if we can just kill. Or we just go for the Iron Head and try and... Yeah, let's go for the Iron Head. Why not? Let's try and just out-muscle Avalugg. It's not necessarily the best idea, but... Flint should be nice. Alright, bit unlucky there. Fine, it gives us the free switch. We still have low kicks in the back anyway for other stuff. King Gambit is fine, losing it. It did its job for the initial kill. Miltank is faster than Rayquaza. Damn. I didn't know that. I guess on base stats it must be close. Kind of cool. This is a guaranteed kill, practically. Could have easily one-shotted that with the Aura Sphere, but... No switching between fights, of course. This will probably... Okay, go. It's probably another one I can fairly safely switch on if I needed to into low kicks. What is he likely to go for? I would say he's going to bulk up or go for a Horn Leech or something. Let's go into low kicks and then see. If we actually take damage from a play rough here, it kind of works. Okay. Minus attack, though. That's the wrong move as well. I wanted first impression. Oh, no. That's a misclick of a century from me. Oh, what a throw. That's such a terrible misclick. I did the whole switch and then fucked it by messing the wrong input up. Oh, well. Fine. I think we should still be okay. It's annoying I sacked low kicks that early, though. Nice. The Battle of the Farmyard has been won by the Bull. Means definitely Veluza's going to come out now then, which again, low kicks was going to be one of my main checks for Veluza, but that's fine. Oh, King Gambit is still in the back, isn't it, actually, now I think about it. Dragapult's not a terrible idea here, to be fair. Yeah, let's do it. Go to Dragapult. He's definitely going to go for Psycho Cut, I would expect. Liquidation. Oh yeah, of course, because we are part fire as well. We were. Go for the Phantom Force. No point boosting yet, because I'm going to switch in a minute. I don't know if this will one-shot. I'd be... Oh, he has Ice Fang. That's annoying. We better hope we one-shot then. Nice. King Gambit comes in. Obviously, he's the non-ace, so he has to come in next. That makes it easier for us as well. Free chip. Realistically, it goes Kaltal Cleave. So we have a free switch to Tauros or Lucario, whichever one we wanted. We'll go Tauros first. Yep. Quick Claw. Oh, let's go. I don't think we needed it anyway. We probably outsped him, but he's dead. Nice. Even with the low kicks mess up in the middle, we're still looking fairly comfortable right now. Not quite as smooth as it should have been. Not quite the well-oiled machine that it really should have been in this fight, but it's certainly okay right now. Really, this will come down to a speed battle. I'm pretty sure Glamora will outspeed us, so we will probably get hit by a Terra Blast. So we'll go for the close combat and see what happens. Worst comes to the worst, it gives us a free switch into someone else. And with Dragapult still up, the only real threat is from Dazzling Gleam, but... And Bronzong still alive as well. He's not Levitate, so he's not immune to the ground type move, but he's pretty good at bulking out still. Yeah, I'm fairly confident we've got enough here in the tank to win this. All we need is someone basically to live one hit, most likely. Oh, he does outspeed. Damn. Never mind, it's definitely over now. I'm surprised Tauros outrun then. I thought we would have been slower. Interesting. That's power. That's fine. If it was a Nuzlocke, I'd be more concerned, but it's not, so we don't have to worry. Solid. Well, we win then. No way Dragapult gets outsped, so... Dragon Darts for the win. Well, wasn't the most exhilarating fight in the world, but even with the death of low kicks at the hands of me misclicking, making a mistake, still quite easy, wasn't it? What I said earlier about why I think Geeta's one of the weakest, if not the weakest champion, is we literally misclicked in the middle of the fight, used the wrong move, sacrificed one whole Pokemon completely for free, and then still won with, what, 2 full HP Pokemon left at the back of the party, and Dragapult who'd taken like 20 damage. Too easy, isn't it? We also did what we were looking for. We did it within the hour, which is very nice. So I'm very happy about that as well. Sneaking it in within the hour is a good thing. Not necessarily needed, but of course something that's quite useful just to keep things pushing along, you know? Get my thing up real quick so I can see about the rivals. Which order am I going to do them in? Guess we'll do Arven first, like normal. Oh, I'm just spam clicking through this. I mean, I feel like the best out-and-out single Pokemon we have for this whole fight against Arven is probably Lucario on the balance of things. It certainly does struggle in 1 or 2 areas, but actually against a lot of the Pokemon, it's quite good. So we might well use that here. Alright. Well, hit the Pokemon Center and get fueled and ready to go anyway, and then we'll start thinking about the team for Arven. Then the break will probably start by about that point, when we're about to start fighting Arven. So I'll go for my BRB, which will come up in a few minutes, and then we'll go from there. So sounds fairly solid as a plan, and we're making good time right now. So yeah, Arven. I mean, low kicks is definitely featuring in that team. There's no way low kicks ain't. Let's take everyone else out. Lucario's got to go as well. I think Tauros is not that useful here. Bronzong is fairly potent. Dragapult is good just against the guy at the end. Or Bostiff, if nothing else. Garg ain't that useful here, unfortunately. Meowscarada is nice from the speed perspective as well, so I think we'll take you. And a free shot on the last one, isn't it? I mean, is there anyone we don't have a real counter for? Maybe Scovillain. We could always bring Salamence. Bring Salamence, why not? Yeah, let's do that. That looks like a team. That looks like a fairly okay team. So, let's head off over to the lighthouse. We've got 1 minute 55 until the point at which we have to start on with the stuff. 1 minute 55 until we start the BRB, and then we'll fight Arven. So it's all building up towards the final bit. Got the 4 rival fights left to beat. Once we've beaten the rival battles, as I like to call them anyway. I know not all of them are rival fights, but once we've beaten the 4 mini-boss rivals, then there's one fight standing between us and the end of Hall of Fame 6. And the final end, Scarlet and Violet. The era of Scarlet and Violet on monotypes, anyway. Kinda crazy. Maybe the Hydrate. Yeah, it's wild to think that that'll be the end of the entire era, honestly. And then on Sunday, we will be starting one of, if not the last, Scarlet and Violet run on stream. Because it's going to be Tauros only. 4 Tauros. And a whole lot of battles to win. We'll see if we do it. I don't know. Welcome back, Shags. Just in time for the break, mate. Got locked out of chat. That sucks, man. I don't know why you do either. It's really odd that you get locked out. Obviously, like a weird... it's on the app, isn't it, you get locked out? Must be a bug with the app or something, isn't it? Surely. Very strange, though. Very strange. Probably my phone running out of RAM. Tauros and Tauros, yeah. And Tauros and Tauros. There's just the 4 of them. Could be Shags, you never know. We've beaten the Elite Four, though. Your favourite trainer in the whole world, Geeta, has now been beaten, of course. Good old Geeta. I'm sure we'll be seeing Geeta again soon anyway, when we pull 1,000,000 cards from the Obsidian Flames booster box that all happen to be holo rare Geeta. I know it's coming. The best card of all. Not sure about that. I don't know if we... I can't remember. Did we ever pull any of the better Geetas? I don't know if we ever pulled the full art or anything. Maybe we need that. That'll be it. We'll probably pull one of the rare Geetas instead. And it'll be annoying. We'll get the rare Geeta. Although if it's a card we don't have, I can't complain, in fairness. Even if it is Geeta. In the same way that it was hilariously typical that when we opened 151, we pulled Wigglytuff full art, because it had trolled me so much in Paldea Evolved. Alright. Switch screens for a second while the BRB is going through, because it's that time. So we're going to do that real quick, okay? And I'm going to go for a quick BRB. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, and we'll carry on from there, alright, everybody? So BRB back in a few.
So, you can die.
Right. Let's crack on. We've got Just under 2 hours. Hour and 54 minutes. And we need to finish the base game. Well, we don't need to, but, you know, we're going to. So, that starts with Arven. A clean rival battle. And then we go from there. So, let's get going. Let's get cracking. Let's make it count. One last time. The final countdown. Till the end of Hall of Fame. Here we go. Oh, I just realized, because I can't hear the sounds on sound alerts at the minute, I actually don't know what the random sound that played was. What was the sound that just played? I actually don't know which one it was. I need to mess with the settings on sound alerts again. It was an oof. Okay. I feel like the random sound always picks the one at the weird, like the most inconvenient time for it to play. You know? Like it'll always do the... I remember like once happened before where you like lose the Nuzlocke, someone does a random sound and it'll do like the Keck W or something. It's always just like, bruh, why? Why do you do this to me? This Arven fight, there's a couple of times we've actually been tripped up by it, so I'm not entirely comfortable, because last time we did this one, we did unfortunately, I think, have a bit of a slip-up against Arven due to some unfortunate antics, but that is a great start, though, with Lucario getting the one-shot early on onto the Greedent. That's one of the annoying Pokemon out of the way, actually. That is good. Can't switch, obviously, but that does suggest that our boy here is about to go for a fire-type move. And who would be the best one to absorb a fire-type move? One of the dragons, preferably. So, hey, we're going to go Salamence, who also has an Assault Vest. So he's going to take even less damage and resist Fire Blast if it even hits. So there you go. There you go. Oh, it did hit. It's a full damage, quite frankly. It's a full damage. Nice. Yeah, the triple dragon core that we have on our roster here, we don't have them all three in here right now, but Salamence, Dragapult, and Baxcalibur is kind of a really strong triple that we have. It's quite unfair, really, that you've got those three together because of how strong they actually are individually. They're very good. It's a little unfair, I would say. You have all three of them together, but hey, it is what it is. Well, he's going to go for a rock move, so I actually think it's a fairly safe bet to switch back to Lucario and go for another Aura Sphere, honestly. I don't see him going for... Oh, he might go Stealth Rock, actually. Who are we thinking for the... Oh, he did go Stone. Okay. The fight with Sada is an interesting question, Shags, actually. I'm not sure yet. Ooh, he lived. Okay. That's a surprise. I'm surprised Garganical lived that, actually. Huh. I don't know who I'm going to use for Sada, Shags. Honestly, the only one I can really think of right now as like a bolt-on, as someone I'm kind of fairly convinced I'm probably going to use, is Dragapult, just because of how useful it is, because of its speed. Other than that, I'm honestly not sure who the real switch-in are. I mean, realistically, I would really like to bring Low Kicks as well, and I think Low Kicks might well be in that team. I'm just not sure yet. Gonna go Earth Power, presumably, so we make another switch, get the immunity, and then knock it out with Fly next turn. You're right, Spartan, they are. Wow, actually, usually they are. In this game, actually, not so much, I would say. Because you could argue that you can get, what, at least like 1 fairy, 2 fairies, 3 fairies right at the start of the game. So I don't know. You can get Wigglytuff, Gardevoir, and Fido right at the start of the game. So in this case, actually, the open world makes them less rare. Ice has always been stuck at the late game, though. I think here, actually, we'll play our life and we'll use Salamence to get a free Flamethrower off. Why not? Not bad. If we lose, we lose on this. We will. That's fine. Cloyster hasn't boosted, so it's okay yet. Smash Brute on it. It potentially, yeah. Dragapult could actually be very, very strong in the final fight. It kind of a little bit depends, but I could see it going kind of crazy. Let's go with our hero, Low Kicks, shall we? He's going to take some damage from Stealth Rock, unfortunately. But our boy. He needs to redeem himself after what happened in the previous one, unfortunately. We'll go first impression because we can, but after what happened in the Geeta fight, he does need to redeem himself. Albeit that's because of me more than anything else. I misclicked, but we need to give him that boost he needs, you know? Get him going in the right direction again. Get his confidence back. We can go Lunge. He gets the attack drop. He's going to go Terra Dark. We get the Quick Claw, so we're guaranteed to negate one attack. We're probably... Well, do we live one attack? I don't know. We're going to get Fire Fanged or Play Rough, one of the two. Do we live it is the question. I think I'd fancy my chances. Thank you, Shags, for the boop. A cheeky boop. We love a boop. Love a boop, me. Love a boop. Not bad, considering we're -1 attack. Come on, live it. Oh, he does Low Kicks. If we had the option of putting first impression on here, do you know what? I don't know if we outspeed, but we're going no guts, no glory. He does Axe Kick! Okay, it didn't do enough damage. That was almost a no guts, no glory crazy moment of Low Kicks outspeeding, getting the kill with Axe Kick. I'm so sad he didn't get that. That's okay, though, you know? It's alright. It's fine. It's not a problem. It would have been glorious for the storyline, though, if Low Kicks had redeemed himself. But to be fair, Low Kicks basically kind of just did a crazy amount there anyway. So we win for free, but he did his job. Low Kicks did a phenomenal job. I can't fault him. I really can't. He did great. Fair play to him. Fair play. And that is Arvenbean, who has been a particularly sneaky thorn in my side a few times now. He's been a bit of a easy fight for tripping me up and making me, you know, lose in silly ways, really, from just sort of getting a little bit, not overconfident, but just kind of getting into a few situations of getting caught by things that are just a bit annoying, a bit silly. So we got away with it there, though. We got away with it. And we did it fairly controlled. We only lost, what, 2-3 Pokemon? Valiant effort. Exactly. Exactly, Shags. A valiant effort it was. He did well. I mean, here's what I would say. Now, if you want to look at how Low Kicks would have won that, I think two things being different would have changed it. First thing, if he'd had the option of using First Impression on my Bostiff, that could have made a difference. He may not have survived. I don't know. That's the only thing, though. The other thing is, I would say the only other win condition that we would have had there for our boy would have been, on Low Kicks, we would have needed to have not gotten hit by the Intimidate to cut our attack. If we didn't have our attack down, I think Low Kicks probably has enough to probably two-shot there. But he got his attack cut down via the Intimidate, which is okay. I need to double check quickly what we're actually doing. Okay, this is with the correct starter. So here we're going to have Gyarados and Amogus as the Pokemon we need to deal with. So Gyarados, it's a bit of a bastard, isn't it? Garganical is really good in this fight. Really good. I think we have to bring him. Lucario is good in this fight as well. I don't think Meowscarada is that useful here. Pelipper is also good in this fight. really good. And Salamence, I think, is a good safe option for if we need it. I think this is a fairly good team here. I'm not entirely sure I like it that much, but I think this is a decent team. I may check. Do I have a Surf TM? We need to check if we have a Surf TM. Sus, exactly, dude. Exactly. The sussest Pokemon of them all. If I don't have Surf, I'll take... Oh, we do. Nice. Okay. Nice. Defeat the dude before he gets news of his mum. Yeah, exactly. You know what? Do we need Quick Claw and Low Kicks? No. I'm going to go all in on the Low Kicks here. I'm going all in on Low Kicks. Forks would be proud. Because of how much he likes Low Kicks. We're going to go and beat Professor Clavel. Or Director Clavel. Actually, that's his name, isn't it? Director, not Professor. Apologies for getting his title wrong. I know Pokemon purists are outraged all around the globe. I got his name wrong. No one's actually outraged about that, let's be honest. Yeah, I think this is well, again, this is another potential one. Interestingly, Director Clavel used to be one of those fights when I first started doing the monotypes. I actually used to struggle with a little more. I don't really know why. I probably ought to look back at the VODs back then and see like what things were different. Because I do get the feeling back in the day when I used to do them that I never, when I did the level caps, I would never like level, like when we got to the Elite Four, I would never increase our level. So we'd always just be like level 55 going into the Elite Four or whatever. So it may be that we were always under-leveled for this part of the game, and that's why it was a little more difficult, because over time, this fight against him has just become clockwork. Back then, though, it was a pain in the ass, I remember. Like, just pearls, yeah. Hey, we got this, don't worry. He does look like he's wearing a bit of a... Well, not quite a pearl necklace, is it? But I do like his little pocket Pokeballs that he has, you know? Like the little tassels with the Pokeballs hanging down off of his pockets. They're quite cool. Alright, Low Kicks. We're looking for a one-shot on a Rangaroo here. I think he can do it, honestly, with the Muscle Band. We're banking on him doing it, really. Come on. Come on, Low Kicks. Yes! What a legend! Low Kicks is a monster. What a legend. He gets the one-shot on a Rangaroo, setting up and removing the chance of Reflect, importantly, being put up. That's the main thing he did. He got rid of Reflect. Now this, from Gyarados, is going to be Stone Edge. So this is what we do. We switch. Into Garganical. Stone Edge hits. More damage than I thought it would do, honestly. That's not amazing. Garg needs to live most likely an Aqua Tail, maybe an Earthquake. Depends. He missed. Gyarados has missed and set itself up for Salt Cure. That's some decent damage, and it's going to do big damage on the old chip as well. Recovery from Garganical. The music's blaring in the background. 13 HP comes back to us. Garganical gets the big shot. From the Salt Cure, it's a 3-shot kill. I could make a switch. It's definitely going to go again into Stone Edge. So the best option probably is to switch to Lucario. But actually, you know what? Let's roll the... Oh, no, it's probably going to go Aqua Tail, isn't it? Do I switch to Pelipper on the Aqua Tail? It's not a terrible idea. No, you know what? Garg's going to play it out. Why not? Let's let Garg play it out. I knew he'd tank it. Yes. Garganical, the legend himself. The Salt Block Pyramid. Garganical, I remember in Mono Rock, had a big role to play just because he was such a... I mean, he was needed because he was one of the stronger options we had, but he is just good. This is an interesting one with a Abomasnow because he may well go for the kill. He also, potentially, could go and try and set up Aurora Veil. I don't know. Okay, he is going for the kill with Woodhammer. That's okay. Oh, okay, Friendship said otherwise. Garganical wasn't ready to end his run just yet. Salt Cure once more. Like a road in the winter. The salt is going to get to him here. Now we know Woodhammer's coming out. It also gives us another free switch fodder if we want it. Salt Cure will continue to affect him after we switch out. Or we could make Garganical fight to the death. I don't know. He's going to go for Woodhammer, though. You know what? Why not? Let's make a switch. Low poly victory. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, you actually... Damn. He went Why did he go Ice Shard? That's a weird move choice, but I mean, I don't... It's not... He's definitely going to do it again, isn't he, Ice Shard? I mean, we can live it, but... Oh, he didn't. What? Is he going to roar it? Okay. Why would he not Ice Shard again? That's so weird. He's definitely dead now, then. If he gets hit by Fly, he's gone. Let's be legends. Yes. Now he goes for Ice Shard while we're flying, so it can't hit us. The AI is having an absolute shocker here. Salamence gets the kill for revenge. So far, we haven't dropped a single Pokemon, I don't think, have we? Because Garg lived on 1 HP. Poltegeist comes in. Real question here is, can Poltegeist live a crunch? I don't know if it can, you know. Salamence is pretty nasty. Oh, and the answer is yes, but weak armor. Force goes off. It's going to get the speed boost. What's it going to do? It's going to go for Shell Oh, okay. Okay, this is a little dangerous now. Okay, we're getting into a little bit dangerous territory. You know, it's okay. It's alright. We are in a slight element of danger here, though. It depends what it goes for, because sometimes it will go Will-O-Wisp, and it might do it here. You never know. Shadow Ball. Well, this should kill, probably. Don't see us living this. Shell Smash meant nothing. That was just unfortunate. That was unfortunate. Poltegeist, very little it could do to stop us there. Amogus coming in as well. Yeah, Salamence has kind of ruined this whole fight a little, hasn't it? He seems to be dominating this quite a lot, gotta say. Quite a lot. Friendship saved us. It did the first time with oh, we missed. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it did with Garganical. We lived on 1 HP for Friendship, yeah. I mean... Yeah, why not? Why not? If I get double spored, I'm going to be a bit annoyed, though. Don't do it to me. X. Alright, this is the magic of the Pelipper strat. So we bring Pelipper in, it gets the rain up. Rain guarantees a hit on Hurricane. And now... Oh, it didn't kill. I was hoping it would. We got spored. I was hoping Pelipper would get the one shot there. Ideally, what you would do is you'd choice specs Pelipper. We're going to get hexed now, aren't we? Again. I kind of want to do... I'm thinking, like, I want to do this without losing anyone. That's the thing. But do I feel like I just need to play free and get a free switch in, don't I? Let's just stick with Pelipper. Let's play it out. You never know. Maybe we get lucky and we get a one-turn sleep. Another critical hit. Come on, Pelipper. He wakes up! When we needed him! The hero, Pelipper! Oh my god, he actually did it. Let's go! He actually woke up when we needed him. Good old Pelipper. Skeledirge coming out last as well. Skeledirge is fairly nippy. That's the only issue here. It's fairly quick. So, it does leave us in a slightly awkward spot of not quite being able to outspeed here, probably. But we'll go for it anyway. If we go down, we go down. But Here we go. Surf from Pelipper with the potential rain boost. Come on, my lad. Do it for us. Come on, Pelipper. You legend. So what I love about the Hall of Fame is some of these Pokemon did and didn't get chances to do things in previous runs, but there's a new legend being created right now. The legend of Pelipper, Garganical. Some of these, you know, some of these fights are just, they're just good fights. Okay. We have a couple of options now. I think the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to go into Dragapult. We need to see how much Dragon Darts is going to do before we decide what we do next. Ooh, not that much damage. Okay. Oh shit, I forgot you had Shadow Ball. That's a good shout. Oh god. That is a problem, actually. Stab Dragon Darts or Phantom Force? Let's just go for the Dragon... Let's go for the Dragon Darts again, I think. I might have messed up here, actually, you know? I actually could have messed up here. Because I forgot about Shadow Ball. I might have made a mistake. It depends. It's really about, like, speed now. Go Lucario first. That's over. Never mind, we outsped. Phew. A bit of a wipe the brow moment there. That was a little closer than I wanted it to be. So we did it with what? One death? Not too bad, eh? Not too bad at all.
Nice.
Even the nice shags. Yeah, it's kind of a more interesting build-up, isn't it? Because you've got, like, the previous storylines of people doing great things in the past and then coming back again to be even more powerful. And do, you know, rewrite the legends. It is really cool. I do like it a lot. Nice. And we go immediately into the Penny fight, who leads with Umbreon. So, Lucario lead, probably. Low kicks isn't actually great in that fight, admittedly, so I think we'll drop low kicks for this one. Garg isn't either, but I think we'll bring him. Dragapult is decent here, to some degree. Salamence, I think we'll drop. Pelipper we will keep. Skuntank. Let's bring Claude. Let's bring Claude. Why not? Let's go. Up and at 'em. Taking a little lurk? No worries, Shags. Of course, my dude. You have a good lurk. Thank you for hanging out, man. This is where we go crazy, right here. I'm about to go nuclear. Welcome in, ugly fish. How's it going?
Embrace democracy, or you will be eradicated.
Do it. Lucario up front pretty much here, because if we get hit with the Baby Doll Eyes move, it will knock our attack down, but if we hit him with a special move like Aura Sphere, we should still be able to hit at full power. So if it goes for that, it's a wasted turn effectively. We should still be able to hit just as hard. That's not bad against Umbreon. We'll take that. Going good. How about you? Yeah, it's not too bad. Not too bad. It's going okay. It is going okay, I've got to say. Having fun with one of our... well, the end of a long 1-year Pokemon challenge that we're doing now, really. So it's the final day. We're completing all the end game stuff right now. So it's good. Things are alright. Banger theme. Yeah, honestly. I think my favorite in the game, probably. We've already got it cranked up a little bit, but... that did more damage than I thought it would, honestly. Okay, though. I still fancy our chances here with Garg of winning this one in the 1v1 anyway. Two hits of Salt Cure gets the kill. It's gonna be Vaporeon or Leafeon next, one of the two. So I can either make a prediction and switch now. I don't really know who's a better switch here, though. Maybe we'll just see what happens. Yeah, I guess we'll just see what happens. Let's just stick with Garg for now. I believe. A bit unnecessary to go for the whole move, but, you know, it is what it is. I'm going to say it's Leafeon, but I feel like Vaporeon's going to come out instead. Yeah, it is. Okay. Well, we'll stay in, because it's going to go Hydro Pump. So there's always a chance it misses and we get lucky and get a Salt Cure off. So we'll take the chance. It doesn't miss. That's fine. Naturally, really. Usually we have a little bit of luck here and there, but nothing crazy. Didn't really want to bring out Clodsire this early, but we can. If it wants to drop my attack, that's actually okay. Because I just won't attack it. Nice. Poison's good. I think it's just going to use Baby Doll Eyes on me and try and stop me, like, try and knock my attack down, which is absolutely fine, because I'm just going to waste its time. So, yeah, that's good. And we dodged it with Friendship as well. Let's go. Doesn't matter if we get our attack dropped, it really doesn't. Now we've got full toxic on everyone who switches in. Oh. Interesting. Wonder why I never used that before. Actually, we'll stay in. Why not? I was thinking about switching out, but we won't. We'll stay in. Why not? I think Pelipper can do the job here, even though he kind of failed in the last one that he was doing. But here, I think he's fairly tidy. For what we want. Oh, Jolteon, I forgot that still was around. That is a problem, because it is going to go for Thunder. And with the rain up, it is guaranteed to hit. However, important thing to remember, we still have a ground type. So, yeah, you kind of know what's happening here, don't you? You knew what was going to happen there. He's going to bait in the Thunder, and then we go for the switch. All he can do is quick attack. Oh, let's go. He got clodded. I mean, we'll stay in on the Leafeon. Why not? Rain stop, that's fine. Toxic takes effect. Now we just start grinding down. We do get outsped by Leafeon, which is fine, but we can probably play this game. Oh no, we get outsped again. Ooh, we live. This should be an easy kill though for Pelipper. Yes. Sylveon comes in. It's going to get immediately toxicked. And that will be game, basically, at that point. Especially with Skuntank still on the field. Or still as an option. It's certainly not going to be very easy for it to win at that point. It's very good for us. I mean, we already know we're going to die. Let's just take the quick attack so we can get one tiny chip of damage. You never know. It speeds up the process anyway of the poison killing quicker. So we'll do it. Oh, it's like no damage. It pretty much doubles the amount we'll probably hit with our poison here, though, so that's fine. And then we bring Claude back again for the final fight. We're semi-tempted to bring in low kicks, but just do Claude for now. Yeah, we're going to get hit with this again. Same old baby doll eyes, because it can't do anything else. The amount of times it uses Baby Doll Eyes here, that will just speed up its inevitable demise. It's going to lose anyway. It's just whether it does damage and takes down Claude somehow or not. Probably dies at the end of this turn, most likely, I would say. Well, it actually lived. Oh, it was a crit. That explains it. I'm going to say I doubt we'd have knocked it out from there. But there you go. We did it. We did it. Let's fucking go. Now we gotta go through the annoyingly long cutscene. It's actually kind of two cutscenes in. We have a lot of A button spamming right now. Still spamming the A button. And we haven't even started the full-on cutscene part yet. Also love how everyone acts surprised when he takes his disguise off, and it's like, come on, it was very obvious who he was. Here we go. Right, I can actually take my hand off the controller for now. I don't have to keep spamming the button anymore. We're finally safe. Hand is actually a bit like kind of tired, but I think it's because it's cold as well. My hand's very cold. It feels very like sluggish. All I got to do now is prep for Nemona, which is going to be a fight as well. That one's going to be interesting, the fight against Nemona. Don't really know who our best options are for this one. There's a few things we could go for. I feel like Clodsire is a definite one we want here. This next fight. Lucario will be pretty tidy here as well. We probably want one of the dragons. Most likely Dragapult, I think. Because of the speed. I'm not sure what else we want yet. I have to do a full, like, think about my team comp in a minute. Full on, like, analysis of it and what I want. Then we can go from there. Still spamming the A button. Again. Still all part of the same, like, cutscene thing, group. Very long, this, I've got to say. It's very annoying. Takes too long. We'll go to the director's office now, then we'll go back on Nimona. We'll also speak to Penny on the way there. Sets us up for grabbing Draco Meteor and gets us ready for the final bits of the endgame. We've got to do one battle against Nimona, and then we're ready to go to Area 0. So we're getting close. There's realistically like 2 fights left until the end of the game now. Kind of crazy. Kinda wild in itself. Give me 1 second, I'm just doing something. Okay. We're good. Let's go to the entrance hall. And let's get out of here and get going, shall we? Why not? Let's get cracking. Alright, let's get this done. Speak here, and then we can go and do the final battle. It's going to be good. Hopefully it's nice and clean. We'll see. I hope it is. And we go from there. Still spamming the A button again for all of the text we gotta go through. Very annoying. Right. Question here is... who do we lead for this fight? Because I don't know. I mean... it's... we need to look at who we want here. Let's do a quick team decision. So we got Lycanroc, Goodra, Dunsparce or Dunsparce, Ortho, and Pawmot, and Quackleval. So, I think he's pretty useful. I don't think Skuntank's good here. Meowscarada's good from the speed perspective. I don't think Pelipper's actually useful here either, so I'm going to drop Pelipper. Dragapult was good. Garganacl, I don't think it's that useful here either. I'm probably going to drop you. I mean, Low Kicks is always an option. He's decent in a... I feel like I want to bring Low Kicks just for the sake of bringing Low Kicks. And then last option really is kind of a free-for-all. Free pick. I actually think Bronzong's not a terrible idea. We Assault Vest him. Maybe that. But do I want Lucario to run against Lycanroc? I don't know if he'll live a drill run. If he does, it's pretty huge. But if he doesn't, it's not good. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Who do I want to lead? I mean, Meowscarada might be one of the few things that can outrun Lycanroc. Almost forces it into using Stealth Rock right off the rip. Let's lead with Meowscarada. Why not? Let's try it. It could work. Could. I don't know if it will, but it could. Let's do it. We got this, I believe. We will do this. At long last. We're going to pull this off. I'll have Larry just walking past as well. The tumbleweeds. Sort of, you know, the air blowing through. Do it. This is the last final hurdle before we get to Area 0, so clearing this quite nicely would be good. I'm really hoping for an outspeed right off the rip here. I don't know if it's going to happen, but that would be incredibly useful for setting up this fight. If we don't, most likely I think we'll go with the Stealth Rock, which will be annoying. But it's not the end of the world. It's just extra damage that we could probably use. Don't have to worry, though. Let's go. This is guaranteed one-shot. There's no way it lives this. Yes. Meowscarada right off the rip, starting us off pretty quickly. Let's go. That is a good start. It's a very good start. And a crit. Well, no, it was guaranteed, wasn't it? Never mind. It was a guaranteed crit because it was a Flower Trick. I forgot about that. Always a guarantee with Flower Trick. Always a critical hit every time. Hormok coming in. I mean, he does have Ice Punch. Honestly, we could probably just go Flower Trick again and try and go for a... Will he outspeed? I don't know. I mean, Play Rough is an option as well. I think we'll go Flower Trick. See what we do. Try and do as much damage as we can early on. That's not bad. Can't flinch him. He goes for close combat. Okay. That's not great. Thought he was going to go Ice Punch, but yeah. That's not amazing, actually, that happening. Maybe I should have switched there, actually. I would have had to switch into Dragapult as well. Okay, let's switch Dragapult in. And then let's just go for the Dragon Dance, because I know we'll outspeed. Yeah, I sacked there. That was bad, though. I shouldn't have sacked on... Meowscarada. I should have played that smarter. The Dunsparce coming in. We'll U-turn on this and then make a switch. It's probably going to go for Dragon Rush. I'm guessing. Best case scenario for that is probably Lucario tanks it. So I think we go to Lucario for the Dragon Rush. Best Mon for the job. And then we play from there. Oh, it coiled. Interesting. Okay. Didn't matter, though, did it? Oh, boy. Big ol' ripper from Lucario again. That's what we want to see with a big Aura Sphere. Orthworm is also about to suffer the same fate, methinks. Could be a one-shot coming up here from a big special attacking hit from Lucario. I think this could be a one-shot. And it will be a one-shot. 2 in a row. Oh, let's go. 2 one-shots back-to-back. Lucario's on a roll. That is nice. Goodra as well. I mean, Goodra's a bit annoying. We can Dragon Pulse it. It is very specially bulky, though, is the only thing. So I think it might take more than 2, but we'll see. It actually outspeeds us. Wow. Interesting. It was 70 damage, wasn't it? Are we going to try and bank on it being a roll and we live? I mean, why not? Let's roll the dice. Okay. Accuracy, though, not great to lose. But we still land anyway. Oh, beautiful. Lucario. We did win on the roll there. That wasn't a friendship survival because it would have said that you toughed it out. So that was just lucky that we survived on 1 HP with a low damage roll, I'm guessing. Either that or the first one we got hit with was especially high, so there you go. Useful information, all the same. We're obviously not going to win the speed battle here. This thing's going to go Terra Water. I mean, it's probably just going to knock us out with a Brick Break. Worst case scenario is it goes Aqua Step. I don't really want it to do that. If it does, that'd be a bit annoying. Because Aqua Step boosts its speed, and we don't want it to be any faster. Because it's already fairly fast. So we don't want that. We gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Yep, there we go. That's fine. That's kind of best case scenario, really. We probably weren't gonna outspeed anyway. Now we have options of who we use. To completely prevent it from using its water type move, we can also go Clodsire here, and I think we will, and we're gonna Toxic on turn 1. I think here it'll probably go for Aqua Step turn 1 because it doesn't know that we're Water Absorb. Yep. That's good. Eat the free shot. Then we go on from there. Of course, we would have increased in HP if we'd have had any, but we don't. Or if we'd have lost any, but we haven't. So we'll go for that. It's probably going to go into Ice Spinner instead, which is fine. The clock's now ticking. The longer we can stall, the better. If we had Protect, it would be even better, but we're just going to go in with Poison Jab. Aerial Ace. Why? That's weird. It's not going for Ice Spinner, but okay. Not complaining. Another Toxic turn ticks down the HP bar of Quackavole. Brick Break. It doesn't know what move to use. Okay, the AI is confused. What's happening here? The AI doesn't know what to do, so it's trying everything, and that's game. Right there. Yes! Perfect timing as well, because I've just got the notification that in just under 3 minutes the break is about to play, so that's perfect timing on that end. And we've cleared everything before the final section of the game. All we have to do now is one last trip into Area 0. Damn. The final section here. We have an hour to do it as well. Nice and doable. I think we'll probably head to the Area 0 entrance in a second, and then we'll go from there. This is kind of one of those ones where we've got to figure out who our best mons are for each situation, really. I think one of the best things we can do, and it's a little risky, I'm thinking that probably if we want to do maximum chaos during the final fight, best thing we can probably do is go really cheeky and use Dragapult to Dragon Dance up on Slitherwing and get to plus whatever, however many we can afford to take, essentially. And then kill everything with either Dragon Darts or other move. Phantom Force. Did I hear chaos? You did, Bruce. You heard the word chaos. You did indeed. Absolute chaos. Yeah, I reckon Dragapult is probably the way to go. If we want to do this as cleanly and as easily as possible, is boost Dragapult and sweep. And then keep a support team close to be able to deal with anything that he probably doesn't kill. I reckon we do it. Either the Nox Cat Bruised. Ad break in 45 seconds, okay? So we'll start heading to the Area 0 gate, but I don't know if we'll make it there or not in time. And then I'll go have a quick BRB. Or carry on from there. Okay. Leave the Nox Cat, my dude. Thank you, thank you. It's all just kind of got real now, hasn't it? It's the final hour of this challenge ever. Crazy, isn't it? Sad, though. It's sad. Sad that it's at the end. We've got one big fight left before the end. Chaos. Indeed, chaos. We go. That is true. I mean, we can always do more in the future. I suppose it's the end of the series, you know, so I suppose more than the end of the game that's like the big hit. Because it's like, it's the final part of the sort of vaguely interconnected challenge that we've done over the last year. So it's like, it's almost sad that it's the end of the series of challenges, you know? Okay, break has started though, so I'm going to switch to the BRB. I'm going to put the lo-fi back on, and I'm going to be back in a minute, okay? So BRB are on, back in a few. Okay. Why is always the sad music on these BRBs today? I swear, man. It knows it's the end. Technically, based on normal time frame that we've been doing this in of the last few weeks, we're actually ahead of schedule, which is crazy, isn't it? But that's just because we had extra stuff to do. In this case, we had a couple of, well, one fight and a bit of grinding we didn't have to do today, so we were able to speed up, which is nice. Well, welcome back from the break, everybody, for the final chapter of Hall of Fame, the final chapter of the Monotype saga. You know how it is. You know how it is. You know what it's like. It's been a long old time we've been doing this challenge. In some cases, it's been going longer than some of you have been here in the channel. Some of you guys have been here for a while now. You've been here a few months, but this challenge is going 2 or 3 times the amount of time that even some of you have been here. So it's been a very long-running challenge. It's been one that's been very close to our, very, very much a well-thought-of challenge. We've enjoyed a lot of the runs. It's been very varied, at least at the beginning with the monotypes. It was very interesting, and the way it worked mechanically and with all the different typings was really cool. Certainly an interesting challenge, the longest one I've ever done on stream. And it is sad to be getting to the end of it, because it is just... it's been such a big part of stream. And I think the timing of it when monotype started to the point where it's over now was kind of a big turning point in things as well. So, yeah, it's a little strange to be coming to the end of it, and it sort of feels like saying goodbye to a friend, you know? It's sad to know that it's on the way out. But at the same time, it's one of those things. Can Lucario get Flash Cannon as a non-TM? Honestly, I feel like I should teach Flash Cannon. We are actually fairly similar on... we'll keep Meteor Mash, why not? Let's go for it. Oh boy. Yeah, it's a weird one, this. It is a weird one. It's not quite the end of an era, because the end of an era I feel like will come in a couple of weeks. Basically, if we look at it from the Tauros playthrough that we're looking to do, we look at that from the perspective of everything else and we view it in the same, realistically the same length of time and things like that. I would expect that to be finished by the end of the month. It should be about 2 weeks. So the final, in theory, the final stream of this Pokemon Scarlet and Violet will probably be December 1st. That will probably be the last, at least for a while, Scarlet and Violet stream on this channel. All in all, I think we've had a pretty good run of it. Since the game came out, and since we played it on stream, I said it earlier when someone asked, we've played through approximately sort of 27, 28 times, something like that. Many playthroughs have been had, and it's been good. It's been a fun time. RIP indeed. Well, I suppose there's no reason it can't come back in the future, but at least for now, it's I've played through it many times. Eventually you have to move on. We've done about as many challenges as we really want to do for now, so we enjoy these the last day today and the last Tauros run while we can, and we'll send it off into the sunset for a while, because it's not too long probably until Legends ZA or whatever comes out, and you never know, maybe there'll be a new challenge genre we can create from that, and that'll last us for a while up until the point where Generation 10 comes out. Who knows? Only time will tell. But at least for the temporary time being, Pokemon will be shelved for a while. A few things. I'm a little burnt out as well. I mean, I've been playing, as I say, I've been playing specifically Scarlet and Violet through since September last year. So, it's been quite a long time. There's only so many times you can play through the same things over and over and over, even in different variants, and make it kind of interesting, so whether that be for myself or for everybody else. So it's one of those things where it's naturally kind of drawn to a conclusion, and I think it's it's been a worthy game that has been the cornerstone of everything I've done on stream in the last couple of years, really. You know, in that time, the Pokemon opening TCG streams came about. We've done loads of other games. Skyrim, you know, we did the Fallout playthroughs. We've done all kinds of stuff during the time period that this stalwart of the streams has been around. But all good things come to an end eventually. And, you know, in the same way that one day this stream as a whole will come to an end, we'll enjoy our time fondly that we have with Scarlet and Violet before its inevitable end. But it's been a hell of a run. From the perspective of the stream side of things, it's been the longest running series I've ever done. I would argue it's probably the most successful series I've ever done as well, using a number of different ways to quantify that. Certainly has been a hell of a journey. And while it is sad to see it go, you never know what it'll open up in the future, what it will create. And, you know, we don't know what kind of other adventures maybe in Pokemon we will go on. Who knows? Maybe there's room for a new game coming in. And us trying one of the ROMs or something. Who knows? Stream will never end. What, this one specifically, Shags, or you mean this channel? I was going to say, either one, probably incorrect. Eventually it will have to end, unless we somehow create a spiritual successor to me who takes over the channel. Because eventually, you know, I'm not going to be here anymore. Who knows when that day will be. But one day I won't be here to tend to the channel anymore. Someone else will have to take over. If Twitch even exists whenever that happens. Yeah, Scarlet and Violet, though, it's been... I think sometimes you look at things like as a series and sometimes you look at things differently. I would say that Scarlet and Violet, during the time we've been involved with it, from when it came out to playing it today, or at least till December 1st or whenever it'll be. I don't know. December 1st is just using the 2-week model of what the other runs have been like. Honestly, Tauros might take way longer. I have no idea. It might be way harder and take a lot longer. I don't know. I might be going in fairly confident and get absolutely beaten up and it's going to be terrible. I have no idea. But I think we can call it an era. It has been an era. It's just been kind of a bit of a legendary thing, hasn't it? It's thrived and survived for so long as a big, huge part of the stream, and it's outlasted a lot of other things that have been done. And it's kind of incredible to think that it's still going after all this time. And yeah. But I think, as I say, it's a natural conclusion that we're coming to, and I think it's probably the right time. So. But it's not goodbye forever. It's only goodbye for now. That's the thing to think. You never know when it may come back. Maybe I'll get Pokemon Scarlet and Violet withdrawals. Have to be your offspring, Little Mog. God, I hope I don't have Little Mog. To be honest, Shags, I don't have plans to ever have offspring, so I mean, I don't know. I've never really thought about it all that much, but I've never really decided. It's never been something I've been that interested in, you know? I've got too much to worry about on my own player, let alone dealing with other people. The Eras Tour. I think it is one of those ones, though, that it's like it's memorable as an era. I mean, you have different eras of stream, really. You know, I mean, there was some of it not necessarily just like game eras, but just time interval eras. You know, I mean, there was like the initial era, the Xbox era, if you will. Before I ever switched to PC, there was the Xbox console era. You know, and then we had like the, you know, the Marbs in itself. Marbles was such a big like era, if you will, the Marbles era. We had, you know, XCOM was a big one up there as well. I don't know if you call it an era, but it was a big heavy hitter for a long time. And you know what? I said it the other day when we were talking about playing War Thunder last week, and I'll say it again. I genuinely think this. I think XCOM, and I know a lot of you in stream who were here agreed with me at the when we said it. I genuinely think XCOM 2 was a playthrough that was underappreciated at the time for just how good it was, and it's one of those ones that in time we've grown to realize just how good it was. But at the time we necessarily didn't think it. You know? I think it's one of those ones it was slept on. XCOM 2 was slept on, and now we look back at it when we have nothing to remember it by other than the memories we made along the way of watching it, because there's no clips of it really. And we look back and we go, damn, I wish we'd have got more of that because it was gold. Nige the sniper who never misses, that incredible series of shots in the stealth train that one time where we all somehow survived. Nobody died in that. Like, there's some incredible moments in the XCOM playthroughs that just, you know, one day will be forgotten because we're the only ones who remember them now from just having them in memory. We don't have a physical copy of them. It's very sad. Xbox 360, 2006 to 2012. Great console, the 360. I still have one actually upstairs in the roof. I have the old Xbox 360 arcade. Then again, I wasn't using a 360 when I was streaming. It was off an Xbox One, but still. I don't think Twitch was on the Xbox 360, was it? Actually, no, I wonder if you could get a Twitch app on the Xbox 360. I doubt it. But yeah, back in the day, I used to stream off an Xbox One. That's when I first started streaming. I used to stream... the first stream I ever did... This is a fun fact for anyone. First stream I ever did on Twitch. Like, when I properly started streaming, rather than just me and Mirage randomly going, oh, should we stream our ranked game of Siege? And it just being kind of, like, pointless, you know? No, you know, where we were just, like, no title, didn't do anything. Like, we literally just went, oh, let's stream it, that'll be funny. And we just did it. But the first time I actually properly set out to stream, the first game I ever played on stream was PUBG. Played PUBG on, I believe, the 6th of January 2021. Crazy, innit? There's a clip from that stream. Maybe it wasn't... It was either that one or one of the next ones, but it was one of those first ever PUBG streams, which is the Welsh mode one. There's Welsh mode, and then there's Nigel Returns. Or Welshman's Return, or whatever it is. Where I say to Mirage that if he flashbangs me again, I'll shove a frag grenade right up his arse. Great clip. I actually went back and watched that the other day because I was reminiscing a little about it. So I went to go and watch a clip of it again. It's great. Yeah, the unplugged controller era where it crashed the stream if I unplugged the controller. Exactly, Shag. So you know. You know it. You remember it. You remember it well, lad. You remember it well. They used rest, really? That's cheap. Yeah, there's been a number of... I mean, the Moto... How can I... The Moto GP era. Oh, my lord. How could I forget that? The Moto GP era. That was an era and a half. How could we forget that one? Moto GP was a legend as well, wasn't it? In its own right. It had just an element of... so many different things to it that made it kind of pop. It was just... MotoGP was just cool. That did so little damage. Jesus. I was like, we can Aura Sphere, it'll be fine. Nope, literally nothing. Yeah, man, MotoGP. Nige, I'd say MotoGP was the first time when Nige properly came into prominence, wasn't it? I'd say. Because Nige, I used to do the voice that we didn't really call him Nige at that point, did we? We just sort of did the Wales thing. And then eventually, yeah, Nige became a thing really in MotoGP. When we called him Nige, and then we started doing the commentary. That's where Nige was really born properly. Got Metro Exodus. We played that as well, I remember. God, that was a time. I remember I did one stream ever of Ghost Recon Wildlands as well, and then I never went back to it because it was fun, but it just never quite went anywhere. Either the Wales redeemed, Spartan. Are you aware of what you've redeemed? I'll just make sure, make sure that you know what you're getting. Do you know what the Wales redeemed does? I don't think the description is very helpful, actually, is it? I think it just says, like, about unleashing Nige or something. Time to let Nigel out of it. Yeah, Nigel out of his cage. Okay, so the Wales Redeem I'm going to start up now. It's a 5-minute timer, and it requires me to speak in a Welsh accent for 5 minutes. So without further ado, we're going to crack on and we're going to go into Welsh mode. So here we go. If you've never heard a Welsh accent before, then you might have no idea what it's supposed to be like. But if you go and have a look on the internet somewhere, you'll probably find something vaguely similar to what I'm doing now. You know, Wales is a country that has a lot of different accents in it. A lot of different parts, north and south, and different areas of Wales. So, you know, they talk a little bit strangely compared to, obviously, the English people with my normal voice. But I like the Welsh accent. It's a good one, I've got to be honest. And one I've become vaguely proficient at over the last couple of years since I've been doing it on stream. So, here we go. We got 5 minutes of this now. I'm going to be talking in this way. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, stream over the years has had so many different eras. You know, and it's just been kind of crazy. I've enjoyed a lot of it. Some not so much. Some of them have been a bit dodgy. I mean, but most of them have been good. I think we've had a good time of it. Siege has been an ever-present game all over the place in patches here and there. It's been a bit dodgy. X-Defiant, we played that at some point, of course, as well. We played so many games and done so many things, and eventually everything runs its course and comes to a point where it gradually stops. Like Marbles, for example. Marbles was great, and Marbles had its time, and it was a phenomenal set of playthroughs, but eventually everything runs its course and comes to a point of a natural conclusion, and you know, that's the way it is, I suppose. It's sometimes you just kind of things just fizzle out, and you gotta realise that, you know, nothing can really keep going forever. Even Marbles, as ever present as it was, you know, I've said it many a time, but when we've talked about it, like, Marbles was an ever-present staple of the stream for so long, but eventually it just got to the point where people weren't as interested in Marbles anymore, and being a very community-focused game that requires participation from people in order to make it work, it just got to a point where it wasn't really working from that perspective anymore, you know. We just didn't quite have the numbers to make Marbles work anymore. And, you know, eventually it fizzled out, and, you know, maybe one day it'll make a return for the odd special stream or a bit of a triumphant blast from the past here and there. But, you know, for now, it's not really on the cards to come back. Nitro as well was another one. Nitro Stream Racing. Pardon me, here. Yeah, here. Of course, here, mate. That's how the Welsh pronounce the word here. They say here. Something like that. Even a co-op era. What would you... How would you describe the co-op era, Shags? I'm trying to think what you mean by the co-op era. Which one's the co-op era? The co-op is kind of... It feels like a hard word to say in the accent without sort of breaking it and making it sound like normal me talking. Co-op. Has there ever really been a co-op era? Like a full-on co-op era? I don't know. I suppose there has been, but not necessarily here. I mean, I suppose the co-op era... There was a lot of co-op era with me and Oreo back in the day playing stuff together. Where the Grounded and It Takes Two and all that. I suppose that's a co-op era in itself. That was a great time. Great memories of those playthroughs. What was the other one? A Way Out. That was a funny one as well. That fucking trucks. I still remember that one with the truck where we were lagging. Oh, that clip's so funny to me. The truck clip still makes me laugh every time. Where we're trying to drive... You gotta drive through, like, it's a quick time thing where you gotta, like, drive through a small gap. But I can't... I think it was me driving, and my game was lagging, because, of course, I wasn't the host. And my internet was terrible. So I was lagging, and instead of going through the gap, there's supposed to be a truck that comes in and you squeeze through the gap. And basically what ended up happening was we tried to squeeze through the gap, but on my screen the truck wasn't there, so I went for it. And as it turned out, the truck was indeed there, and it just, like, appears out of nowhere and smashes the car in the face, and we got absolutely, like, melted by the truck, I think, if I remember rightly. Something like that. That was funny, that. I remember. That was such a great moment. Ragdoll... Oh, Human Fall Flat, you mean? Yeah, Human Fall Flat as well, that was another one. There were some great games. I mean, originally it started out with Apex Legends, if you remember back in the day. That was a Apex Legends. That sounds great, doesn't it? Legends. That's a great word to say. Apex Legends is where we started originally, and we did go back to it once or twice actually over the years, but that was a good one. Yeah, I mean, there's been so many great eras of stream, really, in general. It's been a fun time. I mean, I'm sure there's other games. Shadow of War, honorable mention, another one. Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War, great games. Love playing them. It's another great era of stream. We really enjoyed it. And then a seamless change back to my normal voice because the Wales timer is finished. There's been so many great eras of cool stuff that's happened. It is what it is. Not many of you actually realize this, but us playing through Skyrim for the 100% is not the first time I've played Skyrim on stream. Not many people will remember that. Most people won't remember the fact that I played Skyrim on stream once. Because I think at the time there wasn't really many people who saw it. So, there you go. We didn't do a full playthrough. We got about like halfway through the story or whatever, and I kind of just decided that it wasn't really working. And that was when I made my decision that RPGs like Skyrim weren't necessarily the best for me to stream, because I spent a long time doing kind of looting and slow gameplay. And it was kind of a bit jarring compared to what I'd previously done. So it was a bit weird. BDSP, that's another era, if you want to call it one. The long arcing story of us going to, you know, go from the brink of being destroyed by Cynthia to all the way coming back and beating her. Worth it? Well, I'm glad you thought so. There you go, Spartan. Enjoy the whales. I think it can be done every 30 minutes or something. The only reason there's like a limit on it is because it is one of those ones. I feel like people who do accents might know what I'm talking about here. They can be quite hard on your voice sometimes. So for me, the Welsh one, because of a lot of the way that they talk, it requires me to kind of change the tone of my voice quite a lot, as you can tell from the way I've done it here, when I just quickly switch. But what it means is I almost have to, like... It makes me scratch my throat a lot to actually do it, to kind of, like, get the sound out and make it the right levels. So it means that I can't really do it. When I do it for 5 minutes, I usually have to take a little bit of a while before doing it again. And I have made the mistake years ago, which is why I implemented the timer on it and that, of having it as, like, just free usage whenever. And the problem with that is that I ended up doing a 12-hour stream once, and it got used probably like 10, 20 times. I could barely talk by the end of stream. My throat was so beaten up, I was like, I could barely speak properly. It was a good job at that point. I had the next day off, I think, but back when I used to take a day off after a 12-hour stream. Back when I was a noob. These days I just go straight back in. If you do take a day off after a 12-hour stream, I honestly don't blame you. Really takes it out of you. Genuinely, it's one of those things. It's an interesting thing where, you know, people... You could probably sit down there and you think, I could sit down for a 12-hour gaming session, no problem. It's actually surprisingly difficult. It's why I have a lot of appreciation for people who can do it fairly consistently. It takes a lot of work to actually make a 12-hour... stream. Genuinely, it's quite difficult to do it, because the thing is, if you're like a particularly like higher energy active streamer where you're constantly talking, it's amazing how difficult it is to talk for 12 hours straight. And the funny thing is with me, as you may have caught on to sometimes when I've talked about it, I don't really like talking. I'm not much of a talker. I'm a pretty quiet person, generally. With the right people, I can talk. But generally, I'm not a very talkative person. I'm very quiet, and I kind of keep to myself. So, like... It's kind of wild that I'm able to talk as much as I do on stream. I do have my quiet moments, though. I did it earlier on in stream where I went quiet for a few minutes, but... For the most part, it's surprisingly difficult to keep talking consistently for 12 hours. Hell, because the amount of channel points. Yeah, it used to be... The Werewolves has actually gone through a few iterations. It used to, I think, be originally... I want to say it was 1,000 channel points it used to be. Then I bumped up to 2,000 eventually. And after I bumped up to 2,500 even, not 2,000. I put it up to 2,500, and then eventually it went up to 5,000. And then had the limiter put on it. It actually was also removed at one point. It's been one of the classic redeems that's been there almost since the start of stream's history in 2021. I did remove it at one point, though. Because there was a time where it had been like 2 months and no one had used it, and I was like, well, I guess everyone doesn't want to do Wales anymore, so I actually got rid of it. And then immediately got hit with the influx of people being like, where's Wales? And I was like, well, no one used it. So like, what, are you going to complain now? None of you used it for the last 3 months. Now you're all like, where is it? It's like, oh, now you notice. I was like, fine, I'll bring it back. Well, I think I brought it back after like a couple of weeks. I said, we came up with like a canonical excuse and said that Nigel had gone on holiday for a month or something. So he'd be, when he came back from his holiday, he'd return to the channel points. I think that was our excuse for it. Master Chief Saga tomorrow. Well, the whole Master Chief collection. The hell of a shift in itself. Yeah, it's one of those things. Dude, doing the 12-hour stream is bad enough, but me doing Wales throughout the 12-hour stream, oh my lord. That used to kill my voice. These days, usually when I do a 12-hour anyway, I'll kind of like clear out the rest of the week, so I'll make it so that we do skip a stream and then come back on the next one. Of course, in this case of the Christmas streams, it doesn't matter because we're doing it over the course of a week, so it's part of the reason why I did that. Part of the reason as well, if anyone's wondering why we're not just doing one big stream with all the booster boxes, is quite simple, which is people who open lots of Pokemon booster boxes and packs. I'm trying to say the same thing at the same time though. Packs and box at the same time. I was trying to say booster pox. Anyone who's opened loads and loads of packs in very quick succession will know that eventually it starts to hurt your fingers a bit. Just from like opening the sort of foil wrappers constantly. And all you need to get is a bit unlucky where you catch like the edge of the stuff. You catch the edge of it and get like a little bit of a paper cut, a nick or something. And it's just, oh, it's a pain in the ass. So I was like, well, there ain't no way I'm going to be opening packs for 12 hours straight. My hands are going to be ruined. So that's what made me decide to do it spread out across the days rather than on the one individual day. I was like, well, make a week of it. Also gives us a bit of time between to build some hype, doesn't it, as well, of getting excited for the next one. It's not just straight into the next box, to the next box, to the next box, and we just do one big event that's over before we know it, you know? It's going to be a whole dragged out week. Accent is a dead giveaway that I'm not a local here. New Yorker trapped in the South. Ah. Yeah, I think it's kind of the same over here, though. Over here in the UK, obviously, we have many, many regional accents. I mean, it's very common for there to be... Like, it's a thing that people sometimes meme about, but it's genuinely true, where you could travel one city across from where you are, and people have a completely different accent to what they did in the previous one. Like, you can travel 5-10 miles, and the people will talk very, very differently. So it's kind of the same thing here, where it's like a dead giveaway a lot of the time if someone's not from the area where they are, where you find them, because they just don't talk the same as everybody else. And because of how vastly different a lot of the accents can be in this country, it is very much one of those where it's all over the place. But yeah, the Wales one, for reference for anyone who doesn't know, I'm not actually Welsh. I know people have made that mistake before. Someone who will not be named because of reasons actually made a custom shout out back in the day, where when I went into their stream and said something, it would pop up with a message. And originally they actually said in there that I was Welsh, and I had to go in there one day and correct them and say, just by the way, I'm not actually Welsh. I'm glad I could convince you that I was, because the accent was that authentic, but I'm not actually Welsh. Yeah. We're not going to get into that can of worms, so that was an interesting situation. Yeah, that person actually had me officially down as Welsh, so I had to correct that. Indeed, I am not from Wales. I have spent some time in Wales, though, hence a little bit of why I pick up the accent, and also, you know, being where I'm from in England, it's kind of, you see a lot of Welsh people around, so you pick up things over time, and I guess I'm just naturally good at doing the accent for some reason. It's great. I don't know why ever, but there was someone back in the day, when I was a student, I remember this, there was someone in my class when I was a student doing science stuff. It was specifically, I remember it was a chemistry day. We were working in a fume cupboard doing something. And I was doing the accent, and there was a couple of Welsh people who were in my class. Most of them thought it was great. One person that got really angry about it, and I don't know why. I guess it was just a bad day or something, but they got really pissed at me for doing the accent. I don't know why. It's not like I was making fun of people or anything. I just did it as like one of those things where I just broke into the accent and started doing it. And yeah, they got really angry at me. Great. The best part is they can't really stop me from talking, so if I wanted to, I'd like... I don't think I did. I felt maybe I did it 1 or 2 times, and they kept giving me dirty looks, but I think every once in a while I'd break into like the odd phrase where I'd say something in the accent after that. But I did decide to stop. I probably shouldn't have. Everyone else enjoyed it other than the one person. Maybe they're just miserable. That same person as well, I remember very vividly one other interaction I had with that. I didn't like that person very much, if you couldn't tell anyway. But one interaction I had with that person that was hilarious for me is there was one test that I went into. Now, I used to do this in my first 2 years. I stopped it in my 3rd year. I never used to study. I was one of those people who, like, tests would come up, I wouldn't study, and I'd somehow pass. There was one situation where they published everyone's results, and you could go on, like, it was very rare that they do this over here, but it was like you publicly had your results posted, so everyone had to just look on a sheet and find what mark they got. And when I went in, they hadn't been looking at anyone else's, but they just grabbed their own. When we came out of the thing and like had our results, and it was one session or something we just came out of, and they were there, and they were asking once they'd been posted online. They were asking about everyone's score. I was just kind of sat there very quietly, and they were all going through their scores. And this one person was like, "Oh, I got like 80 or whatever," and they're like, "Oh, that's really good." And they were sitting there feeling all smug because they got a higher score than everybody else that they knew. And then out of nowhere, I just come in and tell them I got like 95, and it was crazy.
But you lot just won't stay down. This
back-to-back
is yours now.
It's a back-to-back Onyx raid. Yeah, it's actually a great reminder that I should have put the raid thing on again. I actually didn't put it on today because we're only going for another 20 minutes. No! Why? Why you do this? Why you do this to me? Welcome in, Onyx, though. How was your stream? How was stuff? What were you up to? What lacking? I know. I was too into what we were doing today that I forgot about. Completely forgot about putting it on. I've been too vibing too much, you know. How you doing there, my dude? How is it going? Is it Tidaveal or Tidaveal? I feel like that's one of those ones that's... my brain can't figure out which one I want to go with. But welcome in as well. I know you were here yesterday as well. So welcome back, I guess. Rules don't apply to me. You say that. Just wait until you try next week, if you do, and it's up and you get blocked. You get the raid block and you try and get in and it says no. I assume the only reason it worked yesterday, it must have been because it only had like 30 seconds left or something. But as a general thing, if anyone's ever tried, just as a general thing, if anyone's ever tried to raid me and they go, why doesn't it let me do it? Usually, if we get to about the last hour to 45 minutes of stream, I'll press the button on Twitch that stops people raiding me. Because I always, like, I feel bad if people raid normally towards the end of stream. Because I know I'm going to be going off soon. And it's like, you know, for want of a better expression, I want people to get their money's worth if they raid, you know? I feel bad if someone comes across and then I just kind of end 10 minutes later. So I always try and go on for like at least an hour, which is why if it's usually an hour left of stream, that's why I'll usually put the thing on. So just in case any people here are like, wow, I've tried streaming, raiding you before and it never worked, that's probably why. If I had an hour-ish left on my stream, that's probably why you couldn't. Tidaveal. Okay, it's Tida. So none of the options that I'd come up with. That's great. Love it. See, I'm great at pronouncing things, aren't I? Big thumbs up for me on the pronunciation one, though. Stream was good. Played a few different games. First 40k Bolt Gun, then Foxhole, and then after that ended with Foxhole. Wait, so you played Foxhole and 40k. 40k Bolt Gun. What is 40k Bolt Gun? Is that I'm guessing that's a different game in comparison to the other 40k stuff that's about that you're playing recently. Friend of Onyx's. can still shadow raid. That is true, actually. You can. That is a good shout. It just won't officially pop up, will it? But you can still post the raid messages or whatever you want to do and say it's a raid. That's a good point. Did it for the shits and giggles. Well, I appreciate it very much, though. Yeah, I take my raids very seriously. I appreciate it very much, man. I really do. All support for the channel is a great thing, and I very much appreciate it from people when they choose to send their folks over here. Because you could have sent them, I know it's like one of those cliche things, you could have sent them to literally anyone else on the platform, and the fact you decided to send them here is pretty damn cool. So I appreciate it, you know? Very kind of you. We're actually playing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet right now for one of the last times ever, funnily enough. We've been doing a series of challenge runs for the last year-ish. Just over a year now, and this is the final part of that series of challenges. So this is the final part. We're actually very near the final boss fight of the game, and we're right there about to finish it. Not this much of a shadow raid if there's like just a handful of people, but still, hey, any raid is still worth, you know, any raid is still worthwhile, you know. It doesn't matter how many people are in a raid. I'll tell you now, back when I used to, back when I was a wee baby streamer back in the day, when I was still first starting out, I couldn't tell you the amount of times that I raided out literally on my own. I used to raid out and there's no one else in stream, it was just me, and I was like, fuck, this is awkward, but I'm gonna do it anyway, you know? It's actually one of those things, I see this sometimes, it always rubs me the wrong way a little bit. You'll see it sometimes if someone smaller, even would say like 50 viewers or something. If they raided into like someone would say like 500 or 1,000, and you'll get those people in chat, they'll be like, "Oh, massive raid, oh, massive raid," you know, and they're all kind of like just being sarcastic about it. It's like, come on now, kind of stupid. But yeah, back in the day when I used to raid out on my own, I used to hate that so much. I always just felt really awkward. But then after a while, I was like, nah, I don't really. People just appreciate the fact that you did a raid in the first place, not that, you know, it doesn't really matter if I was there on my own or not. And then we, you know, eventually came up with our own raid message and stuff, so we went from there. It was great. Ended with Zomboid. Oh, okay, I see. There's Zomboid. I've never played Zomboid, but a few people have told me about trying it before. Just never had a chance to. Like poking at Onyx every now and then. Hey, you're not friends if you don't make fun of each other to some degree, are you? What I think. Just the way things go at the start. Yeah, it's true. This is true. So it's one of those things you've got to be very very used to. Maybe just streaming in general as a whole, isn't it? When you first start out, you've got to be used to kind of doing everything kind of to yourself usually, and then you kind of eventually build up from there. Final team. So I've already decided I'm probably running Dragapult up front, so I think that works. Do it. Is lefties? Yeah, I think lefties is worthwhile running here. We run Dragapult up front. Who else is good here, though? It would be wrong not to include low kicks. Bronzong's not that great here, honestly. I think we might have to drop Bronzong. I'm very sad about that. Who do we replace him with, though? I mean, Salamence is good. Banks Caliber's good. Garg is useful. Maybe Garg? I'm just... I can't see chat right now. I'm just looking at our opponent that's coming up and what I think's the... Maybe Bronzong is the best thing to bring. No, you know what? Let's bring Bronzong. I think this is the team. This might be the final team here. Why not? Yeah, let's go with this. Sad that some of these other mons aren't going to make it, but I think this is the final team we're rocking with. We just need to do some level ups and things. Quick Claw. You don't need it. Let's do a quick bit of leveling. Let me scroll up real quick. That includes me. You just haven't been convinced to play it yet. That is true. To be fair, a lot of people over the years have tried to convince me to play loads of games, and I've just never gotten around to it. I think I'm just one of those people who doesn't really, like, off stream. I just don't really play many games, honestly. I used to play a lot, but like these days I just don't really play much off stream. Leaf Storm? No. Yeah, low kicks. Boost. Do 2 on you. You're a heavy attacking hitter. Do 3 on Bronzong. That's it. Dump him on Clodsire, why not? Alright, we're going. Let us do it. This could be really good or really terrible. Let's find out. Zomboid is good, just slightly demanding on time. It's a type of game where, unless you start out with a massive pile of mods that makes it easier, you should get into it with the mentality that you're going to die a lot, but try to learn from each death. A bit like, I know it's a very different game, but a bit like Siege when I first started playing that. And one of the most punishing shooters in the world, that you basically just get destroyed by some bloke through a tiny hole in a wall constantly until you figure out that, you know, until you figure out how to not die to it and then start abusing it yourself. That same mentality of like die a lot, learn from mistake, eventually improve. Kind of like that in games though. Having a sort of learning arc in games is not a bad thing though, you know? It's good for the general progression, isn't it? Because it just, yeah, it's that storyline. That storyline of getting beat up and then getting back and going crazy and then eventually becoming the person who destroys everybody else. Still, Siege is not as rough as Tarkov in my opinion. I don't know. It's difficult comparison, isn't it? Because they're very different. I suppose they're both punishing for different reasons. Tarkov definitely has more complexity to it in terms of what you're actually doing. And, like, you also have the side of things of, like, people are going to kill you from bushes and shit like that all the time. And the shooting is definitely more difficult because it's more realistic. From the straight-up skill perspective, I would say Siege probably takes the crown in terms of it being, like... I think if you play against a good Siege, like a really good Siege player, you're basically just screwed. One shot to the head and you're dead. Oh, same in Siege, yeah. Siege is one-shot headshot as well. Yeah, Siege can be tough as a new player. I think it puts a lot of people off. Both of them have that in common. I think Tarkov and Siege, they put off new players a lot. Because of how kind of challenging and daunting they are as games to get into. Zomboid is a quintessential gritty zombie survival game. It's kind of like top-down, isn't it, as well? It's like almost top-down. It's very like pixel graphics-y as well, isn't it? I've seen a lot of people play it. I've always been kind of intrigued. I've just never given it a go myself. Biggest difficulty in Tarkov is the Tarkov wiggle. I actually never played Tarkov, funny enough. I know Mirage, one of my mates, he plays it a lot. Or he used to. I don't think he's played it so much recently, but he used to play it a lot, and he was trying to get me into it at one point. We were going to play. But that's when the big controversy happened, right around that time. And then he stopped playing as well, so it was kind of a situation of we stepped away from it, and then, who knows, maybe we'll play again in the future. Or maybe we'll try and play in the future. But yeah, Tarkov would be an interesting game to try and get into. There is a game kind of like Tarkov. There's a few like Tarkov-esque games out there that I've always thought about giving a go, but I've never just had the chance to play. Tarkov Wiggle is literally a way hackers see each other. Really? I love that though. The Tarkov Wiggle. I feel like there's a version of that type of thing, though, in every game. Some sort of, like, wiggle or movement thing. Siege had a bunch of those for a while. There was one called the Wamai Wiggle, which was kind of funny. Where you could, like, walk him along with a gadget in his hand, and he'd do this really weird walk. That was the Wamai Wiggle. There was also a really busted thing with Cav for a while, where if you went into a silent step ability and you crouched and leaned left and right, she would basically be fully ducked under a window. But she could still see above the window like she was, like, crouched normally. There was a bunch of, like, busted shit like that for a while that went on. Siege is just a busted game. Technically not pixel graphics, just really low poly. Oh, interesting. Congratulations on getting the Milcery there. Is it Milcery or Milkery? I assume it's Milcery, but it's kind of like... Well, it creates alchemy, which is like whipped creams. I don't know. I don't know what Pokemon's official pronunciation of it should be. Either way, congratulations on getting one. I'm still sad about getting something to do with that, though, because I remember one day, back when we were doing Sword and Shield Nuzlocke, we actually, our hero, Ludicolo, in one of our first ever runs we did in Sword and Shield, was actually beaten by the, what is it, the Dynamax or the Gigantamax alchemy that you fight at some point in that game. We also got to dial in here. This is it, right here. This is the final fight. Well, the final fight that we can actually lose anyway. The last one is just straight up impossible to lose. But this is it. If things go to plan here, I'll be honest, it's going to be a bloodbath. If things go well, and this goes to the plan to a T, this is going to be a bloodbath. Because basically what's going to happen, this is my plan, okay? This is my plan. Dragapult uses Dragon Dance as many times as it can get away with without hopefully being killed, then it sweeps everything. That's my idea. Tarkov Wiggle is a really weird code of honor amongst cheaters, where two players both using X-ray vision, they'll look straight at each other through a wall, one will wiggle back and forth, and if the one answers, they both confirm to you that they're cheating, and thus not to shoot each other. Interesting. Huh. That's kind of cool, but also at the same time, I mean, they're cheaters, so like, you know, meh. But that's kind of funny that they have their own, like, code of conduct. It's kind of stupid, though. Just got myself a new hard drive. Brube lost his mind when he heard how much storage it has. 24 terabytes. God damn. Hey, the only thing about that, though, the only thing about it is it's a hard drive, not an SSD. If you get an SSD that big, that'd be insane. That'd be really, really expensive as well, an 24 terabyte SSD. I do have an external hard drive that I use for my computer as well. I'm probably going to get another SSD at some point though, because the one I have right now I think is only, it might be 2 terabyte, I can't remember, but it's basically full. So, how do you stream this game? In what sense, Spartan? What do you mean? How do I stream it? Like what specifically? So we can't get our attack dropped here because we have the ability Clear Body. So that's why I specifically used Dragapult up front. And we took 50-ish damage, minus 10 probably for the leftovers. We got 14 back. Oh, let's go. Yeah, we're definitely getting up to at least +4 here, maybe even +5 or 6. This is going to be a bloodbath. Honor amongst cheats, yeah. Siege cheaters very much don't have any honor to them. They are basically just scumbags. At least Tarkov cheaters have some level of honor amongst them. Siege players, not so much. Got 2 SSDs, both for 4 terabyte right now. God damn. Yeah, I think I have one M.2 SSD strapped to my motherboard, which is 2 terabyte, I think. And then I have a 3 terabyte external hard drive that I used to use for a PlayStation 4. So I just have that. That's 3, isn't it? I think we can get 4 Dragon Dances and get away with it. He misses another Zen head, but that'd be nice. Onyx got an SSD that big, he'd be able to use it in sword fights. That must be big though, no? Yeah, it must be huge, the 24 terabyte HDD. Surely. Just thinking about like the actual mass of the thing, it must be huge, no? Okay. Not quite one-shotting, but that's still good damage. That's good to know. Using a capture card? I am indeed. If you weren't using the capture card, I don't know of any other way that you could actually stream it from the Switch to a PC, so I'm not sure how that would work. But yeah, I use a capture card, yeah. I guess maybe if you were able to... Would it be possible to connect the Switch via, like, its HDMI cable into the PC directly without a capture card, and then just capture the screen? I don't know. I don't know if that's possible. Yeah. I don't know. But yeah, I use a capture card, yeah. I have a slightly older capture card now. I have an Elgato HD60S. I think it is, from back in the day. The one that looks a bit like a pill. Okay, yeah, this fight's over. Getting major major upgrade to the PC once I move to my apartment. Nice, nice. I've very, I don't think I've really changed anything about my PC since I got it, actually. I added some more RAM. That's about it, since I got it in 2000 and... whenever. 2022, I guess I got my PC, or 2021? Late 2021? Christmas 2021? Something like that, maybe? I don't remember. Phantom Force. If Phantom Force kills here, we win, straight up. Maybe for the redeems as well, everybody. What's more honorable? Hang on. What's more honorable? Using cheats and utilizing the acquired power against anything. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Using the being like a what are they called, like a white knight cheater or whatever, where they're designed to just people cheat to beat other cheaters, is certainly an honorable way of doing it. It's still wrong to do it in the first place because cheating, but you know, still, at least they're killing other cheaters. That's the main thing. Oh, this is actually a potential interesting situation here, because if we get Sucker Punch, that actually could do quite a lot of damage. Let's just hope it dies in 2 and... okay, and never mind. Point the webcam at monitor, pro streams. Yeah, Bol, you're right, yeah. It's a good shout, actually. Be like one of those illegal streams of, like, sports or something. Isn't there, like, Mike Tyson fight this weekend? Guaranteed there'll be someone on Twitch who'll be streaming it, and it'll be a webcam pointed at the screen. They'll have, like, webcam pointed at a TV screen. Guarantee it. There'll be someone on Twitch doing that, and they'll get banned. Dragon Dance, Dragapult, go burr. It does indeed. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if you would... You may need Clear Body specifically to make it work in this fight, just so you don't get your attack dropped by Mr... what's he called? Or Speed by Slitherwing. But other than that, yeah. To be honest, I wasn't necessarily expecting him to fully sweep everything. I actually thought Dragapult might have had, not some difficulty, but I thought that it might not have been quite as easy of a sweep as it's turned out to be. Yeah, this is, that's pretty wild. I'm going to use one of my ad break snoozes here as well, real quick. We may have to end up sitting through the break at one point or another, because there's still another fight after this, but this will be I wouldn't surprise me at all if this is a one-shot kill with 1 Dragon Darts, not even needing the second hit. How are you doing, though, Bol? Nice to see you, my dude. You're up late, aren't you? Actually, no, maybe you're not. How are you doing, though, dude? They're cheaters. Yeah, it did. Cheaters' honor of not attacking other cheaters is more dishonorable than always. Yeah, people not attacking other cheaters is worse. Acknowledging that someone else is a cheater and killing the other cheater is a good thing. Acknowledging someone's a cheater and deciding not to do it, yeah. Yeah, certainly the easiest. I mean, it was kind of... That's the blueprint of how you win that fight super easily. If you have anything that can wall the Slitherwing and boost, you win. We've done it with Volcarona, we've done it with Cloyster, and we've done it with Dragapult. It's too easy if you get boosts. I think it's tonight, if I'm not mistaken. It's this weekend, I know that much for sure. It could be, what? Saturday, maybe? I don't know. Or I suppose, depending on time zone, it could be Friday or Saturday, so I guess it could be the 15th or 16th, I don't know. There's a bloke who streamed the NBA a few years back, and he flew under the radar for quite a while because he was pretending he was playing the game using the face cam and control. I saw that once as well. It was one of the boxing fights. It was like a year ago or something. I remember there was a guy there was a guy who was in like one of the boxing game categories, and he was sat there with his face cam and he had the controller like up by his face, and he was sat there just being like, oh my god, the graphics on this game was so good, and he was like sat there playing with the controller while the fight was going. It was hilarious. I loved it. And he was just sat there the whole time being like, my god, graphics are so good in this game, dude, and then like commentating what was happening and then like pressing the buttons to make it look like he was doing it. It's hilarious. Ah. Oh, okay, so it's tomorrow then. Okay, it's on Saturday. Saturday, then. I'm in Clopez. How's it going? Hello. Even the, I was going to say redeem. Command, even. Command. That's the word. I won against Hassel in my mono ghost run. Dragapult plus metronome. Oh, yeah, metronome. That would have been even more busted. Yeah, metronome. Ugh, disgusting that is. Oh, interesting thing, I don't know if this counts. Does metronome on multi-hit moves? I've never known if metronome boosts per usage of the move or hit per move. So you may find that metronome gives you a double boost for hitting dragon darts twice. I don't know. I assume it just does it for the one move usage. But if it does it for both, that would be busted as hell. If you'd use like Cloyster with Icicle Spear and get it like going crazy with the Shell Smash, that'd be insane. Heading off to bed, got work tomorrow? Of course, Onyx, you go take it easy. Thank you so much for hanging out and vibing. And yeah, you have a good one, man. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. You take it easy. Dragapult the goat right now. Dragapult the frog. The goat himself. Actually never completed the story on Violet. I think it's because I'm not much of a strategist. It's not too bad, to be honest. It's... Well, I mean, it kind of is and it isn't. It depends. The reason I say it is and it isn't is basically because the AI is... How do we describe it? The AI is something special in this game about 50% of the time, where you'll sit there and you'll throw like a very obvious bit of bait in front of the AI and it won't take it whatsoever, or use like the stupidest move possible and it gets you into trouble. It's done that to me a few times where I'll sit there. It happened in the previous run where we had Scizor. Scizor is perfect for the final fight, and I set up Scizor really well, and I was like, right, all we have to do is not get hit by the one not very effective move that the guy has. And it used the one not very effective... It had a super effective move they could have hit me with. And it hit me with a not very effective move by choice. And it's like, come on now. AI just being stupid. But the end game of this game's not too bad. I will say the final fight against the Professor is vaguely challenging, actually. If you're unprepared and you don't know what's coming, it can be difficult. I will say as well, because, I mean, I've only played Scarlet. I don't know what it's like in Violet. I don't know if it's harder or easier, what the consensus is about that, fighting the Professor in each game, but, yeah. I'm not sure. Wait, it's today. Wait, today? Oh, it's Friday, you mean? Oh, I guess because the time had just ticked over. Never mind, yeah. Got a UFC one. I've never seen an illegal stream for UFC, but then I don't watch UFC, so I've never looked for one, you know? I guess with boxing, yeah. Per usage of a move, probably. I hope Jake Paul gets knocked out. I think he probably will, to be honest. I'd be quite surprised. Mike Tyson's an old man, but I'd actually be quite surprised if he hasn't still got it to some degree. I think it's one of the things they actually say. How old is he now? He's like late 50s. Maybe he's into his 60s. I can't remember. I think he's like late 50s, isn't he? But I'm pretty sure it's one of those things that they say when it comes to boxers is the last thing they lose is the power in their punch. But I reckon he's still got a nasty knockout punch in him. Mr. Paul, I think, might be getting on the receiving end of a couple of those. And realistically, if you look at it, it's a lose-lose for him either way. Because he either beats up an old man, or he gets his ass kicked by an old man. He either gets fucking just destroyed by Mike Tyson, or he beats Mike Tyson, and then everyone goes, well, you beat an old man, so I mean, it ain't much of an achievement, is it? Then again, like most of his fights are, because he just fights retired UFC people, and people who have the punch of an 11-year-old girl. So, I mean, it makes sense, really. The only boxer he's actually ever faced, he lost to. So, I mean, that kind of tells all you need to know. Realistically, I think Tyson probably whoops his ass tomorrow, but you'll never know. Have a good one, Onyx. Take it easy. Take it easy. Imagine that. Cloyster with Skill Link, Metronome, Held Item, Icicle Speed. Yeah, that'd be ridiculous. That would actually be game-breaking right there. I actually would hate that. AI playing that 4D chess. Yeah, apparently. Maybe the AI is just better. You know, I think it's stupid, but it's actually on, like, a different level. This fight, by the way, as well, that we're doing now is literally impossible to lose. If you go to 0 HP, what would be 0 HP, you'll always end on 1 HP and you can't be knocked out. It might happen here. We'll see. Yep, so we can't be knocked out. Koraidon basically survives via the power of friendship. and he can't be defeated essentially. So yeah, there you go. We just have to keep doing this for now until we get our power up, and then we can knock him out for free. Saw a video of Tyson training up again. Should look crazy. Yeah, he's been on, I think he's been on like some of that hormone replacement stuff as well. Like the testosterone, like boosting therapy and stuff. So he's probably, well, he's pretty jacked, isn't he, anyway? But like, I honestly think, even though he's an old man, and I know like the whole world is rooting for him, because let's be honest, there aren't very many people out there who like Jake Paul. I feel like it would be a disservice to the world if you somehow beat him. It'd be really nice if Mr. Tyson gave him a nice little left-right good night and sent him seeing stars. That'd be great, wouldn't it? Put him on his ass. Or say Pokemon AI can be absolutely be completely stupid. I had a Pokemon holding a clear amulet in front of... yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, no, I've seen that as well. The AI does some silly stuff. Flash Fire is another one. If it doesn't know the ability, it'll do stupid stuff like that sometimes. I've done it with Armarouge, where I'll chuck Armarouge in front of the Team Star Starmobile, and it'll just keep spamming Team Star Fire one, and it'll keep spamming Flame Charge and boosting me. It's kind of crazy. The AI is pretty dumb in this game sometimes. It can be really good. It definitely feels like for Scarlet and Violet, I will say this, it does feel like between the last two games they released of BDSP and Scarlet and Violet, they dumbed the AI down in this game. And I think it's because in BDSP, the AI was nasty, dude. The AI was horrible in BDSP. It was like playing against a real person who had a really strong team. They genuinely had it like on lock. Like if you play against Cynthia in the Elite Four, not only does she have a fully comp spec team, but like the AI is just ruthless. And it tries to predict you as well. The amount of times that you'll be like, right, it's not going to hit a double, you know, Thunder Wave, because it wouldn't expect me to switch out. And then you go for the switch and it hits you with a double Thunder Wave or something, and it's like, oh, for God's sake. It is gnarly, that AI. Not insane to pay for that fight. To be fair, I don't think most people will, in most cases. Honestly, judging from the way that the internet goes. Now, obviously, you know, wink, wink. I'm not condoning this, because I'm not allowed to say that, because that would be illegal, of course, telling you to go and do this. But I would say that I think the majority of people will probably use illegal streams on the internet to watch it, because they'd rather not pay $20 to watch probably 5 minutes. Because let's be honest, it's a heavyweight boxing fight. Most heavyweight boxing fights go less than 15 minutes. So, because usually what ends up happening is it ends in a knockout, or it goes to points and drags on. But considering that one of them's 60 years old or whatever, I don't know if he's going to be able to go 8, 12 rounds or whatever it is without just gassing out. So, I mean, probably it's going to be over quite quickly. Could see it very quickly being, depending on if they want to make a spectacle of it or if they actually want to fight. If he actually goes after him and it's a proper fight, I could see it being done in round 1, honestly. Like 20, 30 seconds, fight could be over. All you need is one punch. So, I don't know, we'll see. But I'm certainly not going to be paying for it. I don't think I'll watch it. I'll probably catch highlights of it and see what happens, but I don't think I will play it, no. Jake Paul doesn't seem to be pulling ticket sales at all. Basically, his entire audience is young kids who don't... Yeah, I think pretty much the people who are watching it are the ones who want him to get knocked out. That's what people are watching for. They're watching because they want to see Tyson beat him up. It's quite funny, isn't it? Yeah, as you say, like, that's the problem with having like a kid fan base, is having a child fan base for something like that as a kid isn't exactly going to be able to pay a couple of $100 or whatever to go to a stadium and watch a boxing fight. That's going to be a premier fight in the first place. Hope he goes full punch. Yeah, I think he's going to get destroyed, but... Always assume that there's something in the contracts about not beating the shit out of him. Maybe. I mean, you never know, Bowl, to be fair. You never know. Good, mate. Hope all's well. Hey, I'm surviving, you know. Surviving. Also, just to let everybody know, I know it's quite unfortunate, but in about a minute's time, there will be a break popping up. I'm not going to snooze it this time, purely because the credits are going to start in a minute, which means that the ad break will basically just play during the credits. I've already snoozed it a couple of times, so it would have gone off a few minutes ago, but it just means that the credits will play in the background while the break's going, so no one will be missing anything, okay? Yeah. But just so you know, they're in about a minute's time, 45 seconds time-ish, there will be a break coming up, okay? I'm glad you're doing well, though, Bol. It's nice to see you, mate. Always nice to catch up with you. Buy red, leaf green, and diamond and pearl. I love Diamond and Pearl. That was my debut generation as a kid. My favorite. Take bricks to the boxing gloves. God, that's a bit mean. Not wrong though. Dumbest thing I think I've ever seen through. Stream friend, seen. Oh, this isn't. It's seen though, not through. Streaming friend of mine was facing Leon in sword, and her Lapras was half health. Why's my chat not scrolling properly? All Leon needed for the knockout was the drum being. Yeah, no, I've had that as well, where the AI just refuses to knock you out for some reason. It could really easily beat you, and it just doesn't. Spiritomb in Platinum is crazy. The Spiritomb was terrible in that game for fighting. The only thing about it now that makes it any better is there is a typing that can counter Spiritomb now. It's still not exactly that great at doing it, though, because Spiritomb is Spiritomb, and it just fucks with people, but... yeah, it still works. I've had that in this game, though, with the AI. I did it against Eri once for the Team Starfight, where she kept boosting up to +6 attack, even though she could have one-shotted me at base, and she just kept boosting and let us win. It's really weird. Yeah, the break's about to start in just a minute, okay, everybody? I say I could push it back. If I push it back at this point, it's just going to go right after the credits, and then it'll be right when we're winding stream down anyway, so it's just best to get it out of the way. I know it's annoying, but we'll get it out of the way, you know? And then we'll carry on from there. Gen 4 is the first one where I actually understood stuff. I played Leaf Green Fire Red without knowing English. I basically just brute forced the entire game. I like that, though. You know? That's how I used to play Pokemon games. Brute force. I used to be like, boosting moves that increase stats. What are those? No. Just be like, nah, mate. No. I'm not going to switch screens for the BRB just because it's literally the credits. It's literally just the credits and the final cutscene. So, like, there's no one's missing anything, don't worry. So, I'm not going to switch screens. What a wholesome ending. See, in talking about all that stuff, I didn't even think about it, but... that's it. Over 1 year. 1 year. We've been playing Scarlet and Violet from the start of the monotype to now. And over the course of that 1 year, we've done 20-odd runs. Mute that so we don't get DMCA'd. We've done 20-odd runs. 27, 25 runs, something like that of this game. Incredible. And at long last, officially, I can say this. We have one more shot. One more run in us. One last run at Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Before I officially announced the hiatus from the game for a little while. And that, everybody, is going to be starting on Sunday. That run will be one of the more difficult ones I've ever done, because we are attempting to beat Pokemon Scarlet and Violet with only a team of Tauros. 4 Tauros, that's all we're allowed. And we're going to try and beat the whole game with 4 Tauros. The different forms is what we're allowed. We're allowed the fire, the water, the fighting, and the normal original Cantonian Tauros. Those are our choices. And it is going to be an interesting one for sure. And that will start on Sunday. And it roughly will end at the start of December, so... it's both very nice to end the Hall of Fame on such a finishing flourish with Dragapult sweeping everything, as we kind of knew it would. And at the same time, it's very sad because it's the last one, you know? This is the last one. Over a year of playing through the game, and now we've reached the conclusion. As I say, we genuinely, this isn't an exaggeration, and it sounds like a random number. We have played through the game like 27 times or something. Welcome back, everybody. A fitting piece of music for the credits here as well, Jubilife Village. What a banger piece of music this is. But I guess to everyone who's been here for any part of the monotypes and all that, thanks for being part of the journey. It's been a hell of a time, so thank you for being here. Different Tauros forms nowadays. Yeah, in Generation 7, Sun and Moon. Welcome back, Bevan. Thank you for the 07s. 07's in chat for for the run. 07s. So we give ourselves a nice salute for the monotype journey. We send it off into the sunset with a nice 07 salute. So yeah, with Scarlet but Sun and Moon, they basically started adding regional forms, which were different new forms of old Pokemon. So, for example, there's it was the Alola region in Gen 7, so you got like Exeggutor, Vulpix has one, Geodude has one. And in this case, with the generation here, Scarlet and Violet being based in Spain, they decided to make a Paldean, because that's the name of the region, the Paldea region, Paldean Tauros. So instead of being like the brown color like normal Tauros, it's like a jet black bull with like a grey mane. He's a fighting type instead of a normal type. And then there's two variant forms of it, being a fire type Tauros, and I think they're called Blaze Breed, and I don't know what the other one is, but it's Blaze Breed and the other one. It's one's water form and one's fire form. And they have two slight differences in the way that they look, their appearances. They're quite cool. We had Fire Tauros on our team, actually. I'll show you him in a minute. But when he attacks, he has like glowing red horns, and then the other one has sort of weird corkscrew twisty horns. They're kind of cool. But that is the final run we ever do in Scarlet and Violet is going to be 4 Tauroses. Otherwise, affectionately named by Bevan as the Bullshit run. Alolan Vulpix was W. All of the Alolan forms and the special, any regional form, I think are really cool. I quite like all of them. Yeah. And it really is wild to look back and think we spent literally over a year playing through this. Over a year. And now there's one more. Ever. Well, maybe not ever. But one more for the foreseeable future. One more Pokemon run to end it all. Fitting for me as well, being Tauros only run. I was born in the month of May, which of course star sign wise makes me a Taurus as well. So it's me doing a Tauros run. It's sad, man. I'm sad that it's over. We have one last act to do, though, before the end of everything. One last act. I'll unmute this now. One last act. It has to be done. It's been done for every other run in the past, and we will do it once more here. The last thing for us to do in our run of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Hall of Fame number 6. At the end of all of them, a monotype of every single type in the game. Grass only, fire only, dragon only, all of those. And then the 6 Hall of Fames. Which of course you think, that's only 24. But what you're forgetting is a regular playthrough and a Nuzlocke. And another regular playthrough in there as well, I think. From back in the day. So that's 27 runs we played through the game. Which leaves us with one final run to make it number 28. The final run ever. Tauros only. Oh, here's Fire Tauros as well, if you want to see him. He actually never made it into the final 6, but he was here in the box. This is Blaze Breed Tauros. So he's got like a mane with sort of fire flecks in it. It's got a weird twisty tail. I can't show you the water one, because it's an exclusive to the other game, so I can't actually show you that one. But if you just look it up, if you want to look it up on Google, and you have a look at the image of it, it's just look up like Paldean Tauros, and I'm sure they'll come up, or Water Tauros, and it'll come up with it. They are very cool, though, I've got to say. It's nice that they add regional variants to other mons, but yeah, the last thing we have to do is, of course, as you'll know, you've been here for the end of one of these before, we run down to one of the places where it all began. And we take ourselves one little picture. We take ourselves the family group photo of the final 6 that made it to the end. The 6 heroes. And we wrap it up from there. So we travel just to the end here by the lighthouse. We knock out that poor me one last time. And then it's over. Wouldn't it have been cool if we found a shiny right here as well? Could you imagine? If it was a shiny Hoppip, that would have been hilarious, considering I've already found 3 of them playing through this game. Randomly. Here we go, though. It isn't a shiny Pawmi, it's just a regular one, not a pink one. Dragapult claims its final victim. Here we go. Yeah, I think across those 27 runs, I would honestly say I think we probably found somewhere between 15 and 20 shinies. Oh, there you go. Koraidon got out of the way. That's perfect. I've taken a screenshot. I take a screenshot at the end of every run and I post them in Discord. Every time. Big random question as well while I'm here, because I've just looked in Discord to do it. Has anyone from stream here, any of you guys right now, joined the Discord today? Just out of interest? Just because there's a couple of... there's been a bunch of bots trying to join recently, and it's like on days when I stream, it's hard to tell sometimes if people are joining randomly who are bots or if it's new people from stream who just have different names. So if anyone has joined the Discord today, let me know and I'll give you the role. But if not, I'll probably just boot the other two accounts because I'm pretty sure they're bots. They're probably art bots trying to sell me VTuber models again or something. Right, screenshot posted in Discord. The final 6. There we go. Back up and go. I might have joined and left earlier. Well, the timestamp is just kind of like recent. That's why I asked. It was like 20 minutes ago. Actually, no, one of them left the server already, unless someone booted them. That's definitely a bot, then. I've probably been followed by one of them on Twitter or something. I can probably check in a minute. Dude, those art bots are pesky, I'm telling you. Let me take us back to the lab, though, real quick. Where we can wrap up the day. That's crazy, though. We're done. We're done. The last ever Hall of Fame. Small ant luck, yeah. It's crazy. We have found a lot of shinies. We found, yeah, 3 Hoppips. One of them was one of the first Pokemon we found in the game, in the run we did. We spawned in, you find Hoppip in a really, like, early area. We basically ran out of, like, the spawn area where you do your first catch. Got to the area where the open world opens up and you can finally go and do stuff, and we immediately went and found one. Isn't it second last if you got to beat it with the Tauroses? It is, but this one specifically was part of a series. So the way we did it was in September last year. I'll explain the long-winded version of it. But in September last year, we started an idea which was the Monotype series, right? Monotype being only grass, only fire, only water for all of the types. Originally, I wasn't going to do all of them. I was like, let's just do a random one. That would be fun. And then I decided, fuck it, what if we did all 18? That would be crazy. We did all 18 of those. And the 6 Pokemon that got to the end of each run, which traditionally would be the Hall of Fame, of course, when they beat the Elite Four, we recorded each one of the top 6 who got there, and that's where the pictures came in helpful. So the top 6 all are in pictures on Discord. From there, we decided, well, what if as a final kind of like Champion of Champions team, we take the top 6 from each one and we randomize them into 6 teams, right? So we have, like, you know, Fire Tauros or whatever goes in one, then you have Arcanine in the second one, for example, or whatever, and they go in like that, right? And you have, like, the top 6 go into the final team. So the Hall of Fame that we just finished was the final run of, like, the winners from the previous runs, basically. So all of those Pokemon we used today, like Dragapult and all that, were all ones that had been used in previous runs. In their respective monotypes, representing whatever it was typing. In that case, I think Ghost for the final one. The Tauros is literally just a random one that we did. Someone suggested, and I was like, you know what, that'd be interesting. We'll try and beat it with only Tauros. So Tauros is literally the final run, but it is going to be a it's kind of like a separate side, you know, spin-off, I suppose. But that officially will be the last one ever. That was the last Hall of Fame, though. So the last one in the kind of a pipeline for those. Gonna be weird not seeing Pokemon on the channel unless it's replaced by other Pokemon. I'll be honest, Bowl. Currently, I don't have plans for what's gonna replace it. I don't know, or what's gonna happen. Some people have said about, like, what about another Pokemon game, or what about something else? I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. Probably whatever happens might be a stopgap until Christmas, where after Christmas and after New Year, where we come back, I might come up with more of a plan of what we're going to do for the long run. At least as of right now, though, I don't necessarily have plans. Some of it maybe depends on what happens as well, because February comes around not that far into the year, and Pokemon announces that the new Legends game is coming out in a month or 2 months or whatever, and, you know, maybe I end up playing that on stream. I don't know. So, yeah. So I kind of don't really have any plans right now for what we're going to do afterwards. But Tauros should last about 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks, depending on how hard it is. So, yeah. Hi, 2 as well. Hello again. I feel like I saw you earlier. Maybe I didn't. Did I see you earlier? Maybe you snuck in. I don't remember. What a day, though. What a day. The last one. Fair, honestly. Yeah, I suppose these days I don't really, like, I come up with plans of, like, that would be fun and then do that. Like, with Skyrim, I sort of went, Skyrim would be fun. I don't know what we're going to do after Skyrim. I know that probably we're going to continue on with an achievement hunting kind of series. But I don't know what game's next. So, we'll have to figure that one out as we go, really, and try and do from there. And try and figure out what game's next or whatever, but... yeah. Bittersweet moment, innit? Finishing a series like this. Because you finished it and it's like, wow, we've actually done it. Literally over a year ago. Over a year ago, we sat there and went, let's do 18 runs of the game. And you don't really think like, oh, in a year's time, I'll be sat there going, wow, it'll be done. You think, God, a year, that's a long time. Weird sitting here now and knowing it's done. And all we have left is the potentially very landmine-filled Tauros run that's going to be bloody awful, most likely. I might be wrong, but I suspect it's going to be really hard. I really don't expect Tauros to be an easy ride, I'm not going to lie. I think Tauros is going to be quite tough. Because only having 4 Pokemon is... to say it's limiting is quite the... you know, that's quite the thing to do, to give yourself such a limit of 4 mons. It's certainly not easy. Yes. Good answer, too. Good answer. That being said, I suppose, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on who you are, it's probably time for us to start winding down for the night, isn't it? We've finished our challenge. I ain't got anything left to do. So I suppose we probably should start winding down. That being said, I'll be back on Sunday. That's my next day when I'm back. We are going to be starting the Tauros run, so if you're curious about that and you want to watch it, you'll know where to find me. Best ways of keeping up the channel is, you know, Discord, or also just notifications on the channel if you want that on. Best way of keeping up when I'm streaming. Usually I start streaming every day at 7 PM when I do, 4 days a week. So Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays are my 4 streaming days at 7 PM. So yeah. That's when I'll be back, on Sunday, for the Tauros run. Real, I was here when you were heading into in a tunnel, then out to talk to the professor, being an AI. Oh, okay. Okay, so you've been here for a bit then too. Alright, I see. You're being sneaky. Very sneaky. Hiding in the shadows. I appreciate you hanging out though. Thank you very much for being there. Thank you everyone for hanging out. I do appreciate it very much. Been a hell of a day. Been a hell of a series. Been a hell of a whatever you want to call it. It's been crazy. But all good things must come to an end. And it starts the creation of a new challenge on Sunday. So I'm going to drop some raid messages in the chat. There's a non-subs version and a subs version. But fear not if you're not subscribed, because for 100 channel points, if you look in the channel point section. You can choose an emote to unlock, and you can unlock the Nox Cat emote. So even if you're not subbed, you can still unlock the emote for the subs raid message to use for that. Just make sure that you, once you've done it, copy and like repost the message in chat so that you know it works, because I know sometimes it doesn't always immediately update. Here's one for the Gen 4 fiends right there as well. Bit of nostalgia. Gen 4 fiends, everybody. We got Twin Leaf Town, the original town music from when you wake up as a child one day and decide you're going to be a Pokemon trainer. There you go. Post that in chat. Okay. What a day, eh? I know we're going to raid already, I think. It's become a fairly standard raid that I've been doing after these Pokemon runs. They've been there since quite a while. One of the monotypes, I raided them around. Don't know exactly when it was. It was a while back, I know that much. It was after the... When did the second DLC came out? What's it called? The something disc? I don't know what the name of the Pokemon DLC is. Indigo Disc, that's the one. When did it come out? December. Maybe it was before. Okay, maybe it was Christmas last year then. That's fucking crazy if it was. But we are going to be raiding someone who I'm pretty sure I raided when they were playing the DLC. So we're going to go and say hi. First things first, I'm changing the music, because Twin Leaf Town is great, but it's not our raid music. Here we go. Raiding time. Grab the message, everybody. I appreciate you hanging out with me, vibing, lurking, chatting, all of that stuff. Thank you for being here. It's been good. It's been a good day today. And I've enjoyed myself. I hope you guys have enjoyed yourselves too. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here for the entire series of the monotypes and the whatever, the struggles, the highs, the lows. And I'll tell you one thing. We finished with a flourish because that, of course, banks our last run of the Hall of Fames with a flawless run. 0 defeats the entire time, meaning across the entire set of runs, that was we suffered 2 defeats in the final runs. Final runs? Hall of Fame runs, that's the name of them. I forgot the name of my own fucking challenge. But we suffered 2 defeats in run number 2 and run number 5. Every other run was flawless, so 1, 3, 4, and 6 were flawless. And Mono Ice as well was, of course, the legendary flawless run where Cloyster destroyed everything in its path. Which then appropriately became named the Cloyster Apocalypse. So yeah, it's been good. Much appreciate to you. No, to you. Anyway, grab your raid message. We're going to go say hi to Kiyu, who's on. Doing, what are they doing right now? I need to open their stream so I can talk when I get in there. What's Q doing? Legend of... Oh, is this the game Kino was playing the other day? The Echoes of Wisdom, yeah, nice. Okay, so we're going to say hi there. And the only other things I need to mention is Onyx, of course, with the raid at the end of stream. Thank you so much, Onyx, again, of course. And yeah, I hope you're getting some good sleep. Thank you for the raid. I can see you literally twice on my feed. That's great. I can see you twice on the same feed. TWL as well, thank you very much for coming across in the raid and hanging out with Onyx. I appreciate it, and I hope you had a nice little time vibing here. And Nitty, with the 80 stream streak. Oh, lad, 80 streams in a row. It's incredible. He's asleep as well, so everybody's asleep. Anyway, thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out, vibing, lurking, chatting, being here for all the monotypes, being here for the Hall of Fames, all of that stuff. It's been a rocky road, but it's been a good one. And I will see you all on Sunday for one last time. One final shot at glory when Tauros takes to the stage. I'll see you then, okay? You all take care of yourselves, have a nice start to your weekends, and I'll see you on Sunday, okay? Bye, everybody. Have a good one.